Well, good morning. We'll bring this meeting to order, and I get to start by saying thank you all for joining us. And as you've seen, we have condensed a lot of work into a short day. So again, thanks for your attention and willingness to get going. We'll start with Jasmine taking roll. Jasmine.
Yeah. Chair Buchanan.
Here.
Regent Bow.
Present.
Regent Southworth.
He's excused.
Regent Folkford.
Here.
Regent Hoyer.
Here.
Regent Spoon.
Here.
Regent Jasper.
Here.
Commissioner Christian.
Here.
Governor Gianforte.
Excused.
Superintendent Hedlund.
Here.
A quorum is present. Back to you, Chair.
Appreciate it, Jasmine. Thank you. And thanks to OG staff for all you've always done to prepare and get us ready for these meetings. And Chancellor Reed, thank you and your staff for hosting us today. Another beautiful day. We were walking over, remissing that your students are on spring break for our benefit. It's always fun to see students on campus, but what great things we're hearing out of Montana Western, and we certainly look forward to your remarks and catching us up here shortly. And again, thanks to your entire crew for hosting us today. We appreciate it. As we know, this board has a unique tradition. Over the course of 2 years, we get the opportunity to travel to each of the institutions that we serve. And that, I believe, feels like way too long for the state, but the 12 to 13 years I've been a part of this conversation certainly brings to life what we're trying to accomplish as a leadership body. We see local leadership thriving in their own local dynamics. We see local communities and a broad variety of engagement with campuses. Seeing your community show up last night, Chancellor Reed, really speaks to the leadership you've brought to this institution and your team's leadership. So with that, we cannot thank you enough for helping us realize and feel the benefit of some of our strategic goals at work. And to all of those other campuses with us today, thanks for making the trip over. A unique winter trip in our states, in our state, but one that I hope gave us all time to reflect and get excited about what we're accomplishing and energized about the challenges we've got. I'm speaking to U of M Western, a unique campus, as we know. I recall when Commissioner Christian and I were new board members in the mid-2000s, the block system was a brand new idea. Certainly at that time, I remember President Dennison at the University of Montana said it very well. Enrollment had spiked after the start of the block system, and a lot of the conversations were, do we need to change every campus? Do we need to adopt this system-wide? And I thought his comments were great. He said its success was the idea that it's so unique. It is a unique pathway for a unique set of learners. And again, I think to today, we see so many great takeaways from the Experience One block scheduling and the way this community has adopted that. So thank you. Again, looking at what's going on campus, the Building Resilience in Rural Communities TEDx event that you guys are coordinating. Again, if we need to talk about a place in the world that needs to focus on rural resiliency, we're living in it, and excited to see that roll out. And again, thank you, Chancellor Reed, for all of your leadership with these topics. A constant in this board's mission for years has been enhancing Montana's access to world-class higher education, regardless of an individual's background, economic status, or zip code. We all recognize that while one of the things many of us love about Montana is its wide open spaces, those spaces can pose unique challenges, a number of fronts, among them educational opportunities, information technology infrastructure, as I said before, a little different winter conditions, but we know how those challenges can surmise here in the state. Of course, emergency services and healthcare delivery, all issues that a rural state like Montana needs to keep in the forefront as we think about policy. The distance between Montana's population centers is one of the reasons several of our campuses are located far from the state's major cities, the result of a very intentional effort decades ago to reach Montanans in rural places and meet our students where they're at. I am extremely proud of what our rural campuses continue to accomplish and the role they play in building resilience in our rural communities, particularly as these campuses integrate into the fabric of their home communities, again, reflecting each of the local priorities. As a public higher education system, there will always be more that we can do to boost rural resilience. Our collaborations with businesses and industry and our focus on meeting workforce needs are aimed directly at that goal. And it's in this context of rural resilience that I extend an enthusiastic welcome to our newest board member, Dr. Daniel Spoon. For those of you that have not met Dr. Spoon, Regent Spoon is an interventionalist cardiologist at Chief Medical Officer for the Providence Health System in Missoula. He's also a visionary who led the launch of Resolve, a rural health collaborative focused on developing research-driven strategies and care models to improve access and outcomes in rural and indigenous healthcare. Through this innovative venture, Providence and the University of Montana have formed a powerful alliance to advance rural healthcare research and delivery. You might remember Dr. Spoon joined us as a panelist in Missoula, so certainly not entirely new to the efforts within our system. This important work will be instrumental in building resilience in rural communities through transformed healthcare delivery. We are thrilled for you to join us on this board with the passion and critical perspective of how collaborations such as Resolve can leverage the resources of the MUS across the state for the benefit of all Montanans. Welcome, Regent Spoon. We all certainly look forward to working with you. As we know, many of our regents represent rural Montana. I'm thrilled to announce that our very own student regent from rural St. Regis, Montana, Regent Jasper, was recently selected to participate in the upcoming cohort of the Western Governors Institute, an exciting recognition of his commitment to rural Montana. Chancellor Reed, we heard the news in November that Chancellor Reed would be retiring this year. This will be the last meeting that you're hosting on this campus. Again, our heartfelt gratitude extended to you and your family for the commitment you've poured into this institution. It's been a real personal pleasure to be able to have the opportunity to work with you, and the way that you've championed not only this community, this campus, but more importantly, the individuals and the leaders within your campus community is inspiring, and the outcomes, the student outcomes, the community outcomes are tangibly felt among all of us. And as we look forward to this meeting as your last opportunity to host this board, it's not lost on me that you're daydreaming about tight lines and blue skies out there on the river, and we're looking forward to hearing updates from that chapter as well. Full agenda today. Again, thank you all for the work it takes to taking all of these items and cramming it into a one-day meeting. I want to welcome Tyler Seacrest to the table. Tyler is a faculty member serving our system, joined us this morning with the rest of our faculty members from across the system, stewarding a conversation about dual credit in our state. Again, reflecting back to nearly 2 decades ago when Commissioner Christian and I were sitting on this board, we had just recently started to focus on dual credit at that stage, and it's evolved quite significantly, and that doesn't mean that we've mastered all of the opportunities nor challenges. We've learned a lot. What we do continue to recognize, we need to have a more streamlined source and transfer of data so that we're keeping a better track of how well we're progressing, the proficiency attained, whether you take it as a high school student or a college student. Are we getting the same outcomes that we want? And so many of the same questions exist, but boy, I'm sure proud of the outcome. I think I heard Deputy Commissioner Teal say this morning, we used to get the top 20% of the academic students within our campuses. Those were the cohort that were taking dual credit. We're now in the top 50%, 60% of students. So we see a hunger and a thirst for what we're doing, and the commitment I heard from our faculty this morning is we do see some obstacles and challenges, but we are absolutely committed to continuing to meet that goal of helping attract more high school students into higher educational opportunities. We look forward to hearing from Superintendent Hedlund later this morning. Again, thank you for joining us. We'll follow that with budget administration and the audit committees. The budget committee brings us numerous facility items, performance funding allocation information, an update on the biennial budget development, and a U of M Western Capital Project update. We will have the pleasure, board members, to have lunch with students over the lunch hour today. And will we be in the Lewis and Clark room again, or we'll be back where we had breakfast this morning? Thank you. After that, Chair Folkvord will take over the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee. A lot of distinguished emeriti and several honorary doctorate nominations in this agenda, as well as updates on our tribal college partnerships, mental health and well-being task force, and an overview of the MUS centers and institutes that the board requested at the last November meeting. The two-year community college committee has information on items regarding single admissions policy, credit for prior learning, and U of M Western Career Exploration Spotlight. As always, we'll open up for public comment, and finally, the board will consider appeals before concluding our business this afternoon. Again, lengthy agenda. Really want to thank everyone for making the time today to be so prepared and so engaged in bettering the opportunities for our students and our communities to take advantage of what the Montana University system is doing. With that, Chancellor Reed, again, thank you so much for hosting us. I yield the microphone for your welcome remarks. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chair Buchanan, members of the board, and a special welcome to everybody who blew in for the meeting today. It's indeed a pleasure to be able to represent the University of Montana Western and welcome you here. The campus, I've been just so proud of the ownership that everybody's taken to be able to prepare for this event. And it's really is an exciting time, and people take a great deal of pride. And it's just everything from grounds to dining, the facilities. It's just really a fun time to be able to see everybody be able to show off what they're doing. I'd be remiss if I didn't take a minute and just extend a special thank you to some individuals in particular. My administrative assistant, Hillary Lowell, she's just been instrumental in pulling everything together. Becky Stewart, the conference and event services and dining staff, they've just done a tremendous job. I didn't want to eat the food last night at the reception. It just looked so beautiful. Also, our facilities, information technology services, and our director of communications, Matt Rafferty. And last, I'd like to give a special recognition to Dr. Essie Aiken and for her work and leadership in putting this event together. We look forward to being able to share a few of the things that are happening at Montana Western. Hopefully you get an understanding of what really is happening at this campus and this community. So with that, hopefully this works great. So Montana Western, as Chair Buchanan stated, we really are a unique institution in the Montana University system and in the country. Montana Western is the only public university in the nation that operates on a true block schedule. Our mission is to lead and innovate in experiential education by providing students with deep engagement in their fields of study while continually improving and demonstrating strong student learning outcomes. As a comprehensive university, comprehensive regional university, Montana University is instrumental to this community. As such, the university serves as both an educational and cultural anchor for the region, supporting growth, opportunity, and progress across the communities. Since you're going to be in Dillon, the county seat of Beaverhead County, I think it's helpful to understand the community that surrounds Montana Western. Beaverhead County has more than 2,200 businesses, which works out to roughly one business for every 4.5 residents. The county is also the largest beef cattle production in the state of Montana. Our students regularly work with the local businesses, nonprofits, and public agencies through internships, applied learning opportunities, and workforce partnerships. Whether it's collaborating on area ranches like the Matador Land and Cattle, collaborating with organizations such as Montana Center for Horsemanship, or partnering with agencies like Fish, Wildlife, and Parks and Forest Service, the Montana Western experience is deeply tied to the community we serve. At Montana Western, I want to share what the block schedule is. There's enough change that some of you may have heard this a dozen times, but there's still people who just don't really understand how it works. But at Montana Western, we operate on a block schedule where students take one course at a time. Typical student schedule includes 4 courses or blocks over an entire semester. Each class runs for 18 days, meeting 3.5 hours every day, Monday through Friday. At the end of the semester, a student taking all 4 blocks will end up on average with more credits than students taking a traditional semester. Each one of our blocks are 4 credits. This format gives faculty the flexibility to incorporate more hands-on learning, field experiences, labs, and projects than is typically possible in a traditional schedule. Montana Western is wrapping up a period of significant investment in capital facilities. Through the legislative process and support from this board, the university received $15.6 million to renovate the Block Hall, the primary home of our science and mathematics programs. This renovation modernized labs, classrooms, research spaces, and also created 3,500 square feet of new academic space. I'll spare the details, as I know that Vice Chancellor Brown and our Director Grady Holt will be presenting a little bit more on this, but I would just, the bottom left picture there is a view of what our labs looked like before the renovation, and then the bottom right is what the facility looks like now. I've yet to be able to get through the facility, but it's been turned over, and I believe our faculty will start moving into it Monday, so following spring break, so we're excited about that. These are just a couple other pictures of the building. Again, you'll hear more details about that shortly. In addition to Block Hall, the university's also, since the last time you've been here, made other improvements regarding student life. The new Bulldog Stadium has brought our fall football events to our campus for the past 2 years and has dramatically improved community engagement and alumni and donor connections. The game day experience, student life, and the bookstore sales have also been dramatically impacted. over the last 2 years, we generate more in ticket sales per game than we used to do per season. And so it's just been a tremendous impact to this campus. So we're very grateful for that. The total cost of completion for the project, Phase 1, was $5.3 million. Phase 2 will add stadium lighting, more hard surface parking, and bring the total cost to approximately $6.1 million. Additionally, the university's been able to construct a new wellness center. This 5,500 square foot, $3.5 million building was a direct result of former student regent Garrett Yeager and the ASUMW and the entire student body. They were instrumental in getting this project approved by this board. It's funded primarily by student fees in addition to support from a generous donor from the UM Western Foundation. The grand opening happened this fall. The building would be located right out this way, so we hope you get an opportunity to look at that. Additionally, we've made many improvements in our student union building. We've done updates such as completing the doghouse, which is a billiards and activity lounge with a zen room for relaxation. And our dining hall had renovation projects that have been completed and offer more modern and comfortable environment for our students, faculty, and staff and guests. Our fundraising over the past several years has been transformative. The Experience One campaign, focused entirely on enhancing the student experience, is the most ambitious fundraising effort in Montana Western's history. The campaign centered on 4 primary initiatives: scholarships, the Fund for Experience One, the Student Wellness Center, and the Bulldog Sports and Activities Complex. Along the way, the campaign also created new opportunities, including $500,000 endowment from Ag West that established Montana Western's new bachelor's degree in Farm and Ranch Management. In addition, a new development officer for the foundation was acquired. In total, the campaign raised nearly $18 million, exceeding the overall goal and providing significant investment in scholarships. While the campaign has been a tremendous success, fundraising continues as we continue support for Phase 2 of the Sports and Activities Complex and identifying funding for furnishing of our new block hall renovations. University faculty have been busy, and one example of the research happening at Montana Western comes from Dr. Spruce Schoeneman in our biology department. He recently led a team that uncovered new insights into a rapid global cooling event that occurred about 8,200 years ago near the end of the last ice age. When I talked to Dr. Schoeneman trying to understand why I cared about a rapid climate change 8,200 years ago, he explained to me how the impact of this actually tremendously helps in creating better climate models that will help us forecast what types of climate change we can anticipate. And this would be of major importance for future impacts in agriculture, industry, and natural resources. Montana Western will also be holding the ABILTA conference. This is the International Block and Intensive Learning and Teaching Association. This will be a fully virtual global event, and the conference will bring together educators and researchers from around the world to share ideas and best practices in block, intensive, and experiential learning, an area where Montana Western is widely recognized as leaders. As I mentioned, we're the only public university in the nation that operates on a block schedule, but there are many institutions throughout the world that operate in this system, and they all gather together at this conference, so we're excited to be able to host that. Earlier this February, Montana Western welcomed local high school students to campus for a day focused on learning and career exploration. Students participated in the BrainFest mathematical model competition, where teams worked together to solve engaging scenarios using computer-based models. And at the same time, the Future Now Career Exploration Expo connected students with campus departments, local businesses, and community organizations, giving them the opportunity to explore career paths, learn about dual enrollment options, and experience the hands-on learning that defines Montana Western. Chair Buchanan mentioned this as well, but on March 21st, Montana Western will host its second TEDx University of Montana Western event. The goal of this event is simple: to bring together ideas, research, and perspectives that inspire people to think differently about the world. The event will feature 7 speakers from academia, healthcare, environmental science, community organizations, and local leaderships. The talks will be filmed and later released on YouTube, giving them a global audience. It brings me great pleasure to talk about Montana Western's impact on the teacher preparation across the state of Montana. Our education department recently secured more than $319,000 in legislative funding to expand programs designed to address the state's teacher shortages. Through partnerships such as the Grow Your Own initiative with Great Falls Public Schools, expanded residency pathways, and the Sprint Degree program, students are able to work in schools as paraprofessionals while completing coursework and finishing with a year-long Montana teacher residency that provides stipends and tuition support. Montana Western is also strengthening rural and indigenous teacher pipelines through place-based programs in communities like Lewistown and our long-standing 2+2 partnerships with Blackfeet Community College and Little Bighorn College, allowing students to earn teaching degrees without needing to leave their communities. I'd like to take a little bit of time and just introduce you to some of the students that make up Montana Western. First, I'd like to introduce you to Kiki Davis. She's a senior from Missoula pursuing degrees in business administration and interdisciplinary studies. Kiki's a member of our women's basketball team and was recently named the Frontier Conference Offensive Player of the Week. Kiki chose Montana Western specifically because of the block schedule. In addition to academics and athletics, she's active across the campus, serving as a trio advisor and participating in several student organizations while helping other students be successful on campus. Next are two Montana Western students who were recently recognized for their commitment to service and leadership. Vivian Myers and Lainey Crabb were named recipients of the George M. Dennison Civic Engagement Scholarship, which honors college students across Montana who demonstrate exceptional civic leadership. Lainey Crabb serves as the Suicide Prevention and Awareness Coordinator for the PATH program at Montana Western. She organizes campus events and works with counseling services as a volunteer. She is also involved with the Rural Fridays program and continues a long-standing family tradition of preparing the Quartz Creek Cemetery for Memorial Day. Vivian Myers has contributed more than 290 hours of volunteer service, including teaching preschool, religious education, coaching a youth horseback drill team through 4-H, and volunteering as a pole vault coach for high school athletes. Together, their work reflects commitment to community service that is a hallmark to Montana Western student engagement. Another way Montana Western students are applying what they learn is our Business Idea Pitch Competition. Launched in 2024 and modeled after Shark Tank, the event invites students from across campus to present business ideas to a panel of faculty judges. The competition grew out of a venture capital capstone course designed to give students hands-on experience in entrepreneurship, business development, and pitching business ideas to investors. Another example of one of our Western students is Cole Johnston, a Beaverhead High School graduate and member of Western's class of 2025. This fall, Cole began a PhD in human genetics at the University of Iowa. Cole transferred to Montana Western to study biology, where he discovered a passion for research. Working closely with faculty, particularly a research project with Dr. Bradley Wood studying shark biomechanics, Cole was inspired to pursue graduate study. Cole credits Montana Western's small classes, close faculty mentorship, and immersive block schedule with preparing him to excel in competitive biomedical research program. And lastly, another recent graduate, Bridget Reedy, represents the creative side of Montana Western's experience. Bridget is a multidisciplinary artist who blends poetry, music, horsemanship, and visual arts. And she recently released her first book, Seeds, which launched a statewide Montana book tour. Graduating with dual degrees in English, literature, and natural horsemanship, her work reflects the university's liberal arts environment where creativity, academic study, and hands-on experience often come together. And lastly, as we look ahead, Montana Western is nearing the completion of its strategic plan. Over the past year, we have conducted a campus-wide listening and planning session. This process involved community, faculty, staff, and students to help shape the university's future. This work comes at an ideal time, aligning with both the Chancellor search and our NWCCU accreditation visit, allowing the next Chancellor to begin with a strong foundation already in place. Guided by a steering committee led by Dr. Esty Aiken and Dr. Bradley Wood, the plan focuses on three key priorities: higher education, workforce development, and the college experience. The new strategic plan is expected to be finalized this fall and will help position Montana Western to respond to the changing needs and workforce demands in the future. Again, there's so much that is happening at Montana Western. It's almost impossible to present it all, but we're proud of this university. We're grateful that you're able to be here to join us today, and we look forward to making this meeting as productive and comfortable as possible. Thank you.
Chancellor Reed, thank you so much again for you and your team's efforts at hosting, and great update. I will jump into it. Members of the board, you've had an opportunity to review the minutes from our January meeting. Is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Hoyer. With that, I think we approved them. Do we have to vote on that, Commissioner Christian, or is that approved? I think we're approved. Thanks, Regent Hoyer. Appreciate that. Commissioner Christian, we'll turn it over to you for Commissioners and Systems report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Thank you all for being here, taking time out of life to join us. Chancellor Reed, thank you for your comments, your warm welcome. It's just so gratifying to have made a few laps around this journey. Tyler and I were talking last night at dinner. I think we're starting our 10th or 11th system-wide lap after a couple decades of doing this. And just to be able to witness the changes that have happened, not only on your campus, but beyond, and the positive changes that have happened here at Western. It's just incredible. Under your leadership, what's become available for faculty and students to increase their experience here on campus, it's incredibly impressive. If I turn up missing today, I'm probably in the Zen room over at the doghouse. You guys could track me down. Unique campus in so many ways. I think both the chair and you talked some about the Experience One, the block schedule. It's truly been a unique campus for the MUS, and it's served a niche with students that has been impressive. So thank you for all that you're doing here. I also want to thank your staff that has prepared for this little journey. It's no small task, and it takes weeks of preparation to get ready for a board meeting and all of this crew to come visit. We're always incredibly welcomed here at Western by the campus and the community. So it's fun to be in Dillon, and always look forward to coming back here. It's also fitting, Chancellor, that we get to be here for this meeting in March at close to one of your last meetings within the system. So wish you well in that endeavor. You know, I know that you've approached this role as chancellorship with enthusiasm and commitment and composure and all the things necessary. Your personal style truly has been, I think, just an ideal fit for the campus, and we thank you for all that you've done here. Yeah, I too would extend a welcome to now Regent Spoon. Thanks for joining the team. It's interesting, as our paths collided last November. A good and inspiring panel on rural health care, something that's near and dear to this board, near and dear to you. And we were talking at a little football game that happened after that meeting, and then Dr. Spoon asked me, well, what is it with the Regents anyway? And I remember saying, yeah, what are you doing for the next 7 years? Besides your other little gig. But it's interesting how it all came together, and we're really, really glad to have you here. I know your predecessor, Regent Dombrowski, certainly brought a similar perspective, but I think having a voice around healthcare is super important to Montana at large, but also to the university system, who's trying to ultimately fill those spots. So welcome. Thanks for being here. I'm also grateful to Governor Gianforte for his insight in selecting you. He's done a wonderful job. He takes this on personally, and he interviews people, and he's concerned about the board and what it means for the state of Montana. I know he's certainly impressed with your professional background and your interest in coming back and serving in Montana. So thanks the governor for what he's done there to help get you on board. I think it'll be a great fit as we move forward. Just a couple things on searches. I don't know if any of you have heard, there's a little bit of transition going on. It's also good transition, and I think I would start with that, just saying, you know, we're fortunate in Montana. I've had a few people say, man, there's lots of changes. I suppose to some extent that is true at this moment in time, but You're also looking at a landscape where the national average is 4.2 years for senior leadership. When you look at Montana, every individual leaving is somewhere beyond that to well beyond that. And so we're very, very thankful for the continuity that we have had. At the same time, you know, I think change is good and change brings new opportunities. So we're out there looking for new leadership in a few spots. That also has its challenges. When you have that much turnover nationally, the competition for talent and senior leadership is remarkable. I know I'll talk more about the UM one here in a moment, but the number of potential candidates that are in searches, even in our immediate region, in Idaho, in North Dakota, in Wyoming, it's just amazing at sort of the opportunities that abound. If you're in real estate, you'd say it's a buyer's market. It's certainly a candidate's market out there, just to be honest. I was on a national system head meeting last week. My colleague from California said they are currently searching for 12 different presidencies. And that's just in the state system. They have 3 different systems down there. So that presents its challenges. I say that as just sort of a heads up to all things, you know, who's in the pool, who gets out of the pool, who we invite, who's willing to come. Those things, it's a bit of a moving target. It's quite dynamic. I think we've tried to develop processes around that environment as best we can to serve that need. I will tell you that Deputy Commissioner Trevor is directing the search here on this campus for Chancellor Reed's successor. They are through the interview phase and are close to inviting candidates to come to campus for campus interviews. We have, I wouldn't say we're just started, but we're in a bit of the infancy at Great Falls to replace Dean Erdman's position up there. Chief Legal Counsel and Deputy Bovington is leading that effort. We've hired a search firm. AGB Search will also be helping us with that one. And we are starting the recruitment process as we speak. And then as some of you know, I'm certainly engaged with helping to lead the UM search. Again, a dynamic process. I think we listened on campus. We heard about things in terms of catching the momentum where it's at, moving forward. We've tried to develop a process that does that. It looks different than some in the past, and it's quite expedited, but I think that will serve the campus best. We have had fantastic, interest in the job. We've got applications from all over the country. We've got a large number of applications. Unfortunately, that number landed on, I was reading through this book at home the other day, and our little grandkids were there, and my wife said, "So how many applications do you have?" And I said, 6, 7, to which the 4-year-old immediately says, "Oh, 6, 7, 6, 7. That number's actually grown to 70 now, but it was 6, 7. I just think, though, it's a true testament to the state, to University of Montana, how much interest there is. I think it's fantastic. And the search consultants say, well, it's a very competitive market. The individuals that are in this search really, really value the opportunity at the University of Montana, and they're anxious to participate and believes we can keep a good pool together. We formed a small work group. We have sort of, if you will, because of its expedited nature, we've prioritized candidates in that. We have invited some for interviews. We might invite more for interviews. We might capture the spot where we're at. We're still sort of working through this as we go, but we have started those interviews and will likely conclude sort of the first round on Friday. And we'll know after a little debrief where we think we're going from that. Back to the pool, invite some more, move some forward. We'll see. We're working on that. I know that we've got great interest, and we will work hard and do a good job to find the next chapter of leadership for the University of Montana, for MSU Great Falls, and for UM Western. We're excited about those opportunities, and I think it will bring some really positive energy to the work that we're all doing. So members of the board, Mr. Chair, at this time we have a few reports, presentations, something along those lines that are not new to this board at all. They're things that we sort of developed last summer in our July retreat, and we continue to bring those forward. The first one we'll report out on is around our ongoing efforts with resident student access, resident student recruitment, whatever you want to name that, from marketing to recruiting to what. As you know, we've asked Director Lemon to carry the torch on this, and he's here to give us some fine words on what's going on.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Mr. Chair, members of the board, thank you for having me, and I just want to echo that to Chancellor Reed. Thanks for the warm welcome as always, and best of luck in your next endeavors. I'm Scott Lemon. I'm the Director of Admissions and Enrollment Strategy, and we're going to cover some ground here today on resident student access, focus quite a bit on marketing as well. We'll give a brief history, an overview of some of the larger initiatives that we've reported out to the board here over the years, some background here. In order to do that, and then what we're looking at for 2026 and a little bit beyond there as we look at what's next for the MUS and resident student access. Save some time at the end for discussion. I'll do my best to be brief, as I know there's a lot we want to cover today for the entirety of the meeting. So a little bit of background. Most of you and a lot of you have heard this a couple times now, but I wanted to just touch base on our large-scale initiatives under the Apply Montana umbrella. The first of which is the Resident Student College and Career Readiness Portal. Our first version of this was launched in 2020, and our second version that came right behind it was in 2021. And this is, to be clear, this is the one-stop shop for Montana residents to get all of the information that they feel that is useful and helpful to them about post-secondary education in our state. We're really proud of this resource overall for folks to come on and get different information, from financial aid and scholarships to submitting an application to any one of our great campuses. But also, there's a career finder there. You can get some outputs for what careers are available tied to certain majors within the system, and it just provides a great spot for folks to be there and peruse all the great data that we have on the Resident Student College and Career Readiness Portal. I'm not sure why that. There we go. And the second on the right screen is our actual central application system. We're one of very few states that have one place that students can actually apply to college for free all year long and submit applications for every single campus that they're interested in overall. And that all falls under Apply Montana. It's a standalone brand that we launched in 2020. We're on our 6th cycle. It's crazy to think about here for the central application, working on turning that over and having the enhancement requests build through there. So these really large things that we've stood up between 2019 and 2020 continue to produce some outstanding metrics and results for us to increase our reach across Montana, but also, just to be clear, that one place for folks to go and accomplish a lot of things on the portal and also through the central application overall. Any chance I get to remind folks that we do have these great things, I'm certainly going to take advantage of that as well. So core priorities for us as we move forward, and more likely the categories. You're going to hear this a lot over the next year or two, and that is where we see the Commissioner's Office and the Montana University system really engaging with trying to grow our reach in the state and have more of an impact. And that's in these categories right here. That's marketing, data utilization, and high school connections. They're all connected, and so we've got these really large initiatives that we've launched and some tools that we continue to try to make better for folks in Montana. But does everybody know about it? Can we do a better job of increasing that reach across the state and finding opportunities to, remind families and counselors everywhere that we can that we've got these really big things that we want them to take advantage of overall. So we're going to talk today primarily about marketing, but data utilization, how do we make a better use of the data that we're receiving from the central application? How do we communicate more effectively in K through 12 and try to get earlier to students that are raising their hand and have some questions about post-secondary education in our state? And then finally, the high school connection piece. How do we do more to get into high schools and find opportunities to communicate with everybody that is working so hard in the high school environment today to find opportunities to meet students where they are in the high schools? And we've got some great things that we're working on now, and these are the themes and categories that the board will continue to hear about as we move forward. But today we're going to talk quite a bit about marketing. So as I said, we've got these large initiatives and these great things that we've been able to stand up for some time now, but it is the challenge now is continuing to spread that message across the state and find opportunities to tell people about it. And it still amazes me when I get in front of folks, and there's still a lot of folks in Montana that don't know that we have a free application to college. They don't know about the Resident Student College and Career Readiness Portal. And so I'll give a history here in a second on some of the initiatives that we've had on the marketing campaigns that we've launched for everyone, to talk through. And it starts with the enrollment funnel. And this is where we look at why are we doing it, what are our campuses engaged in, where do we feel we're going to have an impact here. And so I wanted to provide sort of the funnel of where we see a lot of interest coming in to the Montana University system, and ultimately, students that enroll at the very end of the cycle. And we really impact the top and the very bottom of the funnel. So if you think about awareness, interest, we're really trying to raise the bar on that for the Montana University system and these marketing efforts, and get the awareness stage as broad as we possibly can. So we look at these campaigns and we try to increase that reach across Montana, and just getting folks aware that we've got these great things and they can see themselves on a MUS campus overall. Right there in the middle, you can see where as students start to be aware and have interest, and they start to inquire, our campuses are heavily engaged in this space, and they will continue to be heavily engaged in that space. But we really want to help amplify the efforts that we see across our campuses. And we do that in a variety of ways. You can see on the right through some of the paid search, paid social, the online displays that we've had, the SEO, and then the offline media to try to get that awareness, continue to get that awareness growing overall. Our campuses take over right there in the middle, and they definitely do a great job of providing as much targeted information as they can to students that are raising their hand, and trying to get them as much as they can. And ironically, there at the bottom, we're in the application phase too. So when you see us looking through some of the automated marketing efforts that we have, trying to get applications through, we've seen steady growth every year that we've had the central application up and running. We see more unique users coming to the Resident Student College and Career Readiness Portal, and those things are so heavily coupled that it's really been amazing to see how that's taken off from a user activity piece. One new thing for us this year is going to be in the enrollment marketing space. I think to have a direct mail campaign directly to students and families. We know parents are going to get some new information from the Montana University system about all the options that are available, and we're going to do more this year in that enrollment side as students are raising their hand to really start that conversation with our interested students across the state. Just a snapshot of kind of where we've been. I think sometimes I get questions from folks all over Montana, and they're like, you guys should do some marketing. And I'm like, that's great, we absolutely should. And so I want to show a snapshot here of just the timeline, as I said, these initiatives that were stood up, where we began. And it started in 2021 with Apply Montana as a standalone campaign for us to try to be the umbrella that is housing these larger scale initiatives. But we ran focus groups in 2022. We talked to folks in Montana. We talked to parents. We talked to counselors. We created a lot of the creative concepts in the testing and the MUS logos. And so we had a pretty broad opportunity to do that from scratch from 2021 through 22. And then the planning and launching here, as we see 23 and 24, some other campaigns came about. We had sprint degrees. We worked with a FAFSA campaign directly to students to talk about financial aid and different things we can do in that space. And as we continue to evolve, you'll see this enrollment marketing take off a little bit more for us in 2026 and beyond. But we're all over the place, from Spotify, Audio Go, Facebook, Instagram. We're definitely making a concerted effort to spread that message and make sure that we're meeting folks where they are and communicating that. Some of the existing assets that some of you in the room and listening have seen, and so if you look at just the variety of things that we put out there, the blue square, the animated micro video didn't carry over in PDF. I apologize for that. But really trying to tell folks that your best options a lot of times could very well be right here in the state of Montana. We want to try to communicate that as much as possible for folks that are looking at post-secondary education, that those opportunities are right here in Montana. And so we've had some great success with these. We drive traffic directly to the Resident Student College and Career Readiness Portal. Once again, making it that one-stop shop for folks to engage and have that be a part of their overall experience. And a new MUS campaign, so really exciting for us to work on, and my understanding the first time this has happened, the Commissioner's Office and the MUS to work directly with our flagships and having a joint statewide effort to create some new messaging in conjunction with Montana State University and University of Montana, working with those leadership teams, President Tessman and former President Seth Bodner, and really having one mission at the Commissioner's direction to be on the same page. Let's get a unique message that we can do to merge our flagships And I know it's a very competitive space. I know it's an increasingly competitive environment. But what can we do to be on the same page and have a unique message? We all want the same thing. We want students to know how great it is to be here in Montana, the access and affordability piece, and certainly the value proposition overall. So we have formed a steering committee. We're working with senior leadership on both flagship campuses to draft and create some new campaigns and new messaging for Apply Montana, but also the state of Montana and the Montana University system. That timeline, just a snapshot there. As I said, we're engaged in this work now with senior leadership at our flagship campuses to do the research ideation and really start to plan out what this is going to look like. That work's occurring now. As we get into April and May, we'll start to have some creative concepts to share. Perhaps in May we'll have that to share for the board and other folks to see exactly what we're working on there, to have a new message, a fresh campaign, again, that is really taking feedback from our campuses directly and working together to have that message across the state. As we get out into summer, we'll have, these will be live, and so we'll have more to report to the board and seeing just specifically how long this run will be, but we're really looking forward to the opportunity to work with our campuses directly and have that message be conveyed more broadly across the state. Mr. Commissioner, that concludes my remarks. Happy to stand for questions.
Thanks, Scott. Questions for Scott or anybody for that matter? Super important work. We've talked a lot about it at this board. We've talked a lot about it at campuses now. It is just a very interesting environment out there. And from the demographic changes to the proposition to some headwinds on other fronts, it's a challenging marketing environment, and I think we need to address it head on, and appreciate the work of this group to do that. Any questions, thoughts?
Yeah, I think, Scott, I'm one of the people usually asking about the marketing, and it really is kind of hard to discern when it comes out, but I think we've had some recent successes, especially on FAFSA. So we really found that there is some good targeted marketing. So yeah, I'm super encouraged about that, and I think we could see more of that around, as we formalize our dual enrollment, as we talked this morning, that might be another opportunity for a very targeted campaign, but thank you for the hard work.
Okay, thanks. All right, the next report that we have for you, as you guys know, we've had work around the topic of AI for a few years now. It's not a beginning and an ending. As AI continues to develop daily, our task is to try and meet that challenge. I think what was asked by me of Deputy Commissioner Teal and this task force, think about what we need to do and what we don't need to do. And I think those are both important questions. Where do we stay out of the way? Where is it important for us to engage? Where are the campuses at? Where is our partners within faculty and their prerogative to teach as they want to teach in many ways? Where do we intersect? And so that's the work that's been ongoing for a while, and I think we got a good update for you today to kind of tell you where we're at and where we think we're going. Deputy Commissioner.
Commissioner, Mr. Chair, yes. In November, we talked about forming this task force to answer some of those questions that you just discussed. And since then, we may have had another step change in the capabilities of a lot of these AI models. I think we all recognize and maybe are experiencing, if we've spent time with them, some of the huge implications that could have. Implications on jobs change, our labor market. Anthropic put out a report last week benchmarking their model, Claude's capabilities against some of the skills in different occupations. A lot of those occupations that have the broadest coverage are exactly the type of occupations you might go to a university to get a degree for. So how does that change what we need to think about, how our students are learning, what they're learning, what that means for graduates who are going to enter the labor market right now? Learning revolution, we talked about faculty. There's a big challenge that these could be useful tools in the classroom to save faculty time. They're also tools that potentially could divert students from some of the struggle that it takes to learn something new, to do something and actually embed it. And then our campus operations. We have a lot of bottlenecks that we talked about for a long time, where AI tools could be a useful solution. And that's just to say, this task force started off with a premise that our whole community needs the opportunity and the toolkits to be able to engage with AI so that they can talk through some of these big questions. And really, to facilitate that whole community participating, we needed some shared baselines in terms of principles to address risks, things that each campus needed to address so that faculty and students and staff know where they sit and can engage with AI. And then also some of the questions about tools and the safety of those tools and the cost of those tools and being able to access and use those tools safely. And very, very pleased with the work of the task force. It's been very capably chaired by these two, Hannah Tokrud, who's OCHI Deputy Legal Counsel, and Zach Rossmiller, who's the Chief Information Officer at MSU Bozeman, but with representatives from all across our campus. Oh, no, University of Montana. Whoa. Guys, I start talking too fast. Also had great representation from MSU Bozeman. Zach Rossmiller's from the University of Montana. And before I screw up again, I'm going to turn over to these two to talk through the report.
Thank you, Joe. What a great start. Thank you, board, for today. I'll just give a brief introduction before I hand it over to Hannah. We convened a group that was made up of provosts, CIOs, faculty, and we met many times from November till today to talk through various different domains, and as you see in the recommendations, and as we'll cover today, just kind of how deep and the breadth that we've discussed, and we formed different subcommittees that brought in different groups across the state, also from K-12, the Digital Academy, state procurement. Just we've tried bringing in as many people as we could to help form these recommendations. So with that, I'm happy to turn it over to Hannah for a brief minute.
Great. I'll echo the thanks for having us here today. It's a pleasure to be here, and it was a pleasure to serve on the task force. I'll start walking us through a summary of the recommendations, and as you'll notice as we go through, the recommendations can be broken up into various categories. For example, there's the bucket of the should-do items. There's a bucket for must-do. We have buckets for different actors, for the system, for institutions, for faculty, for students. And we also have one very large bucket of recommendations that are quite broad, and then one for more specific recommendations. And the task force members spent a lot of time thinking about the tensions between these different categories and thinking about, where different items fall, as you'll see. On the one hand, as Joe said, we want guardrails to ensure compliance with privacy laws, with data security. We want some consistency across institutions, but on the other hand, we didn't want to go too into the weeds because AI adoption and implementation will look very different across our institutions, and there's no one-size-fits-all approach for a lot of these issues. We wanted campuses to have flexibility to deal with AI use and adoption in a way that makes sense for them given their student body, their faculty needs, their resources. So with that in mind, we'll dive into a summary. First, we've got the core principles. They are listed on this slide. So this is one slide of the presentation, but it is 2 pages full of text in the recommendations themselves. So I wanted to go and give you some highlights of what these principles look like in the recommendations themselves. First, that AI use must comply with relevant laws around student data, including FERPA. AI use must be clearly disclosed when used in academic and administrative work. All AI use must include human engagement and oversight. Faculty must clearly communicate expectations to students about how and what tools they may use. And no non-public institutional data may be entered into non-vetted tools. that's kind of an overview of some of the principles that were identified. And then on this slide, you'll see there were 9 recommended system actions that the task force had. So these include developing a system-wide training that sets out basic AI literacy, creating a centralized inventory of vetted AI software that's available to institutions, creating a Canvas Commons course with training and resources for faculty, and collaborating with institutions to develop AI strategies and projects to enhance the operations. So this is the bucket of system actions, and then we also have the ones for institutions. So I'll turn it over to Zach for the first category there of procurement and software.
Yeah, thanks, Hannah. So there were the top 3 is around just contractual language, and as we see with a lot of different AI companies right now, some of their terms and condition isn't the greatest when it comes to data privacy. So we wanted to make sure that anything that we did met our standards as a system. So our contractual safeguards was our foundation that we wanted to start with. And then also a lot of our procurement processes right now, AI or not, we do a lot of SOC 2 reports, so security reports on that vendor, and then also HECVAT, which is a really fancy acronym for how secure are you kind of deal. We want to make sure that any tool that comes through our procurement process is vetted in that manner. But then also, and this is something that we've talked with as the CIO group for several years now, but now we're actually can leverage some AI tools to free up the bandwidth to build a central inventory of tools that are used across the system. So then we know if we're not duplicating efforts across trying to buy multiple different contracts and whatnot. And this was also a partnership with a state where they have an RFP out right now that is inviting vendors to participate in that RFP. We can choose to piggyback off those contracts if we'd like. And then also, the one challenge that we're seeing on campus is a lot of these vendors right now are turning on AI features faster than we can govern them. And so making sure that we can safely and quickly look at these existing tools that we already have on our campus that are turning these AI tools on. What does it look like in our terms and condition? What does that look like in our contractual agreements? And then lastly, the group really looked and focused on, should the system go out and buy a tool for the entire system? Should we make those types of recommendations? And as we see right now, the competition, every other week a model is going to leapfrog a model, and they're the latest and greatest, and then they get deemed a supply chain risk. So you gotta, we as the group decided, what would make sense is a central tool that would offer multiple different models that is available to staff, students, and faculty to provide an equitable way for people to start engaging with these AI tools. And so we formed chatmt.ai. It'll soon be launched in May. It's part of our Amazon Web Services infrastructure. And that's an opt-in process for any campus that wants to participate. They just sign in with their EDU account. And we're pretty excited to maybe unveil that in May. But that's one of our opportunities, again, this low-hanging fruit of trying to allow folks, and I spoke of this in November of the digital divide with AI. This is allowing the whole system, the smaller campuses that might not be able to afford these tools, to gain access to the Anthropics and the OpenAIs and the Geminis or the Groks. So with that being said, I was very happy with the progress and the work that we did with this group. And that's all I'll say. So I'll pass it back to Hannah.
Thanks. So I'll wrap up the next 2 subject matters that we have recommendations in of instruction and research. And on the slide, you'll see some of the guiding principles under instruction. And I want to give you some examples of what the task force considered essential items and then considerations for campus. So some examples of essential items under instruction include institutions having clear and flexible expectations for AI use, and institutions assessing curricula and degree pathways to integrate AI skills where relevant to the workforce needs in that field. And then things that the task force recommends campuses consider include that reliance on AI detection tools is discouraged, and that institutions are supporting accessible AI tools for all student users. And the next domain is research. Again, you'll see the guiding principles of upholding research integrity, preserving human accountability, protecting confidential, proprietary, and human subjects data, and remaining transparent. Here are some of the essential items identified by the task force are that researchers remain responsible for any errors, bias, or misconduct that arises from AI use, and that AI use should be documented and disclosed consistent with the disciplinary best practices or the sponsor requirements. And then an example of a consideration here is that institutions should provide guidance, example, and training that is specific to research. So that's a very quick summary of the content of our recommendations, and I'll turn it back to Deputy Commissioner Dillon.
Thanks, Hannah. And I just want to end by summarizing a bit of what's next. So coming from this report, there's both some system actions, to build that baseline as detailed. There's also going to be some campus actions. And I want to assure the Regents, many campuses are far along those campus actions, but it's ensuring that we've addressed those domains that are recommended in the report. The report has some resources and some recommendations specific to those. And we have some good resources from institutions who are out ahead on some of these conversations. But to make sure that we've addressed all of these topics at both the system and the institutional level as that baseline. So we're adopting and using these technologies while addressing the potential risks, and then taking that turn. And that turn is recognizing that all of our campus communities need to be engaging with these tools. That engagement will look in different ways, and that we need to start, and we've had these conversations at the institutional level, but we'll be supporting them at the system level about some of these big strategic implications, be it on workforce, being on the learning environment, be it on our campus operations opportunities for AI. And some of that work will continue tomorrow. We'll have our second system-wide convening, and this one focused more around those larger strategic topics. That happy to open up if there are questions from the board.
Chair Buchanan, Deputy Commissioner Till. So what are you asking, I understand we're setting a baseline, but some of the colleges already have their own AI policies, like University of Montana. And so are you asking us to pass this as a policy, or are we providing a recommendation?
Right now, I think the step, Regent Bao, is these are recommendations from the task force. These would come out as OCHI guidance and a request to campuses to engage with this OCHI guidance on AI, not at this point an explicit policy from the board. And some of that is, this is a quickly changing space, and we want to have some of the flexibility to be in conversation with you all, in conversation with campuses about where this guidance and some of these campus essentials might need to change as we learn more, as these models change, as use on campuses change.
And so when we think about where we're going with this, there's a way where the regents and the system say, okay, here's our policy. We're not doing that. But are we then allowing? Do we intend to provide the base principles and then let the faculty at each course determine, whether they're full AI, restricted AI, no AI?
Regent Bao, that's correct. And the request in the instruction part of this recommendations is that campuses visit about their approach and their requirements for faculty to make the use of AI and, of course, and the expectations around use transparent to students. So we want to have faculty autonomy over how is AI used in my course. But what we want to ensure is that there's an approach at each institution of we need to make that visible in our syllabus, in our courses, and suggestions as to how you do that So on the faculty end, on the student end, it's clear what the expectations are.
Can we go back to look? I mean, you know, when I think about so I took this data and asked some prompts, and I asked Claude, you know, for some core principles, right, that are a little easier to understand. The first one pops up, resonates with me. Human judgment remains central. AI is a tool that augments, not replaces, human reasoning, creativity, accountability in a university education. So, you know, like, do we want to frame this in those kind of broad principles that the regents are setting, and then let the faculty do what they do? You know, it'll include transparency and those things, but there might be an easier, you know, fewer academic words and more guiding principles, you know, that I think would be helpful to consider tomorrow.
Regent Bow? Yeah.
You're not opposed to that?
I'm not opposed to that at all.
Ross Miller, not opposed? Okay. I'm good. Thank you.
I would just make one comment around the directives. So we have had sort of a long practice, and in spaces that are moving quickly, you know, when we address create new board policy, change board policy, that is usually a multi-meeting, multi-step process. We have oftentimes around a number of topics. We used them a lot in COVID and some other areas. We had a conversation yesterday about how we form search committees. Like, there is direction, and there's a section in there that we deem commissioner directives, but the truth is it's guidance from the board, it's coming through my office, it's guidance from the office on topics like this. They're not policy, but they have a very similar effect to it. We expect campuses will follow guidance within those directives. We've likened them over the years to almost a AG type opinion. They sort of stand as a guidepost until policies created that would supplant that, change that, replace that. So we will issue directives around this AI space, because I think it's the best way to keep up in a very changing landscape around the work that this committee is doing. And we'll continue to engage this task force and the board on what is the best guidance. I think one of the principles that you asked and was articulated, yes, I think we need some baseline, and we need to make sure we're doing it safely, and we need some approved platforms that we know are managing data safely and the rest, and then create a space where faculty have some decisions on how they teach their individual courses, and that is incredibly transparent to students. I think that's sort of the end goal of the work that we're trying to do around the space.
Chair Buchanan, follow up. And so going back to Ross Miller, let's assume like students are already using, you know, the same tools we're all using, right? So when we talk about the chat MT, you know, channel, like, who are we expecting to use that?
Great question. It would be staff, students, faculty, whoever. So the way we design this is it'll have access to your OpenAI, all the different models from the leading vendors. And so they can sign up, and it looks and feels like a Claude or a Chat GPT.
And is the purpose of that to provide free access for a better Claude model? So like, that's how students and all of us within the system can not pay the fees.
Yes.
Okay. But we're using the exact same.
Yes. And we're using models based in our enterprise agreement with Amazon. So those models have more restrictions on data privacy and not training on our data. And it's segmented to where, and I can go into full technical details, but each campus has their own tenant. So I can't see what MSU Bozeman versus UM's doing. We can't see anything like that. It's all segmented. So all of the data is secure.
But isn't that then the effective way to market? You know, it's free, it's safe, and it's the exact same model that you've been paying for.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
President Tessman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Mr. Chair, I didn't mean it. Okay.
I thought he's.
If it's helpful for the board to hear just from a campus leadership perspective, I mean, I'm so happy that this task force has come together. Commissioner Christian, I like how you outline the approach of using, maybe some directives or sort of, benchmarking guidance from the commissioner's office. I think in my time in Montana, that's been used quite effectively in the past. And so in this quickly moving space, I think that it's a great way to translate some of the work that's happening with the task force. Zach and Hannah, thank you so much, Joe, you too. I do think it's important for me just to remind, my team, if no one else in the room, that it's hard for us to wrap our arms around the transformative nature of this moment. I mean, I think I'm really excited for the MSU AI Institute. I know the University of Montana is working on similar kind of cross-university effort to talk about instructional opportunities and challenges, the research opportunities connected to artificial intelligence, certainly the ethics connected to AI. We can think about operations on the campus level. This capability is growing so quickly that many efficiencies, many opportunities with respect to university base operations are becoming available every single week, every single month, and of course outreach to the state. So it's a really transformative effort. And I guess my point is just sitting here in Dillon 6 years, after we were in Dillon, in the run-up to a really transformative moment. We're sitting here in 2020 and about to work through a really difficult period with COVID. And I'm so happy. And what's that? Yeah, well, I mean, speak for yourself, Mr. Commissioner. I don't know. I had it in December of 2019, but that's okay. Tyler, yeah, thanks to me. It's a story for another day. But listen, my point in bringing that up is that, I'm so proud of the way that the university system handled that just incredible challenge. We could have spent so much time thinking about, how to retrench, how to make sure we were as conservative as possible in that moment. But instead, we were brave. I mean, we shut down in the spring as we were figuring things out. But this system came together and was brave in opening up. We welcomed students back to our campuses in the fall with appropriate protocols like the guidelines and the benchmarking that we're talking about here. But that bravery has paid off for many, many cohorts of students through the MUS. And what I'd encourage us all to do is to make sure that we do two things at once, which is to think about the data privacy, the regulations, that we have to have as a foundation for our thinking about AI, but we also open up and really be aggressive on this front. The answer is not going to come from industry. None of us know where this is headed. It's not going to just come from industry. It's not going to just come from government regulation. I think this is a huge opportunity for our universities to step forward, and all of our campuses, the University of Montana for sure, our affiliate campuses, and Montana State University. We want to stay open-minded and push forward really aggressively, and I ask for the Regents' support as we contemplate that kind of work on top of this very important work with respect to the kind of guardrails that we want to have in place. We have to do both of those things at once. It is an exciting time. Thank you.
Chair Buchanan, sorry.
Yeah, that was a great prelude to how I'm thinking about it. First, Zach and Hannah, thank you for your leadership on this. And I guess the question that I would follow up with on President Tessman's remarks are, this is on our commissioner's report for a reason. The Regents have made this a priority, that we want this to be discussed. We want to keep pushing. What a year from now, how is this task force taking this desire, this aggressive desire? What kind of support, how do we position ourselves as the next iteration? I think we've done a great job as a baseline, some framework. What are you hearing from our campuses that all have distinct expectations about utilization, adoption? How do we become more responsive and able to help provide resources, provide direction and encouragement to continue? What's the next iteration, if that's a fair question?
I'll take this one, Director Teal. That's a great question, and I think I was even thinking back when in September when we were presenting, we were so focused on generative AI, and now what we see in the last few months with how fast agentic has taken off, and one of the things that worry me a little bit is like, someone vibe coded Einstein, which was allowed people to log into their own Canvas shells to do their assignments. So on one hand, yes, we have an obligation to protect our data and try keeping things going, but then we also have to keep up with everything. I think, the way I see it on our campus, on our side of the system, and I know it probably is the same for MSU, and we saw this in our symposium in January, where we still have half the room trying to figure out how to use it and what to do, and then we have another half that's charging full steam ahead and trying to work on it. And I think, if we go back to just basic change management principles, I think we have enough awareness now across our campuses to understand the impact of AI. Now it's how do we encourage staff to start using it, to President Tessman's point, for the operations. To just give a fair example real quickly, our web team 3 months ago, we had over 150 web applications that we inherited for the last 15 years during different budget cuts and layoffs and everything like that. That was enough technical debt for us we could never get ahead. 3 months today, we have no technical debt. We've erased all of that. We've been able to rebuild things at a much faster rate. And I think that is where, in a year from now, where our campus operations could be heading, where we could take these bottlenecks for students who maybe have to jump through so many different hoops to just register for a class. We can eliminate a lot of those bottlenecks. And I don't even think, to speak bluntly, I don't even think some of that has to be with AI. I think it's just now we can free up people's time to actually go focus on what's important, and that's making sure our students are successful.
I'd like to jump in if I may, Chair. Just on a bit of a practical aspect, I think in the system actions we've identified some things that now have to be done, but I think that they would make the landscape look a lot different in a year, like to have the basic AI literacy training that's available to everyone, to have Canvas Commons that has examples of syllabus language that faculty can look to have an FAQ that students can look to about what are good prompts, how do I write a good prompt, how do I disclose the use of AI, to have some of these concrete documents that students and faculty and staff can actually look at. We've identified the need for that. That's something that we heard a lot, that we got feedback from the campuses that, faculty and students are looking for things like that. So I think they've been identified, but I think having those in place in a year would really make it a lot easier for people to know how to move forward with this.
Thank you. President Tessman, I really like how you framed that. I think that is the work we can do. We're a small system. We can be nimble. We can lead in this space. And there's some really good outcomes for students, for our campuses that can come from this. I'm bold in many sense, and yet at the same time, I know lots of people are using it, and I know they're doing all kinds of things, and it's the proverbial everybody's doing it. But as a system, we also need to make sure we've got the right structure in place, that we're protecting student privacy, our own privacy, and so the guardrails. But I think there's just really room to grow in this space and to lead in this space, and I'm encouraged by the work, by the principles we've set out here, and then ultimately where we can go. We'll continue to work in this space on all of your behalves, and we'll continue to sort of update this as it changes in a very rapidly changing environment. It's great work. Thanks to the task force for all the work you guys are doing, and we look forward to more engagement as we move forward on this front. Mr. Chair, members of the board, you have posted on the agenda the campus reports. As always, I encourage you to look at those. Some fascinating information there. It's always fun to make the lap around the system, and we get to hear really specifically what great things are happening from students and staff, and the remarkable accomplishments of each campus. But these campus reports also keep us up to date on a more timely basis. So I encourage you to take a look at those. We do have a few introductions to make. I would both welcome and call on Provost Lawrence. I was going to say in someone else's stead, but I guess in my stead at this point in time. Thanks for joining us at the table. Appreciate you being here and representing the University of Montana as we move through this transition. I appreciate all the work that you, your team, staff, administrators across UM are undergoing at the moment for a rather abrupt set of circumstance, but we're dealing with it very well, and appreciate you taking the lead on this as well. But for your introductions, please.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Christian. I appreciate the kind words, and it's been a delight to work with you. So I am so pleased, joyous, to introduce Dean Libby Metcalf, who is our new Dean of the W.A. Franke College of Forestry and Conservation. She's not here today, but I'm sure that you will meet her at some point in time if you haven't already. She is the 31st Dean and first female Dean of this college, and it is truly one of Montana's greatest treasures. So she's been at UM for 16 years. Her deep expertise in social and hard sciences really fuses a lot of the work that we get to do with our experiment station up at Lubrecht and Bandy Branch, as well as how we liaise with community partners in Western Montana and around the region. She has a PhD in recreation, parks, and tourism management from Penn State University, and she has served as the Joel Meyer Distinguished Professor of Wildland Management in the Department of Recreation and Natural Resources Management as the Senior Associate Dean of the college. And she was the interim dean last semester, and we ran a very successful search. Thank you to Dean Barry Brown of the Mansfield Library for chairing that. And we are really delighted. So I don't have enough good things to say about her. I could go on and on and on. So she is deeply embedded into UM's campus community, into Western Montana, and knows many of the key players nationally who are involved in forest conservation, sustainability, environmental science, you name it. She knows a lot of people. She has a very deep network and a very, very strong commitment to the University of Montana. So it is truly my honor and pleasure to introduce her.
Thank you. And welcome, Dean Metcalf. She is a good one, and it's been a pleasure to work with. We had her at the legislative hearings last session and did a great job there. So welcome her to her new role. Dr. Slinger, good things happening at Miles Community College, but you also have an introduction.
Thank you, Commissioner and Regents. It is my absolute honor and privilege to introduce to you our newest Vice President, Academic Affairs, Dr. Demetra Harding. And she is here in the back. I informed her of a nice little Dana moment. She joined us from the great state of North Carolina. She saw her way to come west, and we appreciate that. And she's already had a tremendous impact on campus. We're excited to have her. So thank you.
Thank you. You don't have any. Yeah. Mr. Chair, that concludes the Commissioner's report. Thank you for the time and attention.
Appreciate your work and good stuff happening across the system. Welcome to our new leadership. So we're certainly proud of that. We're going to jump right into Budget Administration and Audit Committee. Regent Hoyer is stepped up to chair this committee today. Regent Hoyer, Chair Hoyer, thanks for kicking off the Budget Administration and Audit Committee.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner, fellow Regents, and everyone gathered today. On behalf of Regent Southworth, who is unable to attend because he is traveling, it is my pleasure to bring forward the Budget Administration and Audit Committee information and agenda. Just a huge thank you from me to members of this group that do all of the hard work, from giving us updates on facilities, action plans, helping me connect the dots when I often ask some of those crazy questions. I see Dan over there smiling at me because I'm often just saying, hey, I need some more information on. Always there. There's never been a time they haven't gotten back to me. And I just appreciate them. So with that, I would like to call forward Deputy Commissioner Tyler Trevor so he can give us some updates on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the kind words. Members of the committee and the board, we have before you the consent agenda, items A through G. If anyone has any concerns with any of these items, you can pull them. Otherwise, we'll move by those and vote them as a bulk. Okay, seeing none. That'll lead us into our action items. We have 4 items here that all relate to facilities, and I'll ask Director Stevenson to talk to these. Yep.
So as Deputy Commissioner Trevor indicated, we have 4 items before us today to consider for action. First is the formal adoption of the long-range building program. Now I am, huh? Okay, thank you. The first item is the formal adoption of the long-range building program priorities for fiscal years 2028 and 2029. This LRBP process has existed for about 60 years in the state of Montana. A few sessions ago, there was a change where projects are brought to the state in 2 different categories. The first being major repair. Major repair projects are defined as projects that are less than $2.5 million and are of the nature of retiring deferred maintenance or other improvements to existing facilities, or the potential of construction of very small capital projects less than $250,000, which you might imagine hardly ever gets used. The other category is that of capital development projects. Those are projects that are over $2.5 million and are characterized as either new buildings or major work within our existing campus buildings or infrastructure. The way this cycle works, and I know many of the regents have been through this a few times, but for the benefit of those who haven't, is when we finish up the previous session, in this case the 69th session, we immediately roll into preparation for the 70th session. So we're identifying projects off of very, very large lists. On both sides of the system, the U of M and MSU systems, we identify hundreds of millions of dollars of potential projects. And we go through a prioritization process initially on the MSU and U of M sides, and then we consolidate those with the help of the commissioner and the leadership of our campuses. So what you see before you today is the culmination of that work. You saw this as a preliminary informational item in November. The same 11 capital projects were presented in November. They have been refined. Some of the costs have changed because of the work that's happened between November and now is largely having professional cost estimators look at our estimates and make sure that we're confident and that we've escalated them appropriately to the midpoint of construction. So before you are 11 projects totaling $203 million. For sake of brevity, I will address the top 3 projects, and then if you have questions further down the list, let me know. More than happy to talk about those. The first project is Cheever Hall Deferred Maintenance and Accessibility at MSU Bozeman. This project will address long-term deferred maintenance and overall modernization of the home of the only architecture program in the state of Montana. The building has existed since 1974, really hasn't had a lot done to it since 1974. So as you might imagine, the education of architects has changed a lot in that time. So this bill is bringing the building up to the point where we can utilize the building much, much more effectively in training those future professionals. The next project, thank you, Ange, is instructional space improvements at the University of Montana in Missoula. This is a perennial ask that you should expect to see a lot of this, because one of our greatest needs on our campuses is modernization not only classrooms, but instructional laboratories and the support spaces, like making sure we have accessible restrooms for those academic spaces. In this particular case, University of Montana will address approximately 27 instructional spaces, classrooms and class labs, and the support spaces across campus. Again, you'll see a lot of these requests coming from both sides of the system for many, many years. Finally, the general education, otherwise known as the Liberal Arts Building at Montana State University Billings, has had a perpetual issue with the plumbing systems for decades and has caused just tremendous amounts of damage within the building. So this is not a very glamorous project, but it's a very, very necessary project because there's nothing worse than plumbing systems that are failing erratically. So those are the top 3 projects. I will pause if anyone would like to discuss any projects further down the list.
Thank you. Any discussion from my fellow regents?
I have a question, Regent Hoyer. Can you just go into a little more detail on like how this list was developed? Because looking at the requests from both sides of the system, I noticed that we have some, especially our affiliate campuses that didn't make the list. Can you go into like what came into the decision process of what campuses get represented on this list and what campuses don't get represented on this list and why, and the thought process behind it?
Absolutely. Madam Chair, Regent Jasper, that's a great question. We go through extensive effort to make sure all campuses have the ability to propose projects. And you'll see in this case that the projects are more flagship-centric than they typically are. If I showed you the same list from one session ago, you would have seen that Montana Tech, for example, had a much larger representation on that list. Actually, 2 sessions ago, that's the case. In this particular case, many of the smaller campuses, candidly, said, hey, we need major repair projects. We really, at this point in time, don't have the need for capital development work. So the other 2 lists that if you would like to go through or take a look at are the major repair projects for University of Montana and for MSU. In those lists, the affiliate campuses are much more represented than in the capital development list.
Sure, I just wanted to make sure that we're not just, our system's bigger than Missoula and Bozeman, so that's all that I wanted to
absolutely, and that's a big part of my job, frankly,
yes,
is to make sure that the affiliate campuses are heard.
Perfect. Yeah. Thank you, Director.
Yeah, thank you. So that's the capital development list, and we've talked a little bit about the major repair. At this point, I would stand for any questions on this item, Madam Chair.
Are there any additional questions from my fellow regents? Well, thank you, Director. One of my favorite university professors in education used to tell me that if Rumpelstiltskin woke up today, the only thing he'd recognize is education, both at the public level and at the university level. So the fact that we're able to update learning environments, we're asking our professors and our teachers to be modern in the way they teach. It also requires an environment as well as things like running toilets that can flush and
yes,
things like that. So
yes,
thank you for your attention to this.
You bet. So if there are no further questions, I'll proceed on to the second action item. And that action item is the planning and design of a new art building at Montana State University Billings. A very exciting project here that MSU Billings has raised funds for and are asking for authorization to spend $1.65 million for this planning and design. In the 69th legislative session, MSU Billings requested and received legislative authority only. Authority only means that the legislature is approving the project to move forward, but the school is responsible for fundraising, to bring the funds to actually build. There is no funding appropriation associated with the work with authority only LRBP requests. Well, MSU Billings has had a lot of success early on with raising funds for this project. Right now, have $3.2524 million. Chancellor Hickswell might say there's more now towards this project. And within that, so that 3.24 is toward the total required funding of 13.4, but there's adequate funding to start the planning and design process, and that's the request before the board today. So the way this process works is MSU Billings will plan and design, get to a point where we have a responsible cost estimate, construction cost estimate. That construction cost estimate will be the basis to come back before the board for construction authority. The work is completely funded with private funds and authorized by the legislative authority only. So I will stand for questions.
Thank you. Any additional questions from my fellow regents? Seeing none, sir, you can move on. Thank you.
All right. So we'll move on to yet another authorization. For this is a request for authorization to complete instructional space renovations at Montana State University Bozeman. This project was also legislatively authorized authority only for up to $4 million for MSU to do a lot of that, the same type of classroom and laboratory improvements that we saw earlier with the U of M project on the capital development list. This work would modernize between 10 and 15 classroom and instructional lab spaces and their support spaces on campus. And this work would be funded with plant funds that are sourced with student building fees. Stand for questions on that.
Any additional questions from my fellow regents? Can you share what proposed areas this is going to be impacting for the improved space? Because there's been some wonderful upgrades at MSU.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Regent Hoyer, I'd ask our Vice President for Finance and Administration, who we can't, Terry, yep, they're there. Terry, I don't know if we have specific spaces identified for this $4 million. I know similar to the University of Montana, we have a backlog of instructional space improvements on our campus, so this $4 million barely kind of touches, it scratches the surface of it. But are there any priority areas you'd want to highlight for Regent Hoyer?
Yeah, Regent Hoyer, President Tesman, thank you. Members of the board. This is a request that we make regularly, come back and ask for additional authority. So we use funds to upgrade classrooms, and then every couple of years we come back and ask for more. So I think this board item indicates 10 to 15 classrooms. There is a list. I don't have that with me right now. I can think of one in particular in Reed Hall, in the lower level there as you enter into the left, where it's got the old, there's no technology in that classroom, the old wooden desk with a part that comes around the front. You can't hardly squeeze yourself in there. It's classrooms like that that have existed for decades and decades that need to be upgraded, and over time the faculty use them less and less because they're just not effective. So we want to make sure we use our space well, and doing that by upgrading these will help a lot. So thank you.
And Vice President Least, I know our facilities team, John Howe, Sarah Knoble, and Richard Rudnicki would have a good list in terms of the priority spaces if you wanted some follow-up in detail.
Yeah, we actually have a list that goes much longer than this $4 million would allow, but they get prioritized. Yep. And with the help of our registrar's office as to the demand for the types of spaces and the number of class students in each classroom.
Thank you.
Yep.
It's always exciting as a student. It's more exciting as a teacher.
Yeah.
To have new spaces. And as Chancellor Reed showed us, he showed us an updated, I think, geology. I'm pretty sure I took geology in that classroom with the old wooden lab desks, by the way. But it's just fun to see. It's good for our kids. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to our last action item. This is a request for authorization to make repairs and accessibility improvements to the PLU building at Montana State University in Bozeman. This is a request to spend up to $2 million to modernize the building that houses the university facility management units. A lot of the leadership of facility management for the campus resides in this building. The PLU building was built in 1952, and it was originally a carpenter shop. And it still looks a lot like a carpenter shop, but has been converted to offices. Has basically no accessibility at all. Has very steep stairs, several other issues in the building that need to be corrected for accessibility and just general safety and utilization. So this request would be legislatively authorized with general spending authority. Again, for the regions that may not have been through some of this before, general spending authority is the authority that is granted to the Montana University system, specifically the commissioner, to authorize work less than $2.5 million per project in between the sessions, because we have priorities change, shift, and arise that we have to address. This work would be funded through the deferred maintenance reserves that MSU Bozeman puts together as part of their operating plan at every May meeting. I'll stand for questions.
Do my fellow regents have any questions?
Regent Hoyer and Dan.
Yeah.
Would you articulate the difference between those two funding mechanisms? I didn't quite follow the last one. You said it was a student fund, or is that what you were going to use for those classroom improvements?
You bet. Madam Chair, Regent Fulford, the student building fees that MSU has proposed to apply to the classroom projects are fees that are assessed upon the student body. There's a resident and a non-resident building fee. And those fees are specifically for that type of project, to upgrade the academic and instructional spaces on campus. The rate of generation of those fees is modest, but it is enough to allow that $4 million volume of projects to be funded with that source every few years. This work is funded or being proposed to be funded with the deferred maintenance reserve accounts. So within BOR policy, I don't know if I can recite the number right off the top of my head, 901.6, I think. Every campus has the ability to transfer funds from current unrestricted into a deferred maintenance fund, and projects are specifically identified as part of that. Again, that's a May Regents meeting where that report is provided as far as the amount of money that goes to the deferred maintenance account and what the proposed uses are. So they're two very different mechanisms. Did that clarify it all? All right.
Any additional questions? See, that wonderful explanation is the example of you always helping us connect dots. So thank you so much for your outstanding presentation on that.
And thank you, Madam Chair. And while I'm up here, thank you, Chancellor Reed, for everything you've done. It's been an honor working with you.
Thanks, Dan. Dan, the dot connector. Okay, Madam Chair, I'll proceed into the information items. And we're going to shift gears here a little bit from facilities to budget. And it's an appropriate time to be doing so as we're preparing our budgets for the next legislative session. But before we dig a little bit into that topic, we annually allocate performance funding dollars, either at the March meeting or the May meeting each year, and this one happens to be at the March meeting. So with the risk of over-talking the topic for some regions and under-talking it for other newer regions, I'm going to try to strike a balance there and give you the top 10 things you need to know about performance funding, and then show you the results. So bear with me for about 5 minutes. Oh, and before I start, I'd like to introduce two, relatively new people to the budget admin and planning team at Office of the Commissioner of Higher Education. As you remember from the November meeting, Shauna Lyons, our Director of Budget and Accounting, left for a job elsewhere, and since then we've come up with a replacement plan, reallocation of duties, and the first individual, Margaret Wallace, who has worked for us for 5 years in the ERM, workers' comp, internal audit areas, has stepped up to absorb a lot of what Shauna's job entailed. And she's already doing a great job. Margaret, you might just want to wave to us. She'll eventually be up at that mic. And that applause probably goes to the fact that you have to work hand in hand with me every day. So, and also Eric Meredith, who has been with our office for, I don't know now, 6 or 7 years, maybe 8. And all those great dashboards that you see, mainly related to student success and enrollment, has been promoted into the position of Director of Institutional Analysis. He works across the system with all the data folks. And in addition to kind of elevating that position, Eric is also going to take on things like performance funding. This will probably be a transition period here where I'm talking about this topic, and in a year it'll be Eric. He's already well positioned to do so. That, along with things like the community college funding formula and real data intensive formulas, Eric's going to be our guy, so you're going to be hearing from him as well. So performance funding, real quick history. Going back to the dawn of time up until about 2014, enrollment was a primary driver in any of our budget calculations, any formula calculations for distributing the state allocation. In 2015, and even earlier than that, in the work that we started in 2013, led to a slice of that allocation being distributed to campuses, not based upon enrollment, but rather based upon some types of outcomes. Performance-based outcomes. Since FY 2016, when we fully implemented this and now shave off $15 million of the lump annually, which is then, as I said, allocated based upon performance, it makes up about, at the time in 2016, it was more like 7.5% of our allocation. We're probably closer to 6% now as we've grown. And we move forward with this. So we're in, 15th year of this thing. Goals associated with it, real quickly, utilize performance funding as a strategy to increase degree production. That's been the hallmark of this. Incentivize campuses to improve student success. Really create a common interest between the Board of Regents and the campus on what metrics are important and how do those metrics connect to campus operations. And that's sort of articulated in point 3, connect finances with the outcomes and part of this strategic financing approach. And it has served us well. It has served us well with the legislature, and as far as I'm concerned, it's served us well with the public and our responsibility to Montanans to represent and show how we spend taxpayers' money. This is crystal clear accountability and transparency, and it's done in a very public manner. So, let's say the top 8 things you need to know. First thing is, campuses, we determine how much of that $15 million is a campus eligible for. And we do that based upon the prior 3 years of resident student enrollment. We take an average of those, and then we simply say, oh, MSU Bozeman at this point in time when this slide was created represented 35.5% of the system's resident FTE, and so they qualify for 35.5% of the $15 million. We just go down the list. Number 2 thing you need to know is that each sector, flagship, 4-year, and 2-year, has its own set of unique metrics. But there are 2 metrics that apply as the foundation to all campuses, and they have stood the test of time since 2015. And those 2 metrics are the number of graduates that you produce each year, undergraduate degrees and certificates awarded, and then retention rates, i.e. what % of your entering class comes back for a second year. And then we create metrics that are specific to each campus mission. And even within a four-year category, you might see one campus measuring master's degrees and certificates, while another campus like Western and Northern are counting dual enrollment. So you can kind of see the mix there, that there's a foundation and then campus or sector-specific metrics. Within each one of these metrics, we also measure the foundational metrics, that is, we also measure underrepresented and at-risk population, the success of students in the categories of American Indians, Pell recipients, veterans, and non-traditional students. And four, probably one of the most important things to keep in mind is that metrics are measured annually and campuses are compared against their three-year average. They only are compared against their own three-year average. So in other words, campuses aren't competing for this against each other. They're only competing against themselves. Those metrics are weighted, so we put more emphasis on the core metrics and then distribute a little bit differently for each sector the sub-metrics based upon sector or institutional mission. Number 6, this is where it gets complicated. The math is done here. We index these to a standard scale of 1,000 points, and if you get 1,000, it means you stayed the same. We're looking for you to get 1,010, which is a 1% increase each year. So if you increase by 1% each year, you get your full performance funding allocation. If you don't increase, we don't just take all the money away in one fell swoop. We slowly back that off. We call it a transitional loss zone, and it gives campuses a softer landing pad. There has been times where campuses have not received any of their performance funding allocation, although be it very rare. And then finally, number 8 is that we do create opportunities, and this has been a hallmark of performance funding, is to do no harm to a campus. And we see campuses maybe that have struggled a couple of years in a row. We look to find ways to integrate these funds back into the campus operations, specifically around system initiatives. So if we have a system initiative, one related to financial aid, for instance, with Montana 10, that would be an avenue. We've had sprint degrees. So on and so forth, and that's our full loop of the primary criteria you need to keep in mind. We have a dashboard created by Eric that is outstanding, and I would love to be able to just walk through all the different attributes of this. It would literally take way too long, but there are nuggets inside of this when you talk about campus trends and performance related to student success that are important to our system. Campuses are ultra aware of these. And key to this, to these metrics always has been that we at the system office can measure them all independently on our own and then feed them back to the campuses, obviously for validation. But we have a single source of objective measures here that we have valued now going into almost 15 years. So with that, I'm just going to present the final spreadsheet here, which shows a little bit too much math, but in short here, we have a couple campuses that did not meet the mark, MSU Billings, and it's not even worth mentioning Western, they missed it by 1%, but that this would be, I don't want to say a typical year, but we typically have a few campuses that may get dinged a bit. Madam Chair, that's my quick overview. Happy to answer any questions if anyone has them.
Fellow Regents, do you have any questions?
I have a question, Madam Chair. Deputy Commissioner, can you tell me how often you guys review this performance funding model? And are there any, does this current model have any gaps that maybe disadvantage one campus over, where are the gaps? Because obviously I'm sure every model would have gaps, but can you give me a little more detail on that?
Absolutely, and great question, Regent Jasper. I don't want to say we're continually reviewing it. It feels like it, though, because these are our foundational metrics for the university system. So we're measuring these related to a whole bunch of other topics, continually evaluating whether or not these are the most appropriate metrics. And I think looking across the crowd out here, we have the campus experts, and I think we could get to quick I would hope, agreement that retention rates are the key metric of student success, and that the number of graduates that we produce is closely connected to that. So, that's kind of like testing our values of do they still align with the metrics. But going more into the detail of are there any campuses that are disadvantaged, we've altered those campus-specific metrics quite a few times to ensure that there's the right distribution of metrics. For instance, in the two-year sector, at one time we only had one additional metric. We added 3 more that would represent the two-year campuses better. The same with the smaller four-year campuses. I would say MSU Billings is, not to call them out, but they're on the list of not receiving all of their funds. At one point in time, under different leadership, there was a strong push to count master's degrees awarded, and they went down that route as they felt that was the direction that the campus was most connected to. So it is an influencing factor in their distributions, and leadership maybe focus. I'm not saying that I have any knowledge to that whatsoever, but it may have changed. So I do talk with the leaders of those campuses. The tricky part here is that just to throw out a new metric 1 year and then start measuring it lacks a little bit of validity in the fact that they didn't even know they were going to be judged upon that metric that year. And so there's that transitional period there we definitely keep an eye on. So through a lot of words there, the answer is yes, we do evaluate. We're ultra sensitive to, is there one campus being unduly harmed? And when we do see that, and possibly in this case it would be working with MSU Billings to figure ways to integrate those funds back into some of their core system initiatives they have, and we'll be doing that.
Thank you.
Madam
Mr.
Chair,
Commissioner.
Regent Jasper, I just want to highlight, though, we have been fairly resistant to making too quick of changes. I think one of the foundations of this is that we want campuses to focus long-term on trying to hit some of these goals. If we move them too quickly, it becomes a game of luck, right? Because you don't really, you can't put in, remarkable solutions to retention for next March's calculations. So we want to make sure that we're deliberately moving slow enough on the criteria that it's by design, it's focused from the campus. Honestly, though, I continue to say it's working. This is one of the more favorable reports ever in terms of campuses getting full allocations, and those that don't, we continue to work with those to see that we're not changing the criteria so they do, but that we're helping those institutions meet the criteria so that they do with deliberate processes to help get us where we want to be in the long run.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner, and I appreciate that. I do. The base of my question was I just wanted to make sure that we are reviewing it, because I don't want performance funding to become a monolith, because higher education changes, and I just wanted to make sure that our performance funding moves with those changes on a long-term view. So thank you.
Any additional questions for my regents? Seeing none, sir?
Okay, we'll move on to the second information item related to the biennial budget development. So, as we're all aware, we're in a 2-year cycle here, and we're in the year following a legislative session, which puts us right back into the legislative mix and preparing the budget for the next legislature. We have timelines mostly related toward the end of May and June, where we submit key bits of information into the state's budgeting system, which then is evaluated by the governor's budget office, and in conjunction with us. We then wait for the governor's budget and hope for the best in terms of receiving approval of some of our requests. So before I get into let's talk about the key factors here. So present law adjustments. I'm sensitive to Regent Spoon and our language that we use here, and this I guess going back to Regent Hoyer's statement about waking up and nothing changed, we still continue to use terms like present law adjustment, and when you think about that term, you can almost just replace it with inflationary cost adjustments. It's just a kind of term that's associated with the state's budgeting process. So I'll talk about that on the next slide. The pay plan, we spend the summer, and I say that loosely, our office and Carrie DeVant works with the statewide group to work with the unions and the state government, governor's office to come to a negotiated pay plan agreement. That would be to think of cost of living adjustment appropriations. We also then, as a system, put forth at times, not always, but most of the time, new proposals for approval. That would be in previous years, or just looking back 1 year, we take a look at Montana 10, our financial aid program. We've received funding before for seamless education to get us a learning management system across the entire university system, and so forth. And along the way, we're obviously looking at changes in our enrollment mix, that key side, that key driver of our budgets. And then for every time we talk about state dollars, we're also looking at tuition revenue, as those are the two key funding streams which populate the current unrestricted. That is another code word for general fund that pays for faculty and staff salaries. So timeline, how does this go? In May, we finalize our present law. We'll talk to the regents in May about our new proposals that we might have. I can cover that on the next slide a little bit. In June, we officially submit these into the state system. In November, at the board meeting, sometimes on the same day as the board meeting, governor's budget comes out, and we're able to review kind of the summary of where we're at, and then we turn the corner over the top of the year into January 2027 legislative session. And that leads us to the May board meeting following the legislature, where in one connected item, we allocate state dollars and approve any type of changes to tuition rates. So let me just talk real quickly about present law adjustment. There's a definition of it in state law. You can read up there. Again, it's easier to remember and digest it. It's primarily related to inflationary cost adjustments. And we in higher ed, being slightly different than but a state agency, have a little bit different of a formula and approach to calculating our present law adjustments. Pay plan annualizations. Sometimes pay plans don't start at the beginning of the year, and when they don't start at the beginning of the year, you need to request funds in order to backfill that space and time that you did not receive the funding for that given year. We then have higher education operating costs that are unique to higher ed, the small little towns and cities that we run within our campuses related to utilities, libraries, journals, IT, maintenance, contracts, safety, rent. That's really the nuts and bolts of our expenditures there on the operating side. We do have some cost adjustments for personnel. We have a more unique ladder, I guess, if you want to call it, for faculty promotions, moving faculty from associate to full professorships that occur on an annual cycle. And we have employees that leave, and we got to, their benefits payout, and so some technical things there. And then there's another category of statewide operating that all agencies, including we're grouped in with, and that's with our insurance that we receive through the Department of Administration, other IT costs that might relate to the central system run by the state government, audit, things like that. So that all bundles up into this calculation, which, and just to give you a frame of reference on, so what type of dollars are we talking about here? And so I did just a quick analysis from 2018 to the last 10 years. What's the average? It's about $9 million a year. We've received anywhere from 0 to 15 million. So that's kind of the range you might expect there. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any additional questions or questions, period, from my fellow regents? Thank you for that comprehensive report.
Welcome. Madam Chair, we have one final item here, and we've gotten into a pattern here where we cover the home campus, as Western is this time for the Regents meeting, their capital projects, and we have Vice Chancellor Tia Brown. I'd ask her to come to the podium and walk us through this presentation. Thank you.
Good morning. Chair Hoyer, Regents, and Commissioner. Thank you for the opportunity today to share our long-range building plan project updates with you. Joining me is Western's Director of Facilities, Grady Holt. He has been with Western for nearly 6 years and has accepted this position as the director in October. Today, we extend our sincere appreciation to the Regents for their support of the University of Montana and our mission as a leader in experiential learning. Your time, service, and thoughtful review of our LRBP requests have played a meaningful role in advancing our institution. The committee's support has enabled Western to embark on several transformative projects. Over the past 4 years, Western has received $17.85 million for 2 capital development projects and $865,000 for 3 major repair projects, a total investment of $18.7 million. These projects are making a significant impact on our campus in enhancing our academic environment, improving accessibility, and elevating the overall appearance of our campus. And now I'll have Grady share the specifics of these projects.
The campus sewer project is in its design phase and will hopefully be completed by this fall. The generous funding will allow us to clean up problem areas with an emphasis on Matthews Hall. It will save hundreds in man-labor hours each year going forward. Last year, over 120 man-hours of heat plant maintenance level 1 workers were dedicated in applying Band-Aids to the current line through routing, hydro-flushing, and other tasks on the main line from Matthews Hall. Updating the antiquated cast and clay tile lines will improve both staff and student life, well-being. In the project, we also plan to correct an 8-inch main break in front of Block Hall that will help the flow of sewage across the campus greatly and will allow Bulldog Stadium to function 100% on game days, eliminating porta potties. Western's outdated elevator system has become unreliable, posing a constant risk of breakdown and potential accidents, making safety upgrades a primary driver for replacement. The North Main Hall elevator is past the point of its serviceable lifespan, with many legacy parts that are costly and near impossible to obtain on the market. Repairs cost tens of thousands of dollars annually. Additionally, this older elevator did not meet today's current standards for accessibility. This has allowed us to upgrade to a modern elevator that is designed to accommodate individuals with disabilities, ensuring compliance with current regulations, and improving the user experience for everyone. This request has concentrated focus on replacing windows and completing roof repairs. The removal of single pane glass windows with wooden frames in both Business and Technologies building, which is a current designated classroom space, and the engineer's house, by replacing them with vinyl clad windows, has led to not only energy savings but also improved comfort, noise reduction, enhanced security, and reduced maintenance. Additionally, the energy efficient vinyl clad windows have reduced heat transfer, which helps keep the building warmer in the wintertime and cooler in the summer. The noise reduction has created a quieter, more peaceful indoor environment for those inside. The replacement and repair of the roof on the row house and the engineer's house have helped the structural integrity of the building to ensure that those investments are weatherproof for decades to come. Now, Vice Chancellor Brown will provide an overview of our capital development projects.
Chair Hoyer. I'd like to provide a little bit of background of our capital development projects before we move into the outcomes. So in 1970, Block Hall, a 40,000 square foot instructional facility consisting of 3 floors and a basement, was constructed. The upper floors and housed the science and math departments, while the basement served as a primary location for IT equipment, servers, and campus storage. With a focus on student success, the block hall renovation addressed outdated laboratories, aging infrastructure, and inadequate ventilation. Faculty input during the design phase played a critical role in ensuring the project met the requirements to support modern instruction, research, and safety standards. The key renovation items included removal and abatement of asbestos, new laboratory ventilation and HVAC systems, a full roof replacement, installation of a new elevator, updating all classroom lighting, lab fixtures, and utilities, and improving the security of our IT equipment. The initial appropriation of $12 million was split between two legislative vehicles in 2021, the 67th session. LRBP provided $7.2 million, and $4.8 was from House Bill 632, which was federal stimulus and COVID recovery funds. Then, in 2023, the LRB session provided supplemental block hall renovation appropriations of $3.6 million as an inflationary adjustment for a combined appropriation of $15.6 million. Just like any other renovation does, during block hall design phase, the scope of the renovation identified an additional need, determining a new location for our campus storage. In March of 2024, Western requested authorization to construct a campus storage building and received $1.25 million LRB appropriation in the 68th legislative session. And now Grady will share the outcomes of these renovations.
The addition of our campus storage building has given us the ability to house everything under one roof. Featuring both heated and cold storage, Western is now able to shield materials from the weather and damage that prevents deterioration and reduces potential losses. We are also able to stay organized and prevent any further damages to materials. We now have enhanced facilities with systematic arrangement, making items easier to manage and find. This project was completed in October of 2025. One of the most notable projects supported by this committee is the block hall renovation. Beginning with the upcoming fall semester, this renovation will provide faculty with new classrooms and lab layouts that will increase undergraduate research and external funding opportunities. The renovation and redesign resulted in the following spaces: 20 faculty offices, 7 general purpose classrooms, including 1 computer lab, 9 teaching laboratories, which is a gain of 1, 4 conference and student tutor rooms, which helped us gain 3 spaces, a gain of 10 research labs in total, including 2 biosafety level 2 labs and 1 research computer lab, a gain of 1 large wet field gear storage room, and a gain of 1 large dry field gear storage room. We take possession of Block Hall on Monday, March 16th.
Thank you, Grady, for the detailed account of our LBR projects. In closing, on behalf of Western, I again extend our sincere appreciation for the committee's continued confidence in the University of Montana Western and our long-term success. Your support represents an investment not only in our facilities, but also in our students, faculty, and staff. The MSU LRB process continues to strengthen our campus, enhance the student experience, and ensure our facilities reflect the quality of education that we deliver. And we stand for questions.
Thank you for the wonderful report. Fellow Regents, do you have any questions? So I do have a quick question about Block Hall. Did you renovate while it was occupied? Did you move classes side to side, or?
We shifted spaces, learning spaces, to different areas of the campus, and it was totally closed down for renovation.
Okay. That's a challenge. Thank you for doing that.
I would also like to point out that the faculty of both math and science have been tremendous. 18 of them moved into the chancellor's residence and have been having their office there for 2 years. and I haven't heard any complaints. So kudos to the faculty for that.
It's wonderful to hear. Any additional questions? Thank you for the report. With that, Deputy Commissioner Trevor, I believe that we are at the end of our agenda.
Chair Hoyer, thank you very much. Great job. And we're ahead of schedule. I do want to point out that I skipped an item, and it does validate an introduction. Our system, as we review projects like performance-based funding and structure, we certainly recognize the appropriateness of including other partners around the state in education. And with that, our superintendent, Susie Hedlund, is with us today, and I need to beg her apology for skipping over her item prior to the budget committee, but I'm reminded of what a great partner you've been and the fact that you were already scheduled to be with us all morning. So thank you so much for your time and your grace, and I yield the microphone to hear some remarks from your excellent efforts.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. I thought I was off the hook for just a moment there, but I am excited to be here, and I do have some things I'm looking forward to sharing. So we have a couple of conferences coming up from the Office of Public Instruction, and of course we always appreciate your partnership and work together on these efforts. We are having our Indian Education for All Best Practices Conference coming up March 23rd and 24th at East Helena High School. When I first got to OPI just a year ago, we were concerned that this may have to be canceled. The staff was telling me because of some budget challenges, and I said, no way. As many of you know, this is something near and dear to my heart. So we worked with East Helena School District to utilize their facility rather than having to pay substantial costs for a conference area, and that worked very well. And so we're going to host again there this year, and we'll have elders, community members, educators, tribal representatives from all over the state gathering to share best practices in Indian education for all. So you're welcome to join, of course. Additionally, we are preparing for our Summer Institute, which we are happy to work with MSU on hosting. We're very thankful to have that there. So we have had great growth in the last year, and we're hoping to have even more representation. We have some incredible keynote speakers. We're including Education Commission of the States. Dr. Lee, for example, is one of the ECS members and will be there. We have an incredible teacher from Missoula. That's our educator leader that will be there, and others. So we're excited for that opportunity for the Summer Institute, which is the third week of June in Bozeman. So we'll have folks from all over the state gathering for that, and we're happy to see the numbers rising for that conference. For the last month, we've been celebrating career and technical education across the state, and that's something we work very closely with your team on. So that was throughout February, and we got to travel and attend multiple meetings and work with our students on their college and career pathways. I got to visit the Billings Career Center and see some incredible programs, just to see how excited and engaged the students were in their programs, everything from interior design to geometry in the trades. And we got to see students working on creating vehicles and mobility opportunities. You know, if you think about like the Barbie Jeeps, they were modifying those with custom parts for students with disabilities so that they could operate those, and to see the students problem solving and creating those solutions to then gift those to those families was really incredible. So just a great service they're providing to the community as well as real experience. That was incredible. And Joe Teal and I, Deputy Commissioner Teal, got to do an immersion day with the Billings Clinic. We scrubbed into the OR at 6:30 that morning and oversaw some surgeries, which was an incredible experience, a little more than I had anticipated in my scrubs that day. We also got to work right alongside medical students as well as high school students that were there getting work-based learning and career experience. So that was really neat, I think, to see our worlds coming together and in action in the hospital in many ways. They had us busy and running through the hospital all day. So that was an incredible experience. Of course, I also asked Dr. Garcia if I could go read with the kindergartners, which is always a highlight for me. So that was fantastic. Just seeing how these career pathways are truly coming to life and all of our collaboration is coming together. So that leads us right into our Future Ready updates. Our team continues to work very closely with OCHI, DLI, our consultants at Education Northwest, and others to ensure the Future Ready incentive program from the STARS Act is being implemented. Our goal is to make sure we have really great concrete guidance for our districts to take advantage of these opportunities, and of course to work with all of you to make sure that your programs are reflected in these opportunities and we capture everything that's being offered in our communities. So I would appreciate your support in making sure that we have all of the listings on the credential so you can review those on the DLI website and make sure to submit anything that might be missing from that list. Colleges and industry partners can work with their local districts to form these submissions. If you visit our OPI website, we have a link on our homepage for the implementation timeline, FAQs, and other key information about the program. So that's where we're posting the information jointly, and we're providing resource guides in partnership with OCHI and the OPI CTE staff. So this, we truly want to be reflective of all of our offerings and opportunities that we have available to our students across the state of Montana. We had a great meeting just last Friday. I want to thank Jackie Treaster and Dr. McLean for being excellent partners in this work and ensuring that we have ideas and we're getting information out. Something we realized is we really need to make sure that parents and students know about all of the opportunities before them. So we're working on P20 communications, which I think are going to be an incredible opportunity. I also want to mention that I have staff coming for the AI Summit. We have teams coming to participate in that conversation that are much more in the weeds and the technical knowledge on that. So we're looking forward to joining you guys for that later this week. And as Chancellor Reed did a nice job of sharing information about students, I just want to say that the students I got to see, you know, when I was at Billings Clinic, and then even some of our own students, I hired Lucas straight out of the MSU Computer Science program to be part of my executive team, and he's leading a lot of our data modernization efforts and AI work at the Office of Public Instruction, so he'll be here for that, but he's just a top-notch graduate from our systems, and it's just so exciting to see what he's accomplished in the last year at the OPI, so he'll be joining you guys for that. In closing, I just, on that section, I just want to thank you, Chancellor Reed, for allowing us to join you and for all the innovation and efforts that you've done to put such a robust program in creating the teacher pipelines. The residency program's just grown with your team's efforts immensely, and so that's something that's very exciting for all of us and all of the campuses in general, just being so responsive and so collaborative as we work on expanding our education preparation programs and making sure that they're really reflective of what our educators need to know these days. So those were a couple components that were important. I also wanted to talk about our strategic plan at the Office of Public Instruction. I know you guys are all undergoing strategic planning as well. So my main focuses are on school safety and student wellness, college career and life readiness for every student, and improving academic outcomes in core subject areas. Literacy is key, especially P through 3. We know we need to have our students reading by 3rd grade. We just received a $10 million grant to support our early literacy efforts. We are one of very few states to receive this, a very competitive grant. So I'm thankful for my team for their work in that. That's going to help with professional development for educators and targeted interventions for students that need them and early literacy. We also are working with all of you on furthering our math pathways and doing some incredible research to see what math courses are going to really help our students be prepared for college. So we're excited about that. Additionally, the agency is striving to expand transparency, innovation, and accountability at every level. As you talked about accountability and how we can do better, we have a new intensive assistance plan in place to support schools that are underperforming. And we are working on reducing reporting and modernizing our efforts. Our data modernization program is coming along well. Some of you gave examples of having so many different components of technology programs that can add up and be so costly. So I immediately started inventorying these. We had a lot of duplicative systems at the Office of Public Instruction, as you described at U of M. So we are moving on to one platform as much as we can and reducing those duplications. I want to thank Regent Hoyer for being one of the leaders and always a great partner in our K-12 system to be one of the first to take on the data modernization program at her school, which does take some lift from the district as well as our team to make this go live. But we're going to have an incredible opportunity with dashboards, with analytics and intelligence, multi-tiered system of supports to identify students in elementary school that need interventions, and risk analysis to identify any students that are struggling in high school or at risk for dropout. So these systems are going to come together. It's also going to be the first time that a system like this will travel with a student if they're transient or change schools in Montana. So a lot of great things to come that I think will truly make a difference in the classroom and educational outcomes, as well as alleviate a lot of the work that our teachers and administrators are doing that keep them away from the critical work of being instructional leaders, meeting with parents and their community members. Of course, our strategic plan centers around around our students and making student-centered decisions. So those are critical to us. Another opportunity we have coming up is the CCSSO Legislative Conference. So I will be meeting with my fellow state superintendents here soon in DC for our annual conference. This is largely where we go over federal policy. We can advocate, learn more, and discuss what's working well in our state and hear from others about what's working well in theirs. We'll take a look at the federal education policies coming up, and I will have a chance to have private meetings with leaders at the Department of Education. We're really focusing on taking advantage of the opportunities for innovation that the new administration has put forward. So we are submitting for EdFlex waivers. The waivers that we're working on right now will allow us to have more flexibility in how we utilize our federal funds at the state and district levels across Montana, so that we can really maximize those funding streams for what we need. And that is very unique in Montana than in other states. So I think we have a good argument for that, and we're working closely with the leads there and have a good chance of being succeeding in those waivers. So that's something that we'll be meeting and working with them on there. We have also been very busy with the legislative interim committees. I know some of us were visiting about this last night. It seems like we have been at the legislature quite a bit, not quite as much as in regular session, but still regularly. So continually working on reports and presentations for them and doing many of those in combination with the staff from OCHI. So we appreciate just the constant collaboration and teamwork that we get to do with you guys. So always happy to be here and just appreciate everyone being so welcoming and inviting. Thank you for the time.
Superintendent Hedlund, thank you. Any comments, questions? Well, yeah, thank you. The partnership is certainly critical to student success, and the laundry list of collaborative efforts right now is impressive. Thank you for your leadership and partnership. We sure appreciate it. And we hope Dillon's working out over there. It seems like you keep him close.
Oh, yeah. He's here.
Glad to have him be a part of this continued conversation. Thank you very much, Superintendent Hedlund. We appreciate the partnership. We are ahead of schedule. Chair Folkvord, do you want to help kick off the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee?
You bet. Thank you, Chair Buchanan. The academic, or the ARSA committee is teed up and has met 2 weeks ago, went over the information. Before us, we have a consent, action, and information items agenda that's been prepared by Deputy Commissioner Teal and his team. And so at this moment, or this time, we'd like to present that agenda to the full board.
Regent Folkford, thank you. Just want to echo the superintendent and the commissioner. It's been fantastic working with you and with your team, and we're collaborating on all sorts of fronts, some of which we'll talk about today and in this agenda. I have to say, you mentioned scrubbing up at Billings Clinic. I didn't know that that would be part of our collaborations, but it was a fun day for sure. Mr. Chair, members of the board, as mentioned, we do have first up a consent agenda. On your consent agenda today, 2 emeriti faculty items, both faculty with more than 30 years service to the university system. So certainly bring those to you with our recommendation for approval. And then also 2 academic renaming items that are more straightforward and minor, so we won't go over in detail. But those are the items on the consent agenda. So we'll plan to shift straight to the action agenda. And on your action agenda, we have 6 honorary doctorates for recommendation. You have seen all of these in executive session at your last meeting. I'll invite Provost Lawrence from the University of Montana just to briefly introduce the 2 candidates from UM.
Thank you so much. And I am thrilled to be introducing these 2 candidates. The first is Joe Whittinghill, who is an alum of UM who has worked at Microsoft for a number of years. He is a do-gooder. He has been just really incredible for the university. The second is Deborah Magpie Erling, and she is a retired faculty member from our creative writing program at UM, and many of you may have read some of her works. Perma read and her most latest book, The Lost Journals of Sacagawea. She is a treasure still in Missoula, and I'm just delighted to present both of those candidates for honorary doctorate. And so you all are aware, we have a very robust process for the nomination at the university level. So we go through ideas for honorary doctorates. We often receive nominations from community members. We then vet those internally, both through our own research in the president and provost office, and then whoever we come up with goes forward to the faculty senate, and the faculty senate votes. And it is a lot of fun to do a deep dive and read the nomination letters because they are almost always just incredible, and they reflect the gifts that each of the candidates brings to the world. So.
Thank you very much, Provost Lawrence. And we might go through these as a block, and then if we have any questions, we can take those at the end. I'll invite Chancellor McLean to the podium to introduce 2 candidates from Montana Tech.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Deputy Commissioner, members of the board, we are so excited at Montana Tech to present to you 2 nominations. This is a bit rare for Montana Technological University to have honorary doctorates. And as this is our 125th anniversary this year, we think it's quite appropriate that we actually, for the first time in university history, present 2 honorary doctorate nominations. Our last nomination was in 2018. And so we are very excited. I'll present our first name, Ryan Lance. And really, I think about this nomination as starting back in 1947 when Montana Tech began our petroleum engineering program, becoming Montana's energy university. And we've been leading the way in preparing the next generation of energy leaders ever since. And Ryan Lance is a perfect example of that. He was a graduate in 1984. He's worked through ConocoPhillips for the majority of his career, working all over the world. He's now the CEO of ConocoPhillips, and he's been a major player in transforming the energy industry in our country and around the world. He's also given significantly to the university. Our Lance College of Mines and Engineering is named in his honor, as is the Lance Scholars Program and the Lance Energy Chair, whom you might hear from later this afternoon. Our second nominee is named Dave Lazar, and Dave Lazar, I think about this nomination as really starting back in the year 2000 when we began our nursing program to meet Montana's emerging health needs as the population really began to boom in this state. Dave Lazar has been a leader in several industries. He's currently the CEO of Superior Energy. He's also been the CEO of Halliburton, and he has been the CEO of Healthcare Service Corporation, which includes Montana Blue Cross Blue Shield, which is a part of his focus on healthcare. He has led transformations in both the engineering industry and the healthcare industry in precision technologies, and he's also transformed the educational environment on Montana Tech's campus. The Sherry Lazar School of Nursing is named in his wife's honor, Sherry, and the Stan and Joyce Lazar Professorship is named in their family's honor. So we are excited about these two nominations. We've followed the exact same process as University of Montana in our vetting process, and we hope you'll approve these nominations. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor McLean. And President Tessman, can you introduce MSU's candidates?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, Deputy Commissioner Teal. Like Provost Lawrence and Chancellor McLean, I'm sure we all, would love to share many more details about our recommendations for board consideration. But MSU Bozeman has 3 individuals and 2 honorary doctorates to submit for your consideration. And I say that because our first pair, Rolf and Janie Groseth, really are being forwarded because of their work together to support Montana State University in our connection to the entire state. Both of them have served multiple campuses, primarily Rolf in his leadership across the MSU affiliation, Janie through her leadership and admissions in the alumni world for MSU Bozeman. Terrific individuals embody our connection across campuses and across the state. The second recommendation is a posthumous recommendation for Betty McCoy, who's a transformational figure in the development of MSU Extension and the 4-H program specifically. She was responsible for taking the 4-H model from a kind of localized center model to a comprehensive youth development model, and also help promote 4-H across the country. So a transformational figure on that end. Our process, similarly, quite rigorous, starting with nominations, running through a selection committee, certainly run through our faculty senate, and ultimately up through my office and then to the board for consideration. So much work goes into these recommendations, and we're very hopeful that the board will support them. Thank you.
Thanks, President Tessman. And pending board approval, I think lots of celebrations for these folks and their achievements coming in May at graduation ceremonies across the state. We'll pause. Are there questions regarding any of these candidates?
I guess my only question or clarification is, now that this is a public meeting, I guess the cat's out of the bag. These people now know, or should know. Or if we see these people, it's okay to say, hey, congratulations.
Yes, Regent Folkford, I think that's the case. Cat is out of the bag. Well, hearing none, again, a lot of work and process goes into identifying what is a very, very, very high honor from our system, and looking forward to these celebrations coming up at graduation ceremonies. With that, Mr. Chair, and with your permission, we'll move on to our request to plan items.
Absolutely.
Our first request to plan item is from MSU Bozeman. There are 2 centers and institutes that Bozeman is bringing forward to this meeting. I'm going to invite Dr. Allison Harmon, Vice President for Research and Economic Development at MSU, up to introduce these 2. I should note, Dr. Harmon and I and her counterpart, Scott Wittenberg from the University of Montana, at the end of this agenda are going to provide a broader overview of research centers and institutes. They play a pretty central part to how, in particular, these two institutions' research enterprises run. And we want to talk a bit about how they're organized, how they're vetted, how they're supported financially, what they mean in terms of faculty. So more on that to come, but I'll turn it over to Dr. Harmon.
Thanks, Joe. Mr. Chair, Regents, Commissioner, thanks for the opportunity to share these notes on behalf of Provost Makwa, who couldn't be here today, and I'd be happy to answer questions as well. The first is a requested plan for the Montana Geospatial Insights and Solutions Institute. We're living in a time in which the world is producing an unprecedented amount of location-based data about our land, infrastructure, and environment. The challenge today is not collecting the data, it is making sense of it, interpreting it, and knowing how to use it effectively. At MSU, for example, geospatial tools are used to map vegetation and forage quality across large rangeland. They can be used to map the depth of snow on buildings, on the landscape. And that kind of information helps ranchers and communities plan for the future, better understand grazing conditions, manage landscapes, etc. Another example, researchers at MSU are developing systems that use sensors and geospatial analyses to detect rockfall, landslide, avalanche risks along Montana highways, helping engineers identify hazards before they reach the roadway. So the proposed Montana Geospatial Insights and Solutions Institute would serve as the intellectual home for this work at MSU. It will bring together researchers and educators who specialize in gathering, analyzing, and interpreting geospatial data, using tools like satellite imagery, drones, advanced mapping technology, smart sensors. So looking at 3 key priorities for the Institute, it's going to strengthen research across multiple disciplines by providing shared equipment and expertise needed to analyze large geospatial data sets. Secondly, going to train students and professionals for rapidly growing demand for a workforce. Industries ranging from agriculture to ecology, engineering, environmental management increasingly rely on geospatial technologies. It's going to connect the university with partners across Montana, including state agencies, tribal nations, and industries. These partnerships help apply geospatial insights to real-world challenges facing our state. So just to summarize this one, as the amount of geospatial data continues to grow, the ability to manage and apply that information is becoming a critically important skill. The Montana GIS Institute ensures that MSU will be positioned to serve critical future needs in Montana and to prepare students to contribute to one of the fastest growing areas in science and technology. And I'll just recognize Dr. Eric Sproles. He's a professor in our sciences department, as well as Anna Schweigert, who is a professor in land resources and environmental sciences. They collaborated on this proposal along with a number of other faculty at MSU. Pause for questions for that one.
Any questions on this first item? Hearing none, please.
All right, I'll go on to the second one. This one is for the Center for Applied Quantum Core. It's a request to plan as well. CORE is an acronym. It stands for Capacity and Operational Resilience and Regional Excellence. Quantum technologies are widely expected to transform computing, communications, and national security in the coming decades. Nations around the world are investing heavily in this field because it will shape the next generation of advanced technologies. MSU already has significant strengths in this area. In fact, MSU is one of only a small number of institutions in the world with access to more than one kind of quantum computer. This gives our students and researchers rare opportunities to work directly with emerging quantum technologies. The proposed Applied Quantum Core, or we just call it Q-Core, will create a central hub at MSU to coordinate this work and expand on its impact. The center will bring together researchers across physics, engineering, computer science, material science who are developing the hardware, and technologies that make quantum systems possible. So 3 important priorities for this center. Strengthening research by providing specialized facilities and infrastructure needed to develop and test quantum technologies. These include cryogenic systems, quantum networking test beds, materials fabrication. We'll train students for careers in another rapidly emerging field. Industry and government leaders have identified a major shortage of people with quantum-related tech skills. MSU is well positioned to help fill that gap. It will strengthen partnerships with industry. Our Q Corps already has about 30 industry partners signed on to want to partner, but also to probably use the growing test bed for their devices. Other partners include federal laboratories, national security agencies. Many of the technologies required for quantum systems, including photonics, electronics, and advanced materials, are congruent with MSU's specialty areas and align well with industries already growing in Montana. So to summarize, Q Corps will build on MSU's existing research strengths to develop technologies, workforce, and partnerships needed for the next generation of computing and secure communications in Montana. Positions MSU and the state of Montana to contribute to an industry that is expected to become a major driver of tech innovation in the coming decades. And for this proposal, I want to acknowledge Janie Morrow, Krishna Rupavatharam, and Dr. Ives Atserta. Questions?
Thank you, Allison. And I should note for the Regents that when you were last in Bozeman for a meeting, you toured the Engine Works building. And the Engine Works building is now the home of some of the infrastructure that was just mentioned. It's installed and active, and I think a pretty great asset to the university. Any questions for Dr. Harmon?
Yeah, Deputy Director Till, Professor Harmon, I think it's important to, because you were right, I think what I recall being mentioned in our committee meeting was that there's only 7 institutions globally that have the same overlay of quantum capability that Montana State does. I just think it's important to highlight that because that's a pretty unique position that we should expand on, hold on to, and thank you for your hard work getting us there.
Thanks, Regent Bell.
Thanks, Regent Bow, and thanks, Dr. Harmon.
All right, thank you.
With that, Regents, will move on to proposals from the University of Montana, and I'll invite up Vice Provost John DeBoer.
Chair Folkford, Regents, Deputy Commissioner Teal, it's my honor to present these 4 requests to plan on behalf of Provost Lawrence, who is sitting in a different chair. The first up on our docket is the Alexander Blewett III School of Law is excited to request to plan a rural practice juris doctorate, a part-time online flex program that will allow distant students to pursue the same JD as our on-campus students. It's spread over 4 years while continuing to work in their home communities across Montana and the region. The program responds to a documented need. Montana has only 3.18 attorneys per 1,000 residents, which is below the national average, with legal services concentrated primarily in Missoula and Bozeman. The 2024 Rural Justice Report from the Legal Services Corporation specifically recommends targeted investment in rural legal pipelines. 2 recent developments make now the right moment to act on this program. First, new federal loan caps make traditional in-person attendance financially out of reach for the student population this program intends to serve. And ABA accreditation standards have just been updated to allow online law programs. So UM has the opportunity, and we think the responsibility, to be the regional leader in this space. Provost Lawrence and I are happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, John. And 2 things that I'll just add from our conversations with academic officers and our committee conversation. This is a big expansion for the law school. And I think it's notable that in our conversations that it's coming at the request of the bar in more rural parts of Montana, and that there's good suggestions that members of the bar are going to assist UM with some of the startup costs for the program. We did do an early financial pro forma on this program in terms of what's the student population, what are some of the assumptions for that student population to meet the needs to offer a high quality program in this space, and that's included with the materials provided to the Regents. So we'll pause. Are there questions from members of the board? Hearing none, John?
All right. Moving on. Number 2, Masters of Indian Law and Policy. This request to plan is for an online and hybrid, again, graduate degree. It would be the only program of its kind in Montana or the Rocky Mountain West. This degree is built for tribal leaders, agency staff, natural resource managers, and nonprofit administrators who need working knowledge of federal Indian law, tribal sovereignty, water law, and intergovernmental relations. Montana state law specifically underscores the importance of government-to-government relationships, yet no graduate program in the state addresses this directly. So UM is uniquely positioned to offer this. Again, the degree comes from the law school, which is already running the Indian Law Summer Program and the Marjorie Hunter Brown Indian Law Clinic, and the university houses the American Indian Governance and Policy Institute. This 36-credit master's degree will be housed in the Department of Public Administration and Policy, which is part of the School of Law, and draws on courses already offered online for their MPA degree. We also already have a 12-credit standalone certificate that is available in the law school. So happy to stand for questions on this one as well.
Seeing none, let's move on to the Climate Office.
All right. Number 3, the Montana Climate Office Institute. So this request recognizes what is already in practice a major statewide research and public service enterprise. Since 2012, the Montana Climate Office has served as Montana's official state climate office. It advises Governor Gianforte's Drought and Surface Water Advisory Committee. It operates the Montana, I had to look how to pronounce this, Mesonet, which is a weather and soil moisture monitoring network approaching 300 stations by 2027. And they maintain the Climate Atlas and statewide drought modeling system used by the National Weather Service, the Army Corps, and river forecast centers. So this designation requires no new state resources. The office's 14 staff are entirely grant funded. Over the past 5 years, the MCO has expanded more than $22 million in external funding, generating substantial indirect cost recovery for UM. So this request simply formalizes a proven self-sustaining enterprise at the University of Montana.
Thank you, John. Questions from Regents on this proposal? Related to Regent Bow's prior comment, it's worth noting John mentioned the Mesonet. That is the densest set of land and water sensors in the world of its type. And if you haven't, you should go to the Climate Office's website. There's live data feeds from there for these sensors, not just in Montana, but North Dakota, South Dakota. And the purpose there really is to improve not just drought monitoring, but the fact that all these rivers that go throughout the United States have their source in Montana. And understanding what's happening at the headwaters of those rivers helps predict all sorts of things downstream. It's another area of real strength for our state's research enterprise.
Thanks, Joe. Any other questions? Hearing none. Number 4. We are requesting to plan a integrated aquatic and terrestrial concentration within our current Bachelor of Science in Wildlife Biology. Montana's wildlife management challenges increasingly require professionals who can work across both land and water systems. Employers, fish and wildlife agencies, federal land managers, conservation organizations are specifically seeking graduates with that integrated skill set. So this concentration gives students in UM's wildlife biology program, which is one of our largest enrolled programs at the university, a structured pathway to develop these skills. No new faculty or staff are required. The concentration merges existing terrestrial and aquatic concentrations within the current curriculum. So it's a targeted, efficient update to an already strong and existing program.
Thank you, John. Any questions from Regents? Just note, and he mentioned it, but this is one of UM's strongest enrolled programs, there is in wildlife biology, and so our feeling is justified having the 3 options.
Thank you very much.
Hearing none, thank you. Last but not least, so we'll invite Provost Tim Elgren and also Professor Bob Morris to the podium to talk through Montana Tech's proposals. And we're adding Professor Morris to this discussion. Professor Morris is, I'm going to get your exact title wrong, I apologize, but the Lance College of Engineering endowed chair. And he has been serving on Governor Gianforte's Energy Task Force as a university system representative, and given some of his past history in industry. And that really informs, I think, these first two proposals and some of the direction that Montana Tech is suggesting to go academically. So, Tim, Bob?
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner, Chair Buchanan, and Chair Folkvort. This is a great opportunity for us to talk about these exciting proposals. The first two are focused on energy. And, but let me give you a little bit of two contexts. One is, and Chancellor McLean mentioned our 125th anniversary. When Chancellor McLean came in June, he took the first 125 days to listen to the campus and go on a listening tour. And in the fall gave an extraordinary convocation address without notes and gave us all a charge, not only shared his vision for the campus, but gave all of every corner of the campus a charge for how we could align with that vision. This is our first academic proposal to align with that vision. So we're very excited to do that. 10 months into his chancellorship, we're excited to be aligning ourselves with that vision. If you haven't seen his address, I encourage you to go to online. It's one of his superpowers to really synthesize information like that and share it with the community. And there's a skip to our step now, a focus that is really amazing. I've been a part of some extraordinary universities and colleges, and I've never been a part of one with this clarity of purpose. So it's really an honor. And it's an honor for me to share it with you today. And the second context is what the Lance Energy Chair, Bob Morris, will share with you. Serving on the governor's subcommittee, or the governor's task force, he chairs the generation subcommittee. And so the first two proposals are focused on energy. And so I'm going to ask Bob to share with you his perspectives from that task force, because it creates the urgency that informs these two proposals. Bob?
Thank you, Provost Elgren, and thank you, Deputy Commissioner Teal and Chair Buchanan and Chair Folkvort. It's my honor to be here and share with you my passion for energy and explain why, excuse me, the state needs Montana University System's help. And as you may know, Montana is at an energy crossroads. We've been a net energy exporter and energy sufficient forever. And presently we get about half of our electrical energy from Colstrip, about 1,500 megawatts. And that plant is planned to be shut down in 16 years, in 2042. And at the same time, we've got data centers coming to town, or to the state rather. So we're looking at a gap of 1,500 megawatts when we shut down Colstrip, and then maybe an equal amount with extra data center load. And so how do we provide reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy for Montanans? And that's part of the charge of the Energy Task Force. And so we're going to be making recommendations to the governor and the legislature to adopt a diverse portfolio of all types of energy generation. But there's two new types of energy that are going to be recommended for the first time in Montana. Number one is nuclear, and number two is geothermal. And both of these play into why Montana Tech wants to extend our education curriculum in both areas. So let me talk about nuclear. And some of you may know Northwestern Energy recently released their long-term integrated resource plan, and they've identified nuclear as the least cost carbon-free source for energy in Montana. So that's plan A for replacing Colstrip, is nuclear. Presently, we have no nuclear in the state. We have significant things to learn on the legislation, regulation side, but we also have a big workforce development need. And Northwestern Energy already has engineers working on this problem, and they need more. And so we've identified an opportunity to bring nuclear energy curricula to Montana. And so we reached out to Idaho National Labs to partner with them, because we don't want to start from scratch on this. And they're in the practice of helping stand up nuclear curricula. And so we're leveraging the work they did. This nuclear works in really well with our existing occupational safety and health, where we study nuclear radiation. It ties in well with our metallurgy, where we do materials, and it also ties in with our mechanical engineering. So with a little bit of help from Idaho National Labs, we can stand up some nuclear reactor theory courses. We've also reached out to our colleagues at Montana State to collaborate with them, so we're not duplicating anything there. So nuclear curricula is essential for our state, and 16 years will be here before you know it. We need the workforce now. So that's nuclear. On geothermal, it's more of in a research phase right now. It's not, the technology is not proven, but Montana has substantial geothermal resources, but unproven. And so the Montana Bureau of Mines and Geology has mapped out the geothermal resources in Montana and identified several areas worth exploration. And so to develop energy from geothermal requires a mix of resources, skills. Subsurface engineering or petroleum engineering. The present technology is horizontal drilling and fracking that we're using in the oil patch. Apply that technology to extract heat from the ground. And so our petroleum engineering department is skilled at doing that. We also need mechanical engineers on energy conversion, which we have, and we also have a strong electric power systems background. So all those come together. The thing that's exciting about this is we're seeing funding already being announced by the Department of Energy. We'll be applying for a grant to drill a exploratory well in the Deer Lodge Valley. That'll be an $8 to $10 million grant to prove out the resources there. The other exciting part about this is we're partnering with the data centers who are interested to come to the state because they want to develop their own energy. And so we see opportunities for private funding on some of this work as well. And so this energy PhD ties together the subsurface engineering, energy conversion, and the power systems. And so we think it's a great fit for Montana, and we would appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. And with Dean Jack Skinner, the Dean of Lance College of Mines and Engineering, and Professor Rick Leducer, mechanical engineer, they've created these requests to plan, collaborated on those two. So the first one is the PhDs in energy engineering and science. There are three areas that are the focus areas: power systems and technology, which is really the focus of electrical engineering. Energy conversion and applications is, as Bob referred to, the domain of mechanical engineering, and petroleum and subsurface engineering is really our opportunity to advance using our petroleum expertise, but advancing that into the areas of geothermal and carbon capture. So that's the first request to plan. Any questions about that proposal? Thanks. Hearing none, I'll go on to the next, which is the nuclear. As Bob shared with you, this is a master's degree. And this really is built for people who are engineers who want to plus up their expertise to contribute and be in the workforce to work in the nuclear area. They're not the nuclear physicists. That's not this plan. This is a workforce development plan. We also have a certificate that's not part of this package. That's an undergraduate certificate. We aren't offering an undergraduate major, which would impact our ABET accreditation, which would require far more staffing. We can staff this right now, as Bob said, with the support of Idaho National Labs and their expertise, and our MOU is in the works right now. Any questions about the nuclear proposal?
Just a quick comment, maybe you could give a little color, but it sounds like this relationship with Idaho National Labs is a proven relationship with other systems. They're partnering with other higher ed systems around the region. Is that correct?
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. It's absolutely. Idaho National Labs helped stand up the programs at the University of Wyoming and the University of Utah. And so those are built around the support that Idaho National Labs provides at the highest level of nuclear physicists. Thanks.
And Chair Buchanan, I'll just add, similar to the rural JD track, these are big shifts for Montana Tech, and we've had several good conversations in terms of, how do we need to ensure that partnership with the lab goes so that there is adequate faculty support? What's the building plan if students come into this program in particular? This, I think, and Professor Morris referenced it well, the focus at the federal level in these areas of energy is moving really fast, and it's a big opportunity for the experience that not just Montana Tech has built, but that also MSU and UM have in these areas. And those are some great conversations that are starting. For these programs, both those partnerships with industry in the state, connecting those to these federal research opportunities to build out the support for PhD candidates, the adequate staffing, that's going to be the important part of this development, some of the work following this request to plan that certainly your office will keep engaged in.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. Any further questions? Thanks. The third proposal is the AAS degrees and expanding the AAS degrees in construction technology. And this is exciting for us because our strong program, which currently is building homes, and we're selling those homes on our campus. And so Dean Tammy Burke is here. But I think we can answer these questions. It's an expansion, really, that's focused on our community. Our community has great opportunity for restoration. And so this is expanding in two areas of commercial construction and restoration. And with a great partnership with Butte Silverbow, this is exciting for us. So the plan is that students would all take the same first year of introduction to construction, and then they would have 3 tracks: home building, commercial, and then restoration. So it's really an exciting opportunity for us to engage with our community.
Thank you, Tim. Are questions from the Regents on this AAS expansion? If not, thank you both so much.
Thank you.
And Chair Volkford, that concludes our request to plan items. I'll just check in. I think we might have time to do the first information item, if that sounds good to you all. Okay. Well, and this is a good reminder. We've just gone through request to plan items. And part of our process, that's an opportunity for other campuses, OCHE, the Regents, to have an early opportunity to shape a new academic proposal, to have input, to give campus guidance of, is this meeting state needs? Is this going to be a good idea? Do we have adequate resources? Before there's a lot of effort put in. So from this stage, each of those proposals that you reviewed will go into a much greater level of detail in terms of budget, in terms of staffing, in terms of curriculum, before it's finally approved by review at the Commissioner's office. What you have in this first academic item is the approval items at that second stage. The much lengthier pro forma and demonstration that this program has what's required to deliver quality and has adequate need. And also in here are all of the items that you delegate to us to approve at the OCHE level or at the campus level. Second item, we do track our degree approval tracking over time. You can see how we're adding or subtracting programs at different institutions of different curriculum types. And that's available to you each meeting as a way to understand how our curriculum is changing. And that flows in pretty well to item C. Starting a year and a half ago, we formed an academic processes task force that's been looking at all of our policies around definitions of degree programs, academic approval, academic review. And most recently, that group has been working with me at the charge of the board to think about what has been, I think, a missing layer of some of our work, and that's that we haven't had great, consistent system-level information on program health, being able to measure at the program level and not at the institutional level what's happening with our academic programs, with our academic program inventory over time. And that kind of recognizes we have a lot of process on the front end of starting a program. We do have good process in terms of review of programs on a 7-year cycle, and campuses have a very substantial local process for that they follow. But we wanted to build a layer that allowed us to evaluate our overall inventory as a board, as an office, as a system, and to highlight areas where we needed a deeper dive more regularly. And so what this group has done is tried to build that layer, to build both the start of data, what we would think of as the key metrics that we can measure systematically and consistently around program health, to put those into a dashboard that campuses would have access to throughout this process, and then to think about how we can incorporate that in our policy and in our process to have the right conversations at the right time with individual programs who might need to restructure or rejigger or change. As we go into this, I always want to remind the board that in policy, we do have some established criteria that guide our thinking about academic programs. We think about mission, we think about student demand, employer demand, we think about duplication across the system. Are we meeting the need that we're seeing in the most efficient way? We think about the costs versus the projected benefits to the state, recognizing that that's not always going to balance out at a single program level, but if the state really needs something, we might bear some of those additional costs. And then, some of our conversation just now, do we have the capacity to deliver this program at this institution to an appropriate level of quality? In that new program space, we also have an explicit follow-up. During that level 2 stage, programs say what their projected headcount enrollment is. They're not meeting that projected headcount enrollment at year 3 and year 5 after they launch the program. We have a process to check in and to understand this program that met all of these criteria at the proposal stage doesn't need to change or doesn't need to sunset because it's not meeting those in practice as we've implemented it. What we're looking at now is how do we bring some of that rigor of measurement and of process to our review of our overall inventory of academic programs in between the 7-year cycle that we currently have that all of our campuses are held to take a deep dive look at the quality of the programs that they offer. Working through the task force, we really started with what can we measure and what can we measure consistently. But we also wanted to have some principles around and how do we want to use this information. Frankly, we're not able to measure all of the nuance and detail that exists at a campus level about what's happening in an academic program. We're not able to measure that consistently at this time. So we want to develop transparent and shared data that's in common, where we can measure it in common. We want that data to the greatest degree possible to be focused on what's the success for our students. And then we want that data to, in our processes, trigger conversations, not automatic actions typically, but conversations where that campus level context can be added, where we can have discussions, where we can perhaps even have discussions as a whole state, a whole system about what's happening in a broad field of study. From those principles, thinking about how we're measuring our broader portfolio, what we can measure. Here's what I'd say is an early and high-level summary. We have more than 900 academic programs offered across the state in more than 290 unique disciplinary areas. 150 plus of those programs offered online or in a hybrid space, and with substantial changes in how those programs are operating. So see about a quarter of programs growing substantially, about a quarter of programs shrinking substantially. Things that we might want to think about in that is, are we growing or shrinking in a way that's serving the state? And that last bullet there is indicating Montana's high need, high growth sectors as identified by Governor Gianforte's 406 Montana Jobs Task Force, and showing that is the space where, with this churn in academic programs, we are adding graduates in those fields where we're seeing high need. Apologies as I get my scroll wrong. And then we also want to think about that in terms of the fields that are growing or shrinking, and in terms of how that looks different across different campuses and campus missions, and capture a bit of this here. And no surprise, our 2-year institutions, who are designed in many ways to be more responsive and more nimble, seeing the greatest change in programs starting up or closing down, as well as some of the comparisons between programs that are growing or programs that are declining in their headcount enrollment. All this kind of leads to what can we add to this process consistently in terms of that shared measurement? What you see here are some of the items that were discussed by our task force, where we've gathered some early data where we think that we can measure some of these items consistently across the state in black. And then in red, items that are important parts of this conversation, but really where it has to be the campus that, when these conversations start, are developing and providing some of that information into the process. So where we're going, our intent is we're going to be able to have dashboards available to our institutions that are providing this consistent measurement of program level information. That from that program level information, we'll agree to some thresholds of measures of program health that cue conversations and incorporate those into our processes, both at the new program approval level, but at a new level of a mechanism for ongoing program review, not just every 7 years, but if there's a cause that's shown in these agreed upon measures that we need to have a conversation earlier, that we start that conversation where campus adds context, where we see it at OCHI, where we bring it to you as regents, and have the right conversations of where do we take to that conversation and that program, with the overall goal that we have a better mechanism for state and system-wide portfolio management of, is our portfolio of academic programs changing in the ways that we think it ought to, that the state needs, that our institutions need. And I won't go into this in detail, but just showing both in terms of our new program process and this new level of ongoing portfolio oversight, what we envision that might look like. In terms of timeline, we're continuing to develop that dashboard. We're reviewing and have had good discussions with provosts at this meeting about this overall process, those measures and thresholds. Our intent is that in May we'll bring a more detailed proposal, including some proposed policy changes to you as regents, and kick off this process in earnest following the September meeting, when you'd have an opportunity to review and approve. With that, Chair Folkford, happy to open if there are questions from the regents.
Chair Folkford and Deputy Commissioner Till. Well, I just want to applaud you. I think this is one of the hardest issues to understand when you come to the Board of Regents without an academic background. And so I know that we talked about this for a number of years on the ARSA committee. And so when you put up a goal of adding transparency and accountability and efficiency to a system-wide academic overview, you know, this is what it looks like when you execute, or as you start to execute. So I'd just like to really applaud the work of the committee and your work to put this before the Board of Regents, because I think it's a crucial step for, you know, those of us outside the academic world to really be able to understand the process of staying relevant and delivering for Montanans, but also being efficient with the dollars we get from the state. So I think this is a fantastic effort and probably a bigger lift than you've acknowledged. So thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I would echo my colleagues' comments there. In an ever-changing environment that we are in, it's important to be ever-changing and to evolve in the direction that you're taking. So I think as Regents, we appreciate that.
Chair Folkford, and you know, the only thing I would add to it, and we've answered this question in a number of ways over the last few months, over the last few years, but and to have the resources available to do the things that we need to do. That's what kind of gets lost in this, is we get bogged down, you know, arguing over programs in decline or in non-existence for that matter, but still have some resource draw. And I just think for students' sake and our own, and to have the resources available to look toward the future, to invest in the next generation of what we need on campus to serve students as we move forward. And I somehow, you know, we sort of systematically focus on, but what's going away? Not much is the honest to God answer. What we could do with those resources moving forward, I think, is huge.
Any other comments? Please.
I just had a question, or I guess maybe a concern. I'm totally in favor of this transparency, and I just worry about additional workload too on faculty. So I just wrote a report for the MUS mathematics placement subcommittee, and I don't want to, if they're, let's say, a small program, it's flagged for review. What's the process? Like, is that going to be more work on faculty?
Yeah, it's a good question, and it was actually a question that the task force has discussed, that we discussed with Provost yesterday, that I'd welcome discussing with faculty as we get to this next stage of outlining that process in detail. Right now we have the process in concept, and our goal is to identify something that isn't an added burden, but instead is driving productive conversation. And some of that is a question of where we draw those thresholds, what we can measure consistently. Are we identifying the right places well, where that conversation and discussion and further analysis needs to happen? And then also, what are we able to build at the system level that makes that process run more smooth? And certainly, I think as we've been able to start drafting these data dashboards and visit with the folks who assist faculty with program development, I think that those data dashboards are going to be a big efficiency in this system, a big opportunity to make those conversations less burdensome when we really ought to be having them.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner, and thank you, Chair.
Joe, what's next?
I would recommend, I don't know that we'll be able to cover the next item in 8 minutes. So, Chair Folkvord, I think that we can maybe recess the ARSA committee until after lunch.
Okay, I guess I defer the rest of the schedule then to our chairman.
Perfect. Thank you. Good job, Chair. Thank you for your good work on that. Yeah, so students, according to our agenda, looks like we'll be meeting over in the Lewis and Clark room for lunch at noon. We'll reconvene back here just after 1 o'clock, so let's aim to be sitting down by 1 o'clock. Quick recess. We're recessed. All right, we'll reconvene. Hope everybody had a wonderful lunch. Students, thanks for making time to visit with us. Always an enlightening conversation. Chair Folkvord will return to the ARSA committee.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As chair of the committee, I think I'll just immediately turn the microphone over to Deputy Commissioner Teal for resumption of the ARSA committee agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to immediately turn the microphone over to Dr. Angela McLean, who provides this annual update on American Indian minority student achievement. And, I don't think that Angela always fully emphasizes how much this story is unusual when you look at the national perspective. And so, just so you know, Angela's going to share some data here. That data is in pretty stark contrast, particularly for the American Indian student population, of what has happened nationally over the past 5 or 10 years. So, Angela, I'll hand it to you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Commissioner. Mr. Chair Dean Folkvord, members of the board, Mr. Commissioner, my colleagues across the system, thank you for this opportunity to present, and thank you, Chancellor, and your team for having us, and all the best to you in your retirement. And thank you so much for being such a remarkable steward of this fine campus that I once called home. Before I get right to the slides, what I would like to do is highlight 4 items that I think provide important context for this conversation around American Indian student success. The first item is that shortly after Commissioner Christian became the commissioner, he chartered for the first time ever the American Indian and Minority Achievement Council for the Montana University system. That council was designed to advise him, to advise the team at the Office of the Commissioner of Higher Education, and to advise you, Montana University System Board of Regents, as to policies and practices that would best serve Montana's American Indian students. Today, the American Indian and Minority Achievement Council is made up of 17 members from folks across the Montana University System campuses, our tribal college campuses, our community college campuses, our K-12 partners, and the Office of Public Instruction. To all of our AMA Council members who are in the room and those who are watching online, I want to signal my deep appreciation to them for their strong leadership and stewardship of this important conversation. The next piece of this conversation that I think is so important for everyone to understand is this. Montana is unique when it comes to our tribal college partners. Montana is the only state with a tribal college on each of its reservations. And as all of you know, we have 7 reservations with a tribal college that is independently chartered at the tribal government level on each of our 7 reservations. So when we seek to work as a university system with each of those 7 tribal colleges, it is not at a direction, but it is instead with a question of, will you come to the table and will you partner with us? The next piece of information that I think is so critical to this context, and I think it is what the Deputy Commissioner was starting to get at when he opened up the presentation. Every single data point that I am about to share with you in this presentation this afternoon is a data point here in Montana for American Indian students that right here in Montana is higher than the national average for American Indian students. And then finally, the last thing that I think is very important for you to know as part of the context around American Indian student success in your Montana university system is that when I took this job and started this role in 2016, my mantra was the conversation around American Indian student success belongs to every single one of us. And with that, I'll move on to my slides and I'll point to Eric Meredith, the director that you were introduced to earlier this morning by Deputy Commissioner Trevor. What you see here is a data sharing MOU agreement with 6 out of our 7 tribal colleges. This is the direct result of strong partnerships and collaboration by Eric with our tribal colleges to make this happen. In my 10 years at Ochi and looking back, this kind of trust is unprecedented. And we think it's going to tell a remarkable data story for the Montana University system and support Montana students better, not just now, but well into the future. Thank you so much, Eric, for your leadership and developing those partners and those those relationships with our tribal college partners. The next thing I want to point to here is you'll recall that in the first round of Education Design Labs work, we had the very first tribal college sign on to partner with the Montana University system to deliver micro-pathway efforts. That was Salish Kootenai College. In phase 2, I'm pleased to announce that we have 3 tribal colleges partnering on a design sprint with us and with the Education Design Lab to do important work right in their own communities. The next thing here is that we've been working with our tribal college partners and with so many of our 2-year campuses to grow interest in our course sharing platform. Well, just now we are pleased to announce that Fort Peck Community College is the first tribal college to put a class out there on the course sharing platform so that all folks can take advantage of it no matter where they are. And then this last piece really is another effort where the conversation belongs to all of us. And Sue Balter writes, left earlier today to head back to Billings, but she supported me in making sure that we took our Indian Education for All course that was developed several years ago, and it existed on each of our platforms for the Montana State University side, D2L, and Moodle on the University of Montana side until just recently. She helped me make sure that we could take that course and put it in the Canvas LMS platform so that we at the system office for the first time could see who is in the course and who has completed the course rather than reaching out to HR leaders on each of our campuses. For all of you regents, I think it is very important for you to know that over our years since we've adopted that course, thousands of faculty and staff across the Montana University system have taken it. So what we're seeing is all of our efforts are becoming more intentional and the conversation continues to grow. Now this next data point I'm going to show you indicates that American Indian student enrollment across the university system this year was very steady. But what we've seen in the last decade rather, is almost a 30% growth in American Indian student enrollment across the Montana University system. And this enrollment growth is happening at a time when American Indian student enrollment growth nationally is declining. This next piece I think is really important. If we look at the retention rate across all of our campuses, 2-year and 4-year and our flagship campuses total, our American Indian student retention numbers are 65.4%, up from 59.7% just last year. The American Indian retention at the national level, according to Brookings, is 52.8%. The next data point that I think is significant is looking at your 4-year campus retention, including our flagships, 72.6% and the highest retention numbers on record. The next number that I think is as exciting is our 2 flagships and the retention numbers there, and significant growth over last year. Now, this next data point I think shows something more than growth. If you were to look at the 2 lines of the 2 data points that I have indicated on the left, you would barely see a sliver of light between them. And what that signaled to me when I looked at that last fall was that at Montana State University in Bozeman, they are closing the retention gap between American Indian students and all other students. That is nothing short of remarkable. The last piece of information that I want to close out this conversation with is the fact that as we look at our enrollment numbers, our retention numbers, our graduation and our completion numbers, is that even as you take a look at our bachelor's graduation rates, we are continuing to grow those numbers, and each of these numbers as well are higher than they are at the national average, whether it is for the 4-year graduation rate or the 6-year graduation rate. And this is for bachelor's, and the same goes for the associate graduation rates. Higher again here in Montana at each of these levels than it is at the national level for American Indian students. So remarkable work happening across the campuses of the Montana University system. And it demonstrates growth, not across 1 or 2 campuses, but in fact, I think it demonstrates growth and intentional efforts across 16 campuses of your Montana University system. Now, what is next? One of the things that we seek to successfully implement between now and July 1 and over the course of the next year is the changes that you made last July to the American Indian tuition waiver. And I would offer that that is truly a conversation that belongs to all of us at the OCHI level and in our campuses. It is an all-hands-on-deck approach. And for everyone who has had an eye on the websites, everyone who has had an eye or has taken the time, like Leanne Kurtz has, to update brochures and make sure that our websites are even more clear today than they were the day before, your efforts, your expertise, your lens is deeply appreciated, because we all need to make sure that we're doing our due diligence to make sure that the communication goes out loud and clear, far and wide, that this is a change that is meant to support more American Indian students in Montana to accessing the American Indian tuition waiver. The next thing that I alluded to earlier, and that is the rollout of the Indian Education for All course that we will see roll out on the Canvas platform on July 1, 2026. Look for that, and I want to thank our campuses for their videos. I'll watch for some of the other videos as they come in, and we will get those updated. And that too, that course in and of itself, folks, is really quite a groundbreaking course, especially at the system level. You might see efforts like the ones that we've talked about here at campus levels across the country, but what I think is so remarkable is that we're doing this work at a system level and we are seeing the gains that we set out to see. For example, one of those gains that I would point to is the fact that when I started, American Indian student enrollment was 4.2% of all enrollment on our campuses across the Montana University system. Today, American Indian student enrollment across our campuses is commensurate with the population percentage of American Indians across the state of Montana. And then finally, as we look to what's next, I would offer that the AMA Council is looking to intensify and enhance our efforts to better serve American Indian students over the next 10 years. And with that, I would just close, because I have an attentive audience here, and let folks know that action plans for the AMA pieces are due to me by July 8th, and the Governor's Tribal Relations Report contacts are due to me by May 4th. And with that, Mr. Chair, members of the board, thank you so much for the opportunity to do this important work. It is truly groundbreaking here in Montana, and we are making a difference in the lives of the students, their families, and their communities and the tribes that we're serving.
Thank you, Angela. Chair Volkford, happy if there are any questions from members of the board.
Just thank you very much, Deputy Commissioner Teal, Chairman Volkford. Angela, fantastic work. I mean, this is something you've heard me share at every public event that we've been at, how we're beating national trends, and the data, as exciting as it is, I think we've listened to retention enrollment so much. I'd ask maybe some anecdotes. Are we seeing some common career pathways? Are we seeing better rates of attracting students from particular parts of the state? What are some of your takeaways as to why is this so successful? This is exciting and great work. Thanks for putting a little bit more color on it.
Thank you, Chair Folkford, Chair Buchanan. Two of the areas where our campuses have intentionally created pathways for American Indian students are healthcare and education. And those are very strategic, because if you look across all 7 of our reservations, those are areas where folks can leave for a little bit and come back and have meaningful employment. And in many cases, if you talk to our campuses and look at our programs, especially in those 2 areas, those are programs that can be offered remotely where folks live, and they don't have to leave home. And leaving home sometimes, Mr. Chair, is often one of the most significant barriers. And so our campuses have really led the way. One of the opportunities that I would point to is the 2+2s by this campus in particular, in partnership with Little Bighorn College in the eastern part of the state and then Blackfeet Community College, has lent itself to educator preparation right where folks live. And we can look to Montana State University, where they are training healthcare professionals. At Gallatin College, they're training healthcare professionals at Montana State, and they have created intentional American Indian student success pathways. And so I would really focus on those 2 areas, but I will tell you, as we design these micro pathways out with our tribal colleges, we're seeing micro pathway interest in everything from the trades to the allied health areas. And what they really want are affordable, short pathways that folks can earn in a year or less so that they can get out into the field with meaningful employment. But our campuses are very intentional, and I think they're doing market analyses to determine not only what programs will attract American Indian students, but what programs lend themselves to our American Indian students who take up those programs, going back to their reservations, going back to their communities that are near reservations, and having gainful employment. And I laud them for this. So all of this effort that we've done over the last 10 years, it has created a conversation of intentionality, I think, at every single one of our campuses around just exactly what you asked about.
Thanks so much, Angela.
Thank
you. Chair Folkford, our next item is the result of, I think, 9-10 months work. For many years, this board has supported a statewide task force that's been looking at student mental health, suicide prevention. That task force has had a lot of important steps over time to try and improve how we respond on those fronts. And over the last year, we've taken a pretty strategic look at how are we doing, what are the strategies we need to maybe broaden, and also, importantly, how we are linking what we're doing and thinking about on the student mental health side with how we're supporting employees through our benefits plan, through employee supports. I'm really just delighted to introduce this group. Carrie DeVant, who's our MUS Executive Director of Human Resources, Christine Miller, who you all know, our Director of Student Affairs and Student Engagement, and Betsy Asserson. Betsy is a clinician. She's Vice President of Student Wellness at MSU Bozeman. She's served on the task force for quite some time. And thank you for being here, Betsy. So I'll hand it over to the crew.
Thanks, Joe.
Chair Folkford, Chair Buchanan. Gosh, this is quite loud. I'm going to talk today a little bit less about a deep dive into our action plan that we have developed that will carry us forward for the next 4 years in this work, and a little bit more about why we're doing this, what is the input, both the data and our campus community stakeholder input that led us to these activities, and then a quick gloss of our goals, and ending with a bit of a what's next. And Regent Bao, I was thinking of you on this. What are our outcomes that we can expect over the next few years? So I want to talk first about why we are doing this. And you've heard me and Dr. Asserson up here talking about the really central role of mental health in student success. And what I mean by that is that mental health and well-being for students is the top, or vies for the top, reason why students don't retain and don't graduate, okay? On the employee side, and you'll hear a little bit more from Carrie about this, but I would venture to say same thing on the employee side. We are a public service organization. One of the most important things that we can do for our employees is make them feel valued and do what we can to support them to bring their best to our institutions, to our students, to our mission every single day. So we're doing this work because it is mission critical. It's nice that it also happens to be the right thing to do, but it is absolutely essential to our mission and to our business case, particularly when it comes to student retention and student success. We're also doing this work, and you'll see this reflected in the action plan, because over the past couple of years, our MUS Suicide Prevention and Student Mental Health Task Force has really been thinking not just about how do we do suicide prevention, how do we bring clinical services to students, but how do we create stronger environments that support thriving, that think about mental health and well-being as on a continuum and not just going to Dr. Asserson's office or your colleagues across the system. And we really wanted some specific strategies and some buy-in to support this broader approach. And we can't have that broader approach if we're just focusing on students. And so we're really trying to collaborate with our employee side and the student side. So we're really expanding our vision. The third reason that we are presenting this plan and what we hope this plan to accomplish is that, mental health and well-being seems like a massive issue. And all the things that we have done and do, and all the things that our campuses are doing, can sometimes seem like a drop in the bucket compared to what we face. And this plan does the work of helping us understand our biggest priorities, our most important issues to tackle. And it also kind of organizes our whole system around activities that are mutually reinforcing as we address those most important priorities. Our task force has been at work on this for a very long time, and I think that at certain points, that task force has kind of run up against our system not knowing the priorities, not having the right people engaged, maybe not branching out to our partners in academic affairs or on the employee side enough. And so this plan is really intended to bring our whole system kind of to the next level in student and employee mental health and well-being. So like I said, today I'm just going to talk really briefly about process. Dr. Asserson's going to talk a bit about data, and then Carrie and I will talk about goals, next steps, and outcomes. So, I'm not going to go through our entire planning process here, but just to note that we started with some data gathering through the Healthy Minds study and the National College Health Assessment, which was administered system-wide to students, and the Healthy Minds study is a nationally validated survey on mental health services access that we administered to students and employees across the system in 2023 and 2024. That data, as you'll hear, sort of formed the foundation of our plan that I'll share the goals with here in a moment. We had tremendous campus stakeholder engagement.
each of our student affairs officers led teams on their campuses to get what are their priorities? How does your campus respond to these needs? What's going on in your institution? And then we developed goals and actions based on that. The couple of things that I do want to point out in this are that one is that it really is driven by a collaborative. This work has really been driven by a collaborative process between campuses and OCHI, and lots of faculty, staff, student input. And the other thing that I'll point out, and again, Carrie's going to talk to this more significantly, but this plan didn't start out as a student and employee mental health and well-being plan. It started out as students only. And resoundingly, when we shared the draft goals with our student affairs officers and our provosts last fall, I think in no uncertain terms did we hear the feedback that the plan couldn't be supported if we didn't also align with some of the great efforts that Carrie and team have been leading and address student mental health and employee mental health and well-being as connected. So that was one thing I just really wanted to point out in the process. The final thing is that you heard from Superintendent Hedlund this morning that student well-being is a major priority for her. Part of our work in this has been partnering with external folks at the OPI, at DPHHS, our state suicide prevention coordinator, with national experts to build partnerships, have the expertise, and in particular create continuity for our students who are transitioning from K-12 space to higher ed. Okay, so we are here in this orange box at our launch this spring. We'll carry that forward throughout the rest of this academic year and then into the next 4 years. We're going to transition a little bit, and I'm going to have Dr. Asserson talk a bit about the data that informed this plan, and then we'll talk about what the goals are and our next steps.
All right, thank you. Excited to be here to talk once again about some of the findings we had from the Healthy Mind study when we completed that across the MUS in 2023, as Christine said. Just a brief reminder about that study that it was launched at the University of Michigan. It's been conducted across the country since 2007 at over 650 institutions with nearly a million respondents on the student side. So it's a really healthy data set. Important to know that it is not a clinical data set. It's sampling students, just the general student body, which I think has, for us, been really important in understanding what are the broader mental health needs that our students are facing and how does that impact them at our institutions and how do we support them. So the data over on the left is some of our student data looking at some of those core areas that we've pulled out as a task force is identifying really important for us to address. And what we really noticed is, of course, anxiety and depression are continuing to be some of the top presenting issues that we see in college counseling centers. We see that 38% and 33% of our sample had screened positive for those. But also important to note that if you look at the bottom, 81% of, again, this is the MUS data, our students were reporting that their mental health was negatively impacting their academic performance. That certainly doesn't mean that we're going to provide clinical services to 81% of our MUS students, right? Like that is not what our goal is, but that certainly informs us understanding the continuum or the range of mental health needs that we're seeing and informing our work on the action plan for how do we try to target and support a more holistic approach to this. And so we are really thoughtful about how these mental health issues are not only impacting students in their daily lives, but impacting them in the classroom and on our campuses. And then over on the right, it was really exciting for us when we did the Healthy Mind study in the system in 2023-24 to be one of the first campuses to also include faculty and staff and be a part of the Healthy Minds project, looking at faculty and staff and their responses. So for us, again, that was drawing that connection back to how student mental health is impacting how they're doing in the classroom and reaching their goals. When you look at those top two, items on this table about feeling comfortable having conversations with students about their mental health and a good idea how to recognize that a student is in mental or emotional distress. While that's, we have 63% and 52% of our faculty endorsing that, we also know that about 80% of our faculty are actually making those referrals. So we have a gap there in terms of where they're feeling comfortable, doing that, and then they're actually making those referrals. So there's opportunity here for us as a task force. We had been hearing this anecdotally from our faculty and staff. This survey really helped us understand a little bit more about that to inform how do we want to engage with faculty and staff to increase their comfort and being able to have those conversations, not becoming therapists to the students, but knowing where to refer them, where to get them help, and also being thoughtful about how can they incorporate some well-being strategies into the classroom, hopefully being able to go back and target that 80% where we're seeing mental health impacting academic performance. And then the next slide helps us kind of dig in a little bit more. And this is where I think we've built that connection, which has been really exciting to me to work with Carrie and our colleagues about how are we supporting faculty and staff in their own health and well-being. So this is data, again, MUS data when we did the faculty and staff survey, where there's some great news here, right? Where 72% of those who responded to the survey in our sample were achieving a healthy balance between personal and professional life. There's something to build on there. That's a great indicator of well-being. So we have some things that are going well and things we want to build on with our faculty and staff. But I also really want to highlight some of the opportunities where we noticed that about half were reporting that their job was taking a negative toll on their mental or emotional health. 55% were feeling burned out because of their work. That can be for lots of things, right? That doesn't only mean student mental health is impacting them, but this is the opportunity for us to take a broader approach and think about, given this data, given what we know about how faculty being engaged in this, providing them resources will really help us broaden and take a more community approach to supporting our students where they are and to have the skills, hopefully, that we can help them build, given the work of this action plan, to enhance that. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Christine.
Thanks, Betsy. So I want to do a pretty quick gloss of our goals here that are in the action plan. And, as Regents, I don't think it's necessary for you to know the map of the whole action plan inside and out, but I do really want you to sort of have these 3 big goals in mind as you're thinking about this work over the next 4 years. The first goal is, like I mentioned earlier, kind of taking a public health approach to mental health and well-being. And what I mean by that is that we're taking mental health and well-being from outside of a clinical office and really integrating it into the fabric of our institutions and our campus communities all across the system. In this public health approach, everyone has a role to play, and we need to do some education and some training and provide resources so that every person in our university system understands what their role can be, knows how to act in that role in appropriate ways, right? And also can, and that work isn't a drain on their own mental health. The other piece of a public health approach that this plan really promotes is that mental health and well-being exists along a continuum, and we aren't just addressing, clinical or crisis services, but we're doing some of these upstream prevention efforts as well, and that is a really important piece of this plan. Our second goal is aimed at activities that support students and, importantly, that does suicide prevention work for students. Things like training, things like, helping our faculty, staff, and students recognize students in distress and knowing how to refer. Those are the kinds of activities in Goal 2. And then I'm going to just say a note about Goal 3 and then turn it over to Carrie to talk about why this is so important. Goal 3 is really doing the same thing, but for employees. And it's really focused on enhancing the mental health and well-being of employees. I know that this board is always very invested in and pushing us in the university system and at OCHI to be innovative. And I'm very pleased to say that so far as we know, this plan is the only plan at a university system level in the country that brings together under one umbrella and recognizes the interdependencies of student mental health and well-being and employee mental health and well-being. And we're really proud to have been able to do that work together, and surely there will be challenges along the way, but I think we have really committed partners, and you'll hear from Carrie just how important the employee side is to this.
Thank you for that. So I'm just going to talk about some big pieces, and just so you know on this topic, I welcome any of you to reach out to me to have a long form conversation about this because I'm really passionate about it, but I'm going to stick to the script and we're going to get out of here on time. So no worries there. So we want to talk about the fact that there's some key pieces falling in together right now at the right time. And so one of those is the fact that when I got here, a little over 2 years ago, the data on the employees side of the house, as far as the well-being study, there was data sitting there, but we just didn't know what or how to work with this. And this was data in regard to how is our workforce doing. So that's we have data sitting there. That's awesome. Also, when I got here, I noticed that there was an associate director of student well-being, but no associate director of employee well-being. So we employ 9,000 people, and there was nobody waking up in the morning thinking about that topic. And that was interesting to me. And was that my job? Was that HR's job? You can kind of stack the questions out there. So we're lucky enough in the last year to establish an associate director of employee well-being. That's Karen Wood. Unfortunately, she couldn't make it here today, but she's a phenomenal resource. I'm really excited to build out what she can do, how she can support campuses. And I think the third piece is, this is not to toot my own horn, this is more about the HR community as a whole in the system. There's a couple ways of going about HR. You can have a different approach. You can have more of a policing approach. Are the policies being followed and be a little bit more by the book? Or you can talk more strategic HR. And what I found here at the system is we are in a strategic HR posture, and there's more to move towards. Of course, I'm never going to be done there, but my willingness when Christine said, hey, are you interested in this? I have this information. Would you like to partner? I could not be more excited. This time is absolutely right. So with that, what I'm going to do, instead of talking about how Goal 3 gets done, because I think that's more, we have the material out there, you can deep dive this if you want. I thought it would be more valuable to talk about what Goal 3 does. So as I mentioned, we employ a little over 9,000 employees, so faculty and staff. This, by posting Goal 3, what we do is we're amplifying and identifying well-being as foundational. We're recognizing that this is being moved to the forefront. And I think there's value in that. Those 9,000 employees, they deal with conflict. They have conflict with coworkers, with managers, health issues, mental health issues, financial stress, substance abuse, legal concerns, family conflict. It's complicated being a human. There's a lot going on. I will say I've been in human resources for 26 years. Please don't hold that against me. At the beginning, when employees said, we confront somebody about low performance, and then they would identify, I'm sorry, I have this going on in my personal life, and I think that's impacting my ability to do my work. We would say, I'm sorry. The rule is when you park your car and come through the door, you need to come in here and you need to get these things done. I said this to people. I cringe thinking about it, but I did that. I'm happy to say now we've evolved in HR, and we're realizing a whole person comes to work and a whole person can deliver some amazing work for us. And I think we also need to meet them in that whole space as well. So that is what I see Goal 3 kicking off here for the system. I don't know if I really need to say it, but when we take care of our folks, they take care of the students. That's really the very basic component of this. The good news is we have resources to support our employees and our faculty. I don't think we're necessarily using them all across the board throughout the system. I think we can do better by simply communicating with what we already have. We already have an employee assistance program. A lot of people, when they think about that, that is a magnet on a file cabinet somewhere with a 1-800 number that we hand to people in crisis, and that's kind of as far as it wants to go. That's where Karen's role is so critical as the Associate Director of Employee Wellbeing. There's a warm handoff. There's a human to get you to a service. Closing that gap matters. People feel supported when we close that gap, and we call it a warm handoff, and I think that's critical. Right now, what I want to do is just give a brief shout out to Mary Lockenbrook. She's the Executive Director of Insurance and Benefits in our office, and she's a huge visionary around this as well. And without her resources, we wouldn't have Karen Wood in our midst and able to support the system. So just a little bit about Karen's position as Associate Director of Employee Wellbeing. There's a couple key things that she does, and she also supports the campus as well. What I don't want to do is come in here and say, this is just our idea and it's coming from the system and we're rolling this out on campus. A big part of what's going on is there's some great things happening on campus. We want to make sure that's expanded throughout the system, it's available, and we also amplify and build on what the good things that are already going on. We are taking care of our folks. We want to just do more of it, and I think it's our job at the system level to support that good work too. So that's what I'm most interested in goal 3. As far as the work that Karen does, we had like over 5 employee deaths in the last year. We brought her on board, and she helped provide support, and whatever that looks like. Again, it has to be customized. This doesn't work if we're not meeting the need of the folks on the ground. So they tell us what we want. Karen customizes whatever that is, whether it's to bring in a therapist to come in and support a work group because they've lost a coworker, or all of those things. She can set up whatever we need. Domestic violence, unfortunately, is a place where she's been providing a lot of support, or secondary support, because the HR on campus is providing the first line support to employees. Suicide prevention and support services. She's supported both directly and on the secondary level. Our own faculty and staff has basically done the warm handoff and gotten them to safety when they're in crisis over the last year. That's important work, even if you just do it for one person, and I can guarantee you she's done it for more than one person. And I just think that matters. The Employee Assistance Program, which I kind of think we want to rebrand it so we all just don't zone out when we hear that term. But I do want to talk about, when we're talking about resources that I would like to make sure everyone's aware of, they have over 100 clinical trainings that include things like estate planning, advanced communication skills that foster collaboration and teamwork, preventing burnout, managing the stress and change of uncertainty, navigating challenging situations. So these are trainings that are offered by clinicians. And I mean, wouldn't it be great if we all leveled up on 9,000 people leveling up on all of those 5 things I just listed? That would be great. Again, I could go on and on because I'm really excited about this, but I have phenomenal partners here, and I'm excited to see what we're going to do here. But what Goal 3 does is, this can feel very soft as far as measuring health and well-being. Like, how do we know we've improved in this area? What does this mean? Now we have some ways to collect this data, so I'm excited about that because that was a question I needed answered. Also gives us ability to measure it. And I will say that since we brought Karen on board, one metric I do have right now is our employee assistance program. When she was brought on board, we had 2% utilization. Nationally, it's 5%, so not bad. Right now, it's 19%. And we just scratched the surface. We're still trying to get our legs under ourselves as far as what this program can do. So anyway. Turn it over
Thanks,
to you.
Carrie.
Yeah.
So, we wanted to spend a little bit more time talking about the employee mental health and well-being side, just because I think the board hasn't necessarily heard about that as much as the student side. And as you can hear from Carrie, it is a really essential piece. And I think that it is not lost on all of you the ways that student mental health and well-being interacts with employee mental health and well-being. We see that in the data. We see that in our just lived experience on campuses every day. So these are the goals, okay? There's a lot of work to be done here. I'd encourage you to take a look at the full action plan, which is linked in the board agenda, and the report for more information on process, data, all of that. But these are the things that I want you to remember and think about. We're doing public health. Everyone plays a role. Mental health is a continuum. We're serving students' needs so that they get to that finish line, and we are supporting employees so that they can bring their very best to our campuses every single day. The implementation and rollout, I've offered just a couple of next steps for what our major year one activities will look like. I'm not going to necessarily go through all of those, except I do want to point to one thing, which is that you all know we've had a task force working on this. We are regrouping, relaunching that task force with representatives from our campuses that include roles, more expansive roles, so thinking about academic leaders, institution leaders, some of our finance people even. How do we integrate HR into this so that we have the right kind of decision-making and guiding body to carry this pretty aspirational work forward? We'll have another summit. We'll work with campuses to do some of this implementation. Happy to talk about all of this. And Lauren, those measures on the left-hand side are for you. We can talk more about those. We do have built into the plan some kind of benchmarking and assessment of where our students and employees are, and then how the activities in the plan are impacting mental health and well-being across our campuses. So finally, I just wanted to say one thing. Sometimes we come to the board with priority action items, and I think the board is kind of like, that's great information. What would you like us to do with that? And so the thing that I would like you to do with that is there is power in attention. When you keep things on the agenda, when you hold us accountable, when you ask us, how are we doing on this? Have we implemented this? Are we reaching the goals that we have? That's really powerful, and it's very motivating to us, and it helps us keep this work alive and on the front burner and going in the ways that we need it to. So that's my ask of this board, is to keep it on the agenda, sort of metaphorically and literally, and hold us to this. Like, this is an aspirational plan, but hold us to it. And I know that as a system, we can do it. I do want to, before I close, just want to recognize and thank Amber Spring, who is our Associate Director of Student Wellbeing. And while I am up here talking to you about this, Amber really did the bulk of the work in shepherding this process forward, and will work with our Associate Director of Employee Wellbeing in carrying this plan forward along with the task force. So thanks to Amber and all of the campus people who participated in this. With that, happy to answer any questions.
Director Miller, I'm glad my constant questioning about what success looks like has taken hold.
You made an impression.
I guess my question, is it a measure of success that we didn't really dwell on the stigma of asking for help and mental and behavioral health? Because, most presentations when I sit through, that's the first thing they talk about. So yeah. Are we over that hurdle with this group?
Hard no, we are not over that hurdle. Hard no. We didn't talk a lot about that. What we see in the data is, and we can talk more about, our surveying and in the HMS and what clinical data shows and on campus, but we see a couple of things in the data that indicate to us that there is still work to be done in stigma reduction. We see a gap between, on the student side, the percentage of students who either report mental health and well-being challenges or that are measured on clinical indexes to screen for depression, anxiety, additional mental health issues. So we see a gap between the presentation of mental health clinical issues and well-being issues and seeking of services. And that tells us that there is some kind of barrier. Some of that barrier people report as like a time issue. Some people report it as a financial issue. A lot of people report it as a stigma issue. And so I still think we have some work to do there, particularly in our rural context, where, there's a bit of a pull yourself up by your bootstraps mentality. And, not all bad, right? But when it comes to getting help when you need it, that can actually be a really significant barrier.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Thanks, Chair Folkford. First of all, thanks to the team and to your call to action, Christine, since I've been back on this board, this has been one of the top strategic focuses that I feel like we've kept on the agenda, and for good reason. I just went to Claude, and it looks like we're winning the race we don't want to win. We're barely behind Alaska in adult suicides, and we're trouncing every other state in the country in youth suicides. So my thoughts are we need to be best in the country with these practices. So just a couple of quick questions as we think about this. I recall back in in 2010, 11, after the financial crisis, we really honed in on student debt. And at that time, this board decided to make financial literacy a mandatory education piece if you were going to take out a loan. The feds, for other reasons, sexual assault became a mandatory training that students, faculty, people on campuses need to take. So as I look at your strategic items here of procuring training, I mean, I think, again, especially if we're going to find ourselves as the leader facing this issue, requiring these types of things seem like low-hanging fruit for us. So I'd love to see that there. I think about the existing campus infrastructure, the resources needed to make that more robust. I would ask if we don't currently have an expert or a resource on every campus, help us outline what that investment looks like, so that, as we know, each campus is uniquely different from one another. And I love Carrie's introduction of Karen, that we now have a focus on employee health, totally accurate, but is that at a system level enough to make it readily available and front of mind for each of our campuses? And so, again, I mean, if there are fiscal asks related to being the best in the nation to address this problem, which is what I believe we should aspire to be because we have the largest challenge, I would like to get a feel for what type of financial investments best practices might require. I just think I'm looking at this data again, and the way that we've elevated this as a priority, keep the foot on the gas pedal. And I'll say it one more time and I'll step back, because you're doing this work. Please feel the emphasis, not only from this 7-member board, but from the other 7-member boards and the other 7-member boards that have constantly elevated this as a top priority for good reason. And very robust, very thorough. I feel an elevated focus from our system, but to your point, hard no, we're not there. And please continue to, and again, we can't answer all of the challenges in one fell swoop, but if we know what we need to aspire to be, this board has proven that they're willing to look to find ways to make investments to address challenges like this. So with that, thank you very much for the work that you're doing, and please keep us on your tail so that we keep advancing this as a really top strategic priority for us.
Chair Fulford, Chair Buchanan, just appreciate the comments, and yes, on the mandatory training, definitely we can bring some, what the financial sketch of best practices looks like on our campuses to this board. And just to note how much I think our system appreciates this board and the commissioner's commitment to mental health and well-being. None of this would have been started or possible without that, and just really appreciate you continuing to keep this in your priorities, because this work is never done, right? We have new students, we have new circumstances, new, whatever. It's not, we can't check the box on this one and move on. And so it just, it is very important, and appreciate you guys keeping this on the agenda.
Many thanks, Christine. Many thanks, Carrie, Betsy. And I think not lost on anyone, this has been like a huge, thoughtful group task to get to this point. And I think with a lot of thought also put on, hey, this is a big, messy space to try and address. What's our approach to measurement to understand if we're doing this in a way that's moving the needle? And with some pretty substantial investments on the part of this board and the commissioner's office and in Amber and in Karen to assist campuses on what is a challenging thing to address. So much work to do. Thank you to you and team for bringing forward a good plan on how to do it. Mr. Chair, our final item for the ARSA agenda, we've had some good conversations about research centers and institutes, how those are organized, what function they play. We're currently undertaking a catalog to ensure we have a good handle of what we support across the system, how they're reviewed at an institutional level, our processes at the OG level. We wanted to bring up our two vice presidents for research at MSU Bozeman at the University of Montana to kind of talk through what role generally they play at our institutions, how they're supported at these two institutions, you know, some examples of the work that they do. I want to emphasize, MSU Bozeman, the University of Montana have the lion's share of centers and institutes, not all the centers and institutes in the university system. Montana Tech, you heard from earlier, they have a few research centers, including Center for Advanced Material Processing. MSU Northern has an Advanced Fuel Center. But these two institutions, centers and institutes, play a really central role in how they organize the research enterprise, and want to walk that through with you. Again, I think you've met Dr. Harmon earlier today, Dr. Wittenberg, Vice President for Research and Creative Scholarship at the University of Montana, Missoula. I'll kind of start us off and then hand it over to these two. You know, first is theoretically, why are we launching a research center or institute? And the fundamental reasons why we would do this is we have a group of faculty talent at an institution. We want a way to organize that faculty talent so that we're communicating internally and externally. Hey, we have some real comparative advantages here. Be that equipment, be that expertise, comparative advantages that help us to go out and articulate our expertise when we're pursuing grants and scholarships externally. Also comparative advantages if we're trying to communicate internally to the state. Here's a space where our institution is strong and where we have faculty, resources, and expertise that are doing things for Montana. You know, some of those things that our research centers and institutes do, certainly they're a place to coordinate research, but they're oftentimes also a space for technology translation, transfer, for regional and community events, for partnerships that span institutions. And I'll hand it over to Scott and Allison to talk about what that looks like for a university and for a researcher themselves. But broadly, again, this locus of expertise. And Allison, may I hand it to you?
Oh, now I am. So I would say that from a university perspective and a VPR perspective, that launching a research center is how we tell the world what we're good at. And like Joe was saying, it depends on having that critical mass of faculty talent, those assets that might include instrumentation or other kinds of comparative advantage, and ensuring that they can be fundable. So that tells you a lot. Creating intellectual communities is important because, you know, as a VPR, I really don't want 20 different projects across campus on the same topic. I want those researchers working together. I want them to be coordinated. I want them to know what the other folks are doing. And one of the best ways we do that is to organize them into centers and provide some infrastructure that is supportive so that that can be efficient and that a group of faculty could take advantage of that. We use centers to recruit faculty by offering them an invitation to be affiliated with a particular center so they can take advantage of that infrastructure. We also use them to recruit talented graduate students and undergraduate students. When we have a center and we've planted our flag in that topic, this is a signal to funders. We're good at this. We know how to do this. This is a way for us to amass our collective outcomes and accomplishments in an area so that the risk for the funder is markedly less. They know that we can handle a large competitive institutional grant because we've done it before and because we have a long record of success in a particular area.
And then I was asked to speak. Yeah, I was asked to speak. Whoa, baby. About the benefits to our researchers. I was going to tell a story. When I started as a young assistant professor back at my previous institution, I was in a discipline that nobody else at the university worked in. I was one of the first ones to work in lasers and various kinds of molecular modeling. And so when you start off and you're the only person in a discipline and don't have a center or institute to benefit you, you don't know where to find funding. There's nobody to teach you that process. When you try to form a research group to go after larger research grants, there's nobody else to pull in. You have to pull in people from outside of the university to do it. And so centers and institutes are naturally built with ability to build large teams, and particularly for young faculty members coming into the university, to actually have colleagues to work with and to find these kinds of things. Most people don't understand how different universities are now, how much more supportive they are of faculty. We have a research development office that helps people find funding. We have pre-award and post-award people, I'll talk about that some at some point, that helped you manage your grants and contracts. When I started, we didn't have that. You know, we had to find our own funding opportunities and do our own work. And so a lot of that is just the support that we can provide to faculty through centers and institutes, and I would say that's the biggest part. The other part I think I sort of alluded to is the managing of grants and contracts. When I started, I'm going to sound really old when I say this, but when I started, it was a real hard transition to go from being really a researcher interested in a particular topic, and then suddenly you get a research grant, and now you have to file all sorts of reports, and you have to manage the grant funds according to certain rules and regulations. And as a graduate student, nobody teaches you that. And so suddenly you have to learn all that. Now what we do through our centers and institutes is we have actually people that manage their grants and contracts for them, both in pre-award and post-award. And that really allows the faculty member and the students to go out and work on the research itself, not just become administrators, because becoming an administrator is just a terrible occupation for anybody. So, and I guess I'll leave it there.
On that uplifting note, one question that's come up is we use the term centers, we use the terms institutes. We do have a long academic definition of these two things. In human language, this is what that definition generally means. It means that we try to use the term center when it's focused on one topic or one discipline. And we tend to use the term institute when it's interdisciplinary or a broader research focus, or when that gathering of faculty has a pretty particular role in the curriculum, in providing instruction. And so I want to hand it back to Allison to give you a sense for functionally at these two universities, what this array of research centers and institutes looks like and means.
Thanks, Joe. So this is a list of our currently active and centrally supported centers and institutes. I just want to highlight a few of them, but I think if you peruse the list, you can get a flavor for what's the research identity of Montana State University? What's the portfolio look like? What are our research priorities? I think by looking at this, you can get an excellent idea of where our strengths are. But let me just highlight a couple. The Center for Biofilm Engineering, for example, is a long-lived center. It's about 35 years old at MSU. It has faculty affiliated from it from at least 3 different colleges at MSU, so it has strong interdisciplinary focus. Serves probably 60 or more undergraduates and graduate students on an annual basis. Since it was founded, has published more than 1,400 publications, which is an astounding record of dissemination. And it works with a group of industry members that actually provide a portion of its operating expenses. So this is a gold standard center, and these are some of the criteria that I would hold other centers accountable for, even if they can't match that, because, like I said, it's one of the best. I also wanted to highlight the Center for Research on Rural Education. So this is a social science center looking at best practices for how do we build a pipeline of teachers for rural schools in Montana and also beyond Montana. So this center works with school districts to build that pipeline from teacher recruitment to preparation through multiple layers of hands-on, field-based activities during the undergraduate experience, to mentoring of new teachers, and to mentoring of teachers that are on emergency licenses. This is critical for the state of Montana. So this is an example of a center that's big on outreach, that's big on engagement in rural communities, and I doubt I could give you an example of a center that's done more for Montana's rural community. It's also very well funded for a social science research center. And then the last one I wanted to mention, go back if you would. Okay, quit playing, Joe. The last one I wanted to mention was the Optical Technology Center, which is also an older center at MSU. It's more than 30 years old. It hosts an annual conference every year to allow students to present their research to industry partners. It has stimulated the development of Montana Photonics and Quantum Alliance, which has now 45 plus members. It's definitely a center at MSU that I credit with attracting the Headwaters Tech Hub to the state of Montana, and very, very proud of the work that they do. And then just like a little bit deeper dive into Spectrum Lab, I wanted to highlight this one because it has some really unique attributes. Spectrum intersects with OpTech, and it also intersects with the recently proposed quantum core. But Spectrum is a little different because its focus is on the translation of technology to commercializable innovations. And so it's been around a while as well. It lives in a controlled, unclassified research facility, which means you just can't walk in. This is all export controlled research. And it does quite a bit of workforce development with both high school students, with two-year students, with four-year undergrad students, and of course with graduate students. The current staffing of Spectrum includes all MSU graduates. So high quality jobs for high level graduates at MSU. Plenty of funding currently. And if you look at the research areas, you can see, I'm not gonna try to explain any of these things, but certainly things where MSU claims a lot of strength. And then the spin-offs, spun off Bridger Photonics a while ago, which then was acquired, or then spun off another company called Blackmore, which then was acquired by Aurora. Aurora now has its own whole building on MSU's Innovation Campus. Same idea with Montana Instruments, which was acquired by Atlas Copco, and then the S2 Corporation, all still going concerns. And this is how we track spin-offs at MSU from 1987 to present. You can see the longer the line means the longer the persistence of that company. Strong biotech, photonics, agriculture, and then software, but other things would be business and education, health, and that kind of thing. You can see if there are some horizontal lines that they've been acquired by another company, if there's an arrow they've spun out into another company. Proud of this history, but I also think that we can do more as an institution to spin out and nurture young companies so that they're successful for a long term. And then finally, this is my last slide. I want to just say that centers attract research funding, and we've already gone over some of the reasons why. But at MSU, I can tell you that centers are accounting for about half of all research expenditures. So quite a bit when you look at our 2025 number, which was just shy of $289 million. Finally, I'll just say that we are hosting a Centers and Institutes Day at MSU, March 23rd. It's open to the public. We're looking to build awareness about our centers for faculty, but also for industry and community members. Anyone is welcome if you want to learn about all the centers at MSU.
Okay, here is a list of the research centers at the University of Montana. There's a number of other centers that are also social sciences, humanities, and so on that are not on the list. The two, I'm going to pick out two, and then when I get back, I'll get all sorts of emails and calls saying, why did you not pick us out of this list? One I'd like to pick out is CIRI, Center for Integrated Research on the Environment. CIRI was started in 2014 by Dr. Rick Hauer. He's a good friend of mine, unfortunately passed away this year from cancer. He started with a large cooperative agreement with the Army Corps of Engineers, and that was at $45 million. For those that know about IDIQs, that's what it was called. At the time, and I think it still is, the largest such agreement that we've had at the University of Montana. And so it's been quite a few years that we've done that. What we currently do is now being directed by Kevin Swinford, is now the director of CIRI. And they've switched over from these cooperative agreements. It'll be a terminology you'll probably hear more of called IGSAs, which are intergovernment service agreements. And we have what's known as a RIGSA. I like to use acronyms. It's a regional one. The region for CIRI, interestingly enough, is all states west of the Mississippi River. And so it is a RIGSA with the Army for all of the Army installations of any kind west of the Mississippi for any environmental or cultural issue that they want to have addressed. And so it's a very large IGSA that we have in place that we're just starting to implement. And we have a new contract with the Navy that will become a RIGSA with them in a similar fashion. And even though we've just started with the RIGSAs, we already have $32 million worth of contracts on those installations around the country. And so I think what that shows is it plays to a strength at the University of Montana, and that's in natural resources. That's a strength of us. And fortunately for us as well, that's an area that the federal government is interested in, of course, with fire, flood, and droughts and so on. The other one I would pull out of here is the Center for Translational Medicine. It's the second from the top on the middle row. Some of you are probably aware of where CTM started from. Back in 2014, this is right about the time I started, GlaxoSmithKline, now called GSK, they had purchased a competitor's research arm. And so they were closing down all of their research facilities around the country. And one of those they were closing was down in Hamilton, GSK in Hamilton. So it's a production facility and it's also a research arm. So I reached out to the people that ran the research division of GSK down there and offered them a good home at the University of Montana since their other choice was New Jersey. And they thought Missoula sounded better than New Jersey. And so they brought 12 people up to the University of Montana, started the Center for Translational Medicine, and brought with them $20 million in NIH contracts, so that was another good reason to make the arrangement with them. And they started a spin-up company in Montech, our business incubator, called Inimune. And so we have a public-private partnership with Inimune, with the University of Montana. That combination of CTM, Inimune, and UM has so far, since 2014, $180 million worth of contractual work in what originally was in adjuvants, which are small molecules. Regents Spoon will probably know this the best, but adjuvants that you add to vaccines to make them more efficient, and therefore you can do lower doses. And so during COVID, every vaccine candidate for COVID that NIH was looking at came actually through the University of Montana, through CTM, to see if our adjuvants would make them more efficient, which they did. But since then, CTM now is working on vaccines. And the one I think you've probably heard about is a vaccine for opioids. And they also have one for monkey virus. The opioid one is sort of a new technique. And what it does is it creates a glob that is so big it cannot pass through the blood-brain barrier. And therefore, it's a vaccine. You get injected if you have an opioid problem or a heroin problem. We're also working on heroin. That you take the injection, and you can take all the opioids you want. You don't feel anything. And so the desire to be addicted actually goes away. And so that's currently in clinical trials. We have actually 3 clinical trials going on right now, and one of those is actually in phase 2. So it's actually in the part where we're doing human clinical trials on some of the vaccines that have come out of CTM. Another thing I like about CTM is they work with a lot of our faculty in biomedical research areas to sort of the commercialization piece, because they know that very well. So the one I'm going to focus on is relatively topical, since you have before you something about the Montana Climate Office. You might wonder, why, if it's a climate office, why is it becoming an institute, and why put the proposal? And so the top 2 is the part they've probably already talked about. That's the service they provide to the state as being the climate office. The bottom 2, I don't know if you've heard about. So the 2 things they do is they take all of the data that they collect off of the Mesonet, and they've been analyzing that with AI to see, can they predict stream flow ahead of time? And what they've developed is the most accurate method for predicting stream flow anywhere actually in the world. They're doing it across the country right now. It's better than the models that the U.S. government currently uses for prediction of stream flow. You might, I guess, grasp the importance of that certainly for farmers, ranchers, farmers. If you're going to plant wheat, what's it going to look like in terms of the water conditions for the future? Should I plant wheat or should I plant something else? And as an investor, I would really like to know what the prediction is for wheat futures a year out, which they actually can take this model out quite a ways fairly accurately. And the other thing I think related to what Bob spoke about, Morris talked about earlier, they work closely with Northwest Energy about their hydroelectric production because stream flow feeds into that. And so Northwestern is very interested in that. And it'll also tie into the hydrothermal things that Bob talked about. The other thing that I'm actually part of is a new program out of the National Science Foundation, which is an R2I2. It's to develop regional incubators. And so the NSF divided the country into a bunch of regions, I think about 8 regions, and there was only one proposal in our entire region, our 5-state region, that was selected to be part of this program, and that was the one that came out of the Climate Office. It's called RIDER, the Regional Incubator in Drought Resiliency. And what we're working on is to create what we're calling a societal incubator. So it's not like the typical incubator in which you're thinking about producing companies out of it or startups out of it, although we will do that also. It's about how do you bring together the right players, and you see a lot of them in that bottom right-hand corner, to discuss the issue of drought, because we can measure it, but then what do we do about it? And so those are large research projects, and you can see we currently have a planning grant. I'm a co-PI on this, is the reason I know some about it. And then we have a planning grant, but if we get the implementation funding, which we'll apply for a year from now, $15 million over 10 years will be really good for working within drought within the region. So here's our list of our startup companies by discipline. You can see in the bottom right-hand corner, it doesn't include 36 companies that have started, our startups that come out of our professional programs. There are a lot of physical therapy startups, 1, 2, 3 person companies around the state that came out of our PT program, but also law, physical, counseling, psychology, a number of startups in addition to these. Some of these, so you see Inimune there. Another one that's on the list should be, I'm trying to look it up there, predictive hydrology. So that is the spin-out company from the AI modeling that I just talked about on the previous slide. So the Climate Office is also spinning out, or has spun out a company to sort of take advantage of the data they're able to calculate. And lastly, or is there one more? Oh yeah, so there's our data. 150 million will soon be at 280 million as well. Oh, maybe not, we'll try. Future looks tough for research, by the way. I don't know if that's obvious. I don't know if we want to talk about that because during the last year, the various federal agencies were not putting out RFPs for our faculty to write proposals to, and therefore the proposal volume is down to, I think, both institutions. And so in a year or two, that will impact our research expenditures. We just know that that's happening, and we're both addressing that as best we can. But it does show the importance of centers and institutes for our current growth of research. We're, like with MSU, over half of our research expenditures are from our centers and institutes. And the other thing that we talked a little bit about was instrument cores. We use centers and institutes to also generate instrument cores. So if you have large major instrumentation, you don't want every research group to have an MRI machine. And so you have one that's in a core that you figure out a mechanism for people to have access to. I'll leave it at that. I was going to talk about, well, let's move on to the next one.
And this is just a sum up. You know, we're talking about the really solid examples of what we're aspiring for research centers and institutes to do. And broadly across the institution, they're highlighting what we're good at. They're organizing research. They're increasing our competitiveness for grants and contracts. How they're funded, and the fundamental expectation is that as we're starting up a research center or institute, they're improving our success rate for grants and contracts to the degree that those grants and contracts pay for their operation. a portion of indirect costs that the institution receives to support the research operation comes back and helps to pay for the staffing of that research center or institute. What we're undertaking right now is reviewing those that have come through Board of Regents, other campuses' approach to assessing the operations of research centers and institutes, just to ensure that we're pleased with our process for keeping track of these centers and institutes, these organizations as they're established. But the goal here is to emphasize, they have played a really central role in how we operate some pretty successful research programs on the national stage, and are going to continue to do so. Like, I think some of the change here is looking at our suite of faculty expertise of centers and institutes and thinking, how do those need to shift over time so that we're going with where federal research funding is going, where the state needs are going, where our faculty expertise is going. And with that, happy to open up if there are questions from the board.
Mr. Chairman, Deputy Commissioner, so obviously research priorities and faculty expertise change over time. What's the review process for centers and institutes so we don't just have a lot of centers that aren't being used like they once were?
Yeah, Regent Jasper, I'm glad to actually maybe turn over to our two VPRs to talk about what that looks like at UM and MSU.
We do a review of centers every year. So the kinds of things that we would look at would be primarily the research expenditures, because that tells you quite a few things. In order to spend money, you have to have won the money, so you have had to be competitive in order to get that. And that tells us that somebody else thinks that this is a valuable thing to be doing, in addition to the way we feel at MSU. We would also be looking at dissemination. So I mentioned publications and presentations. So those are research outcomes that we can count. We would look at engagement of faculty on campus. So we don't want to have centers that are just one or two people thick, because that makes them very vulnerable to essentially loss if you lose a faculty member or if you have a retirement. And then we would look at engagement of students as well as outreach to industry or outreach to communities, other kind of visible impacts that centers can make. So we would do that on an annual basis. And we do that in the time to allocate a budget to that center for the following year. And so that's about now. So budgets we put together in March. And as Joe was saying, that centers are responsible for bringing revenue into the university and indirect costs. We would use that as a way to calculate what's your budget for the next year.
So we actually don't budget for Centers Institute. They get a certain percentage return of the F&A, that the overhead on grants and contracts that they generate. So if they generate less money, they get less money. In terms of the overall review, it follows our normal process for all programs on campus. So it goes through faculty, senate, and through the provost's office with input from me.
Thank you.
And Regent Jasper, I'll just note, that's part of what I'm also undertaking an assessment of is, we've had different processes at the campus level at UM and MSU, both in terms of budgeting and review. And that's true also for other campuses that host fewer research centers. But are we pleased with how we have that in board policy and in OCHI process of how we periodically inspect where are these sitting and how are they operating and are they delivering what was promised at the point of establishment?
Scott, you mentioned, I think we all have paid attention to national headlines about the headwinds with research. When do we start to assess that impact? And I mean, I imagine, particularly with indirect costs, where a lot of those support other campus activities because the lights are on in buildings, are we starting to run models of what reduced research funding looks like? But I'm not laughing at the same time. When would we, in the event we do see any sort of dramatic reduction in research funding?
No, I was chuckling because I now have to practice the Regent Buchanan members of the board or whatever it is because I'm terrible at that. Okay. Yeah, we're definitely modeling that. I have a spreadsheet I'm using that predicts what the future is going to look like. As I've said in the past, we track 4 things. I suspect MSU does as well: the number of proposals, the amount we're asked, what we call the proposal volume, the amount we're asking for, the award volume, and the amount we know we're getting next year, and then the expenditure. So we track all 4, and for each of those, there's you can calculate what is the transition. So if I ask for money, how many of those actually get to be awarded, and how much that gets converted to a certain dollar figure, and so on. And so I'm tracking what the future looks like. This year will be relatively flat to a little bit down. We're starting to see some of that not having the ability to apply for external funding, starting to hit the expenditures now. And so right now we're 1% down from last year. But next year is when it's really going to hit. And there's nothing you can do about it, because that's something that happened that we weren't allowed to compete for. We've been meeting, my AVPR, Paul Lucas, is in the back, and he and I and our Director of Sponsored Programs and our Research Development Office, we've been meeting to sort of what can we do, because we have to look at the other thing. There are a lot of things going on at the federal level, and I'm sorry if I'm talking too much. You've got the feds, the federal government, also laid off a bunch of people in the offices that has to manage the grants and contracts on their side, and therefore they don't have the staff to manage grants and contracts. So what they're doing is they're really encouraging larger proposals, so they have fewer of them with larger teams. So we have to address that. They're also identifying areas that they want to fund. Quantum is one, which is really good for MSU, and we have to push to make sure that natural resource is another one of those areas that they're going to push for funding. And so we have to, how do we move into areas in which the funding is going to be as well? So there's all sorts of things we're looking at for how do we address that, but a year from now is baked in the goods, or whatever the phrase is.
We're not decreasing in expenditures currently. We are up about 20% compared to last year, which is even higher than last year's increase. I can't explain that entirely. What I can tell you, though, is the forecast for next year does look lower. And it is because of fewer funded proposals, fewer proposals going out, because there's fewer RFPs from the federal government. And so we're not getting the opportunities to compete. I think we're very competitive if we have those opportunities, but until we see those RFPs pick up, then we're not going to see as many coming in, and we won't have as many to contribute to that forecast. Currently, we still have a lot of momentum that we had even before last year. So we'll probably still see a significant increase for this year.
And Regent Buchanan, just one other forecast, the piece that we don't know. The federal budget has been reasonably static in terms of its level of support for scientific funding in the last 2 budgets, but that hasn't flown through to RFPs that our campuses to compete for. And so there is a question, is that going to come unstuck, or is it going to remain stuck? And because it's been stuck, we'll have this time period of, for the first time in a decade, flattening or declining research expenditures. What happens beyond that and the strategic implications depend on, does that come unstuck, and does it come unstuck in spaces where we are relatively competitive or can move to be relatively competitive? Regent Spoon.
Yeah, Scott, good to see you. I just wanted to commend both institutions on, I think everybody should know that we've got 2 R1 funded institutions in the state of Montana, which is incredible. For a rural state, the amount of money that is being generated, the amount of companies that are being spun off, I think is nothing short of amazing, and you guys deserve a lot of credit for steering that ship. The other thing I want to bring up is just in research and looking, and with funding from the federal government changing, what kind of efforts are being put on sort of philanthropy to fund research, as well as sort of these public-private partnerships and looking to get more industry involved potentially? Because it is a time where I think we've got to be very creative about how we're drawing in resources to keep those incredible centers going.
Yeah, Regent Spoon, what you just said is exactly what we're trying to do this year. We are working very hard on the economic development part of research and partnering with industry. And that's why I was highlighting some of those centers that particularly have those partnerships with industry that can help fund the center. I mean, that's part of where the funding should come from, because there is that need, and they are doing relevant research that industry needs in order to be successful. I also want to focus more on those entrepreneurship and the spin-outs of companies that can then go on to create new and good jobs for our graduates. As far as philanthropy, this is the first year that research at MSU has had a liaison to our alumni foundation and developed priorities for fundraising around research. And so we're seeing that as a need, but also as a huge opportunity for philanthropy. And so both of those things absolutely is what we want to be doing.
So I guess I'll be negative. For those who know me, that's my usual stance. I get, yeah, Clay's laughing. I get routinely asked by the Chronicle of Higher Education for information about research. And so one time I pulled for them, what's the source of funding for research in the U.S. back from the 1920s? And the curve for the federal government just shoots up. The state support actually goes up quite a bit, but a lot of that is in terms of the compliance requirements that now fall on us that we have to pay from the university funds and so on. If you look at philanthropic sources, and this is nationwide, and you look at industry, you can't see the line. It gets swamped by the federal government and by the support the state might provide. And so while we are working towards to increase those numbers, it's going to be a tough haul. Yeah.
And Mr. Chair, members of the board, I just thought that I try to wrap up this conversation again from a university-wide perspective and say, look, when I think about what I hear from this board or from our governor or higher education thought leaders across the country, they want us to be more responsive and innovative. They want us to be perhaps more market-driven, and I think our centers and institutes just check all of these boxes. So we set up centers and institutes in areas where we have a competitive advantage. Check one. We do this so that we don't duplicate like one expensive piece of technology after another within our own organization. We are more efficient that way. We have clear measures of accountability. The dollars that are generated by these centers and institutes drive the growth of those centers and institutes, and if the dollars dry up, at least after a year or two or sometime, the centers go away. It makes perfect sense. And then two slides up there, one for MSU and then Scott, the same slide for UM. Think about the spin-offs, not just the workforce development that's coming out of the centers and institutes, but the economic development. I mean, these are companies that then, grow and start hiring more Montanans. And so the kind of vibrancy curve in the state is very positively impacted by our centers and institutes. So when I hear Vice Presidents Wittenberg and Harmon and Deputy Commissioner Teal talk about this, I'm like, this is what people have been asking us to do as a system of higher education. And I think that the environment is going to get more challenging moving forward. I will respectfully disagree with, well, at least Scott. By the way, congrats. That was a higher sort of per minute joke ratio than I think you typically have. So that was good. But I will respectfully disagree. I'm not ready to cede the growth. I mean, I think that we are finding that we're moving to new sources of funding. I think that the industry partnerships, it's tough going, but we got to keep clawing away at that. So I continue to be aggressive on that front. Thank you.
Thank you, President Tessman. I think that concludes our panel and also Regent Folkford, our ARSA agenda.
Any other questions from the board or others? Well, that's a fairly aggressive agenda, and I thank Deputy Commissioner Teal and his staff and team for all the hard work they've done, not only to move forward these agenda items, but to hold themselves accountable and keep moving forward with your work plan as you've laid out earlier in the year. So thank you. I guess that, Mr. Chairman, concludes the ARSA committee.
Chair Folkvord, thank you. Wonderful work. Robust for sure. So our utility player, Chair Hoyer's back on deck as our 2-year committee chair today. Thanks so much for taking the lead on our next committee.
Absolutely. So thank you, Chairman, Commissioner, and Regents, specifically to the Regents who sat on this committee with me. And so that's Regent Folkford, Regent Southworth, who is gone today, and our newest Regent, Regent Spoon. And then we also have our student Regent, Regent Jasper, on there as well. So we have 3 items this morning, it's been a long day, this afternoon that we're going to bring forward. But I'm going to turn this over to Deputy Commissioner Teal. He is going to have introduce his amazing staff that brings all this data forward to us and talk a little bit about the programs that they're working on. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Hoyer, and we'll dive right in. The first item, I'm going to ask Ange King to come up and introduce.
Thank you, wow, it is loud. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. Madam Chair, Regents, I'll be brief here, but before you this afternoon is proposed changes to Policy 30154, otherwise known as the System Single Admissions File. As you can read in the attachment, really one of the main goals around the Single Admissions File document is to help ensure a more seamless transition of academic documents, particularly for transfer students. As some of you may recall, last year we conducted a statewide transfer tour really focused on understanding challenges and opportunities that are currently facing Montana's transfer students, in particular within the system. And one of the outcomes of that tour was the establishment of a transfer advisory council. That council has representation from all campuses within the MUS. We meet monthly, and really one of the big charges that we have within the council this year is looking at policies and processes that, again, impact transfer students and also then the transfer of credit across the system. One of the many topics we've been talking about is this exact policy, which is why it is before you today as an information item. We are proposing 3 main changes to 30154, and they are: 1, to move the document to an electronic format. Currently, the file lives as an online PDF, so students may be able to complete it online or print it out, turn it into their campus. That campus is then responsible for either mailing or faxing that information to the next institution. Our goal, and with Jared's help, has been to establish an electronic process that allows students to complete it online, for things to be sent securely from one campus to another electronically. Second is removing the fee. As you can see in the policy, it was initially determined that this file for a student would charge $30. It has been changed to $8 in the past, but really our preference here is to completely remove the fee to just make that an aligned commitment across the campuses. And it is to really standardize what information is being sent and to just clarify what is all going to be included in the packet. It would be our plan to bring this forward as an action item at the May meeting, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ange. Any questions from members of the board? This has been, I think, a frustration and a bugbear for a long time, that we're still faxing documents between institutions, and a lot of good work that the Transfer Council has been doing on all the nitty-gritty details that can be frustrating in the transfer process, and this for sure is one of them. So I think a long overdue update, and one that we're excited to bring forward in May.
Just a quick comment. Thank you for streamlining this. When you get it figured out, let K-12 education know, because we still fax. And thank you for removing the financial barrier. The $30 doesn't seem like a lot, but it is a lot for a lot of students and families. So thank you.
Thank you, Ange. Regent Hoyer, members of the board, we'll next invite up Chase Stahl and Jackie Treester. We do an annual update on credit for prior learning, and Chase is going to go into some of the details of what that means, but I just want to forecast for you. We've been talking about the implementation of Workforce Pell, about short-term training programs across the state. There's a lot of focus through 406 Montana Jobs on apprenticeship. Those are saying we want to be able to link what happens outside of the college environment to the college environment. In order to do that, we have to have good ways to assess that that learning that's happening, or those skills that are attained outside of college, are equivalent. What portion of college can a student be granted credit for? And in practice, that's a really, I'd just say, arduous process. Like, it's detail-oriented. People do depend on, when we put something on a transcript, that's a validation and a verification by that university that that person has that skill and those experiences. And so it's something that we take seriously, but as a result, it's also really hard to make work smoothly. And it's not a solved problem anywhere in the country. You'll see some of that in this data of areas where we do reasonably well at it, where there's broad uptake, areas where there's much less uptake than we think is possible, and maybe some early ideas of building on our Common Course numbering frameworks of how we approach making this a lot more efficient than it has been. And I just want, Chase deserves some credit. This is very, very challenging data to work with. He's meshing a lot of different sources. And I think for K-12 education, for higher ed, for a lot of Montanans who have potential military training background experience, this data is going to be really helpful to all of us. So thanks, Chase, for putting it together.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Teal. Good afternoon, Regents. I'll be presenting the data portion of the credit for prior learning presentation. So first up, we do have our definitions, which you can find on the Board of Regents Prior Learning Assessment Policy 301.19. And if you're not familiar with what CPL is, it's a student's previous college level learning outside of the traditional college setting, which may be evaluated for college credit upon the student's request by the subject matter experts. And here's just a list of definitions for reference that you can find on that policy. So as Joe mentioned, there's some data challenges here, and we aren't able to see what experiences or training students are coming in with, and we are unable to see what the outcomes of those assessments are. So we are limited to just the CPL types and the counts of those. And so as we can see since 2017, not much has changed with a majority of these credits, 90% going towards advanced placement, AP, and International Baccalaureate, IB. And the distinction here with these two is that these are credits earned in high school by examination. So these students need to meet the minimum score to gain any sort of academic credit. And so one of the ways we're going to be breaking down the data is looking at AP and IB, and then everything else we'll just call all other CPL. And for this instance, when we examine the demographics, the key distinction here between these two is the age component. As we see we see the age gap jump up to about 41% for all other forms of CPL. So an important component for our non-traditional students for their pathways into higher education. So what does that look like overall for our undergraduate population? And here we're benchmarking this against the system counts, which do exclude the dual enrollment count. And we see that for any given year of the past few academic years, that hovers between 21 and 22% of our overall population, with the majority of this being awarded by four-year institutions, about 87%. And when we exclude AP and IB, that number drops down to about 71%. So this is just to add some context about what we're seeing at the secondary level in Montana for our AP and IB schools. 23% of our overall public schools offer 5 or more AP courses, which reaches about 63% of the overall public school population. And about 14% of those grades 10 to 12 take AP examinations. And all three of those metrics are slowly trending upward. And when we benchmark those against the national average, we would find that all three of those are slightly beneath what we're seeing nationally. Moving over to IB, not much has changed since 2012, as only 4 high schools offer IB opportunities, that being Flathead, Big Sky, Hellgate, and Lone Peak high schools. So what does that look like across the state? 81% of these students are coming from the urban regions, with the majority of these, 78%, coming from the larger high schools, Class AA and Class Single A. And when we look at the mountains and plains regions, we do see a slight uptick in the percent of those students with AP and IB credits that are Pell recipients. So what does that look like for our incoming class of recent high school graduates? And we're breaking this down by in-state and out-of-state students. And we can see that the out-of-state students has slightly higher ratios of incoming students that do have AP credits, AP or IB credits. And when we look at the exams per student, they are at they're nearly double that of what we are seeing for in-state students as measured by the exams per student. So a majority of these AP credits are going to out-of-state students, but both populations are slowly trending upwards. And on the right-hand side, we can see all these subject distributions, with history and social sciences and English being the top taken AP courses. Okay, taking the 50,000-foot view and asking the simple question of what % of our in-state recent high school graduates are coming in with college credit. For the past year, about roughly 61% of these students have some form of college credit, with dual enrollment being a key driver of that statistic. And so when we break down the 3 different sources that we see here, dual enrollment is increasing, so is AP, and we are able to determine that about 13% for the past year of students are taking AP or IB and dual enrollment credits. And I think this underscores the need for effective advising to ensure that when these students matriculate into the MUS, that they are able to maximize their credits that they earned at the high school level. And so across the, breaking down these, the high schools by, the smaller the high school, the less the percentage of the students with college credit, with Class C being about 46%. And when we talk about the Class B and C schools, the primary means in which we are offering them opportunities to earn college credit is dual enrollment. And of that, with our Class C, our smallest schools, that is their primary, dual enrollment is their primary means of reaching them. But with that, it's the online early college modality is how we are offering those opportunities there. Moving on to the veteran students and credit for prior learning. We have a small but increasing share of veterans in our undergraduate population, with about 5% for the past year, of which only 26% of veterans receive some form of CPL. And when we look at how they are earning these college credits, you would find about 45% of them are actually earned in high school, meaning they are not using any sort of military experiences or trainings to gain any sort of academic credit. And when we look at that trend line on the bottom right, we see that has decreased since 2017, while AP and IB has increased. There's a multitude of reasons there couldn't be a multitude of reasons for this, some of which might be a lack of awareness or a lack of transparency as to how those military trainings are translated into academic credit. And nationally, we are seeing states and systems adopt policies to address some of these challenges with our veteran students. So when we exclude AP and IB from the equation, that number drops down to about 18% of our veteran students that have received credit since 2017. And we can see the distribution of the joint services transcript and the branches of the military. And anecdotally, we know that a lot of these credits do translate to elective credits with limited utility towards their academic programs. Oftentimes, some of these veterans might seek some secondary or other forms of assessment to demonstrate knowledge for academic credit. And you could see the remaining 12% on top.
All right, we're going to take advantage of all systems go and reconvene. Chase, thank you for your patience. All yours.
Yep. Last statement on this slide was a majority of our veteran students that have earned CPL. 85% of them do attend four-year institutions. And then some campus highlights and some next steps. We have aligned all AP and IB credits throughout the system. Montana State University is piloting a process to review those joint service transcripts, so those military credits for general education waivers. The University of Montana has hired a CPL navigator that was instrumental in establishing 11 common course numbering equivalencies, and one of those is the veteran students receive general education credits through the CCN equivalent of American History 150, the Veterans Experience, from the joint service transcript. I think these are some high impact practices for our veteran students, as we do know that when students decide to enroll in higher education, one of their primary factors is considering how their academic experiences is reflected in academic credit. And I'm going to turn it over to Director Treaster to discuss the Credit for Prior Learning System Equivalency Framework. Thank you.
Thanks, Chase. Good job. Okay, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, Regents, thanks so much for having us. As you can see, the data that Chase presented, it does give us a lot of opportunity to improve our processes and better serve our students. And so our team, as well as some of our colleagues on our campuses, have been thinking about how to make the process a lot more simple. So We do have a strong credit for prior learning policy for the MUS, but the process itself is pretty fragmented across campuses, and that creates a few issues. The first is that the same credentials, like standardized exams or military occupations, are reviewed separately at multiple campuses. It's duplicative of faculty work, and it also leads to identical credentials receiving different course equivalencies depending on the campus, and it leads to a lot of inconsistencies for students. Because of those inconsistencies, we have an underutilization among adult and veteran students. They have workforce and military experience, but because of these complicated processes, their learning takes a really long time to be recognized and is sometimes not transferable. So a lot of the students feel that the process really isn't worth it. So we already use common course numbering to guarantee that equivalent courses transfer across campuses, and we can really apply that same logic to appropriate prior learning experiences. And it's important to remember as we start to think about these two different pathways in ways that we can systematize our credit for prior learning, is that our faculty are always in charge of evaluating academic outcomes. So we have the 80% equivalency thresholds. Our existing faculty learning outcome councils do meet, and they're reviewing courses. And so, you know, with those academic standards in place, we feel that it's appropriate to have some of these system level credit for prior learning opportunities to be reviewed and awarded credit, and then we'll apply that throughout the system. So I just want to give you a few examples of the things that we're working on, and these are pretty much ready to go. We worked with CALE, the Council on Adult and Experiential Learning. They helped us do a lot of these crosswalks. And then huge shout out to Great Falls College. I think Dr. Erdman's outside, but they have already gone through their faculty to get DSST exams translated into credit. And these DSST exams, they are available to service members. And the first time that a service member wants to take the test, it's free. So this is a really great program for our students to, who are veteran students, to take some of these tests and test out some of their skills. So for example, and again, this is teeny tiny, you're not gonna be able to see it, but we have outcomes from each of those DSST tests, and then we have our FLOC learning outcomes, and we can directly translate it, make sure it meets that 80% threshold, and then award the appropriate credit. Another another crosswalk that we worked with CALE on are these military occupation codes. And again, there was a lot of work that went into these, getting the exact outcomes of the skills that are learned in those occupation codes and matching them to some of our courses that we have existing in the system. And these are all based off of ACE recommendations. So they're backed up not only by CALE, but also ACE. And then again, like our goal is to get these in front of the FLOCs so that the faculty can have a chance to do the assessment as well and award that credit. And then third, we have quite a few third-party recognized industry credentials. So these are credentials that we know from our industry partners. These are of value. They get students jobs faster and could increase pay if these credentials are held. And this is just an example of an American Welding Society credential. We can look at the specific outcomes, the skills that are tested when a student is awarded a credential like this, and we can again translate it right across with the skills that that are learned in the classroom for certain courses. You know, AWS is just an example of a company that does these third-party assessments. I mean, we have just tons and tons and tons of credentials, everything from like Adobe and Microsoft to some of these advanced manufacturing. There are quite a few allied health credentials that can be translated as well. And so the hope is that we can get these credentials through the faculty learning committees and essentially have a library online where we have these equivalencies that have already been approved, and they will follow the student from one campus to the next. And it won't be, you know, we have heard examples of students that will shop around. They'll essentially have, you know, somebody review at Great Falls, at Dawson, at Missoula College, and then they'll decide to go wherever they have the most credit. This will streamline that process. It's going to give full transparency on what our equivalency process is, and it's going to take the guesswork out of it for students and for faculty alike. I know Chase went through a ton of data, so if you have any more questions, we've got Chase here. Joe's been working with us every step of the way on these processes, and so we're happy to stand for any questions.
Just thank you for this. This is it's a lot of work, and as from my seat and what I do with public education, helping students look forward and understanding, especially being a military town, what they and their families can do, it's really important. So thanks for keeping our veterans in mind and working with some other industry credentials too. Thank you.
Sure thing. Thank you. And if you want, if you're interested, I know some of our regents love the data. If you want to dig into what Chase presented and shoot us an email, we are happy to follow up.
Jackie, Chase, thank you both. Madam Chair, that brings us to our last agenda item, and I think for the Regents, you should know a big focus across K-12 and higher ed has been how do we take career exploration and move it towards younger grades. That's always a collaboration. It's something that's also new in how that's structured into school. Oftentimes, our colleges, industry, the community play a really, really important role in that. And in Beaverhead County and with UM Western, I think there's a great example of how that functions. I will warn you, we had planned to have a panel in the interest of getting everybody on the road, and also since some of our panelists are in school and not able to leave, Ryan Gibson, who was chairing that panel, is going to run solo on this one, and thanks, Ryan. Ryan is the lead for dual enrollment and workforce here at the University of Montana Western.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Board of Regents, for coming to Dillon. We hope you enjoyed your time here. And thank you for the opportunity to share a little bit of what our office, my colleague Beth Wharton, and I are knee-deep and passionate about. So Career Explore program encompasses several components of career exploration as a larger kind of concept. What we found when we started digging into this work is we need to start connecting with students in middle school. Once they arrive at high school, it's too, it's fast, it's furious, they haven't put the right courses in place. So how can we connect in a real way with middle school, and how can we keep repeating and having those repeated touch points over time, little by little, so that as they go from middle school through high school, the goal is when they graduate, they feel more confident in the pathways that are viable for what they're doing. They may not have their mind made up. That's healthy. I think we can all agree. We may not be doing what we thought we were going to be doing at 18, but that it's okay, and that they've hopefully removed a lot of the things that they didn't want to do, and we're not wasting their time or money on things that aren't in their passion wheel. So this Career Explorer is on 4 components. One is, and it's on the handouts that were provided to you on one side, there's a middle school career exploration component. That's where we started. We have a mobile career explorer lab that is one of the last components we're adding in currently. We added a Future Now Expo that is directly targeted to high school sophomores, and we'll share a little bit about that. And it is all dovetails and leads up to pathway work, and it often involves dual enrollment components along with that. Along with what Chase was just referring to, any other credit for prior learning opportunities, and with the future payments that's coming down the line, I think this all starts culminating into a nice package. So we started with career exploration with middle school. We started with 8th graders. In 2018, we've been working with them. It's like an hour, and then it grew from there. And the middle school teacher does career exploration activities. We've used career cruising. We now are transitioning to level all, so this will be a nice way to wrap all the resources that the state is getting behind. We follow them through, and the career exploration type of activities follow them through their high school years. And we decided we've been partnering with Beaver Head High School to do their career fair for several years. And we're the traditional career fair that we all know. You go into the college or the gym, you cycle through the career, the industry partners, and they get 15 minutes, out they go. So we kind of took that concept and put it on steroids, and we bring them up to our campus. And we do a full day session. We do conference style, but for sophomore age group. So they have 25-minute breakout sessions. We invite our industry partners in the community. We invite our faculty from our campus. That was never a part of the career fair before. And we bring them to our campus. We kind of raise up that level of kind of attending a conference. What does that mean? And they get to explore one of 10 career pathways. They actually get to choose 3. And this is choice. And we do that through the work with our campus or our high school campus counselors. They go through that. They learn, they attend a session on dual enrollment. So we try to layer in that education piece. They do the traditional career exploration or the career fair part. We feed them. It's a great energy in our arena. The first year we fed like 350 people between everyone. We really kicked it off with a bang 3 years ago. And then we end with another session. So it's really been a robust piece. We chose sophomores versus juniors or older, so they still have an opportunity to really gather and be on that. And they're hopefully, and they have shown they are adult enough to take that lead. We have started with locally in Beaver Head County. We are now servicing multiple schools: Beaver Head, Anaconda, Whitehall, Twin Bridges, Sheridan, Lima, Deer Lodge. So we can service up to 200 students. That's kind of our max where we get a good quality experience for those students. You also have kind of by the numbers, our 3-year average. We just completed our 3rd year of this event in February, which is also CTE month, so it's a great way to celebrate that. Here are some pictures of those experiences. We have our awesome Chancellor Reed, who has kicked us off one of the years. We do what's called playstations. We get them, like one of the most exciting ones was a physics lab, or physics where they were really getting excited playing with the information and technology there. And then this brings us to the mobile career, or the mobile lab. This is where we're using our Perkins money now. We've been building some technologies, some 3D computers and different things like that. We are now really going whole hog into a lot of that technology. And what we want to do with that is bring that to the schools, especially the rural schools that don't have the capacity or the bandwidth or the dollars. How the mobile will work is still under development, but we have all the fun things. We will be doing professional development, piloting with teachers from those schools. And we will be bringing it and getting those resources to those schools, whether it's for a day, for a week, for a month, depending on their needs. And we want those pilot schools and those pilot teachers to really be the brains and the energy behind it, and then we can continue to roll out even broader than our current reach, which is Southwest and a little beyond in Montana. And this has really strengthened our current partnerships. It's added new partnerships to those schools, and anytime we can get a real partnership with those schools and those students, their pathways become more clear, their choice becomes more clear, and it just becomes a more healthy and dedicated way to move through as they're growing and maturing. We do hope to also expand to homeschool. We work already with the Montana Youth Challenge offering up to 15 credit certificate of technical studies. So how do we get those individuals in? And then we have a Rural Fridays component. So with that, I just want to kind of emphasize marketing where the opportunities are, that education, the matriculation into what's next after high school. And that's a lot of options, but we hope they matriculate into the MUS. We hope they come to Western because we offer what they want. And then we want to retain them, and any time that they're making the right choice at the beginning, the better opportunity that they will retain and get through in an efficient manner. Appreciate your time. We're happy to answer any questions. We did have great panelists. I'm sorry that we weren't able to kind of keep them on the hook due to their personal and professional engagements. Thank you.
No, Ryan, thanks so much. And for our Regents, just to connect a couple of dots, we heard about dual enrollment from faculty this morning, and I think a lot of this work that across the state, to your campuses, Perkins, our K-12 higher education collaboration on career pathways, this is some of what that looks like. How are we leveraging our college campuses to provide high-quality career exploration experiences in schools in partnership with communities and industry? And part of that is some of the structure of how do we get those students on a path to use dual enrollment wisely, to use industry credentials wisely, to fit into this future-ready payment vision that the state is establishing. And we really wanted Ryan and crew to talk through, because I think here we have a fantastic example of a campus who's knitting together some of those things well with their local schools and with their community. So just thank you for all the work you do and for sharing it with us today.
Thank you.
Yeah, Susie?
Ryan, I just want, oh goodness, that was loud. Hello. I just want to say thank you. I think this is incredible. It's exciting to see what you have going on. I did get a chance to do the VR with Corvallis schools when I was there, and that experience actually made me queasy, more so than in the OR, which is obviously why I'm in education, right? So I think that these are really important tools, and it's incredible how lifelike those experiences are. So I think this is really exciting, and thank you for talking about the dual credit opportunities as well, Commissioner. We are working together, and I don't want to say too much too early, but I will just say that I am committed to taking down the barriers that our licensure system currently has in place so that we can further opportunities for our students across Montana to earn dual credits, and really taking a look at those Class 8 licensures and other components to see what we can change. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
No, thank you, Superintendent. We so appreciate the collaboration. Are there any final questions? Ryan, thank you so much. And with that, Regent Hoyer, I think a record turning over the committee before the committee was scheduled to start, and thinking about our weather situation and supply of electricity.
Thank you very much, Deputy Commissioner Teal. No other questions from my fellow regents? All right, we'll turn it back to you for the main.
To wrap up, Chair Hoyer, thank you. Great job today, everybody who led and worked in committee meetings. First, we'll have, since this is a public meeting, I will now call for any public comment. Public comment may be offered on items on this meeting's agenda or on any matter not on the agenda, but under the jurisdiction of the Board of Regents. Written public comment may also be sent to Jasmine Casanovas at jcasanovas@montana.edu. To allow us to give everyone a chance to comment, please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Is there any in-person public comment? Please state your name, although we know it, but thank you.
My name is Chancellor McLean, Johnny McLean, Chancellor at Montana Technological University. I come to you today not as the Chancellor, but as a former employee of this university and a former employee of Chancellor Michael Reed. As you know, and as was mentioned, he announced his retirement last November, and I want to publicly acknowledge that this board and the Commissioner's Office found a treasure when they found Michael Reed. He has served the Treasure State for a lot of years, in a lot of capacities. First as the Vice President of Administration and Finance at University of Montana, and then as the Vice Chancellor for Administration and Finance right here, and before serving as Chancellor for the last 5 years. I had the great privilege of working for Chancellor Reed, and I immediately noticed one superpower. Provost Delgren mentioned superpowers earlier. I appreciate those comments. But Chancellor Reed, I immediately noticed one superpower, his ability to de-escalate emotional situations and emotionally heated situations that commonly occur at any organization. I was impressed by this skill, and I've tried to emulate him in a lot of ways, but that was the first thing I noticed about him. After working for him for 3.5 years, and now working alongside him for almost another year, that isn't the superpower that I'm going to take away with me. His superpower is his integrity. And there's no more important characteristic in a leader than integrity. He has modeled it on this campus. He's modeled it for me. And I just want to take this opportunity to publicly and personally acknowledge my gratitude for his leadership, his mentorship, and his friendship. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Johnny. Is there any other in-person public comment? Any other in-person public comment? Final call, any other in-person public comment? Jasmine, do we have any online public comment? We do not. Seeing that, the public comment section will close. Pardon the pace, we'll go through these items. Please, board members, don't let that be a message that if you have questions or discussions associated with them, to sideline them, but bring them up. We'll rip through that, starting with the Budget Committee. I'll call to the motion. Are there any items any member wishes to move from the consent agenda on the action item? Individual consent agenda items. If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve consent items A through G.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Jasper. Any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you. Now we'll individually consider each action item. I will entertain a motion to approve action item A.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Bow. Any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you. I will entertain a motion to approve action item B.
So moved.
Regent Hoyer, thank you. Is there any discussion from members of the board?
Just best of luck to MSU Billings on raising the funds for that new art building.
Thank you. Any other discussion, members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Any public comment on this item? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Action item B passes. I will entertain a motion to approve action item C on the agenda.
So moved.
Regent Jasper, thank you. Is there any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Any public comment on action item C? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you. I will entertain a motion to approve action item D on the agenda.
So moved.
Regent Hoyer, thank you. Any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Any public comment on action item D? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Action item D passes. Thank you. We'll move into the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee. Are there any items any member wishes to move from the consent agenda to the action agenda? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion to approve consent items A through C.
So moved.
Regent Hoyer, thank you. Is there any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. The consent items pass. Thank you. I will entertain, moving to action items, I will entertain a motion to approve action item A.
So moved.
Regent Jasper, thank you. Is there any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I'll call for the vote. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you. Honorary Doctorate B, I will entertain a motion to approve action item B.
So moved.
Regent Folkford, thank you. Any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Action item B passes. I will entertain a motion to approve action item C.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Hoyer. Any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Action item C passes. Thank you. I will entertain a motion to approve action item D.
So moved.
Regent Jasper, thank you. Any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you. I will entertain a motion to approve action item E.
So moved.
Regent Folkford, thank you. Any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Is there any public comment related to this item? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. I will entertain a motion to approve action item F.
So moved.
Regent Hoyer, thank you. Any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Action item F passes. Thank you. I will entertain a motion to approve action item G on the agenda.
So moved.
Regent Folkford, thank you. Is there any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from the campuses? Any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Action item G passes. Thank you. That wraps up our committee action. We have a couple of more items on the agenda, and we'll start with appeals. The next item on our agenda is the consideration of appeals. Each appeal has been given a number, and for each of the two appeals, you have received the commissioner's decision and the written appeal with supporting documents submitted by the campus and the appellant. The issue before the board for each appeal is whether to consider the appeal at a later meeting. Our appeal policy does not require us to accept an appeal if we are satisfied with the commissioner's review and decision. The sole question is whether any regent believes the issues addressed in the commissioner's decision needs further review by the board. If you do not wish to hear an appeal at the board level, it is not necessary to make a motion. A lack of action on our part will signify our decision not to hear the case. The appeals are confidential. The board will not address the individuals involved by name, identify the campuses involved, or discuss the facts or specific issues. Any questions about this process? Appeal number 1. I will entertain a motion to hear appeal 1 before the board. If you wish to move the appeal forward, please do not mention the name of the appellant. Do I have a motion? There being no motion to hear the appeal, the appellant's request that we entertain the appeal is denied. The commissioner's decision in the appeal is upheld. I will entertain a motion to hear appeal 2 before the board. If you wish to move the appeal, please do not name the appellant. Is there a motion to hear appeal 2? There being no motion to hear the appeal, the appellant's request that we entertain this appeal is denied. The commissioner's decision on the appeal is upheld. That brings us to conclusion. Just a couple of quick thank yous. First of all, to campus leadership across the system, OCHI, members of the board, quite a robust meeting as far as quantity and volume of content. And it was pretty fun to see such a variety of faces in front of the board today. It was not consolidated to 2 or 3 presenters. So thanks to everyone who put in the time to prepare and get excited. Superintendent Hedlund, Dillon, if you're still here, please relay our gratitude, spending a whole day with us. We're certainly appreciative for that. Provost Lawrence, thank you for stepping in and representing the University of Montana. Regent Spoon, welcome to your first official board of meetings. It's been great to be with you. And Professor Seacrest, we sure appreciate the time you spent with us. Thanks for your leadership at the faculty level. With a nod towards Johnny's comments about Chancellor Reed and extending the same to Dean Erdman and President Karras over at Flathead Valley Community College, we know that with transition comes a lot of emotions and a lot of forward-looking, past-looking reflection. I know that this board and this body representing higher ed in the state of Montana could not be more grateful for the time, energy, and love that you've given the system. And we'll have more opportunity at our final meeting together to share our gratitude again. And thank you, but we sure appreciate the tenure of leadership and success that you've provided this organization. Joe has commented on a couple times, the lights flickering are a good sign. It is nasty out there. To my friends east and north of Bozeman, winds are at 40 miles an hour, 50 miles an hour. Everybody be very safe driving home. It's Montana out there. It looks a little different than most Marches. Any member of the board, any parting comments before we wrap up the March meeting of the Board of Regents? Again, a hearty thank you to everybody involved today. Another successful meeting. Thank you for all you do for higher education in the state of Montana. We are adjourned.